Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は92日目です。Is day 92? Is it day 92? Yes. Today is one of the follow-up days, right? So we got 1, 2, 3.5-ish days. I already screwed up one. I see I already screwed up this guy. What is that? 36 out of 39. Okay, it's generally fixed to 3. Let's go over the stuff from yesterday. Got quite a lot. Slightly late today. Was writing a response to a video comment. Practicing my responses. I don't usually get a lot of opportunities to do that. Okay, so what do I do here? What's wrong with you? Oh, let's just write the relevant stuff. Jitsu, and they wanted truth. Have the backup on true. Truth, reality. This one. So let's make sure about, let's do our due diligence here. So we have mutual, talk, consultation. It's not the greatest way to depict this, huh? Try to be a little bit more vigorous. So this is mutual. Talk. Right. And then we have consultation. It's all done. What happened here? To preserve something. Right, to preserve. Hey, Mattia. Konnichiwa. How's it going? It's been a long while. It has been. How have you been up? How have you been? Been pretty well. You can probably find that out in the video history. Large amount of my work day is, or my conscious day is still invested to language learning. Projects are being completed. Personal projects. Preserve. What am I preserving? Oh, tamotsu. Okay, and you. Scoop. Scoop night. Right. Arriving ahead was actually the error. Anticipating. And Akimawari. And this one was me. Me was the error. What else we got? I think mochiru, right? Mochiru. Mochiru to use. New one. Omote. 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 A motel. Just the front. Surface. Yeah, I've been in the hospital for the past month due to a serious pneumonia. I hope you're recovering and there aren't any permanent, long-lasting effects. Are you good now? How are you now? I imagine you're out of the hospital now. May I ask how you managed to catch pneumonia? Hopefully it's something you can manage. Sorry to hear about that. And then kazoeru, right? The kazoo. Count. We have kazoo. So ka. Zo. Kazoeru. Yeah, that's everything from yesterday. We're good to go. Seems pretty intact. Alright, get to it here. A fairly short day, I think. These are, I think 50 of these is the new stuff, right? Like 55-ish, so we have some like returning stuff. It's almost 4, so we'll end up picking up these 4. Oh. Yeah, you feel pretty good now? Okay. You were discharged from the hospital 2 days ago, and you've been recovering pretty well now. Rough March, you would say. Yeah, I can imagine. A Sun month hospitalization. I'm happy to hear you're doing pretty well. Right. Glad to have you around to converse. Oh, what are you gonna do for the month of April? Today is still April Fool's Day for for my site wherever I am. So, got any interesting April Fool's stories? Okay. Yeah. I don't know why this is motes. Motes. What do we have for motes? Now, this one's tough, so we're just gonna move along. It's fine.
Uchi.
Yeah.
新年
Innen. try to do something, right? If I'm putting my heart into it.
試みる
Shoku.
試食
Spicy. Oh. Why is Yo heavy? Because it isn't. Oh. Okay, that's the second mistake. I shouldn't have pulled the trigger so soon. What was the onyomi for? Heavy. Don? Let me think. Heavy. Oh, jewels are heavy. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Mono.
Oh.
Ken.
And
対談
gun.
肉屋
Yeah.
本屋
Onya.
乗る
保つ
Amotsu. Not much to say about April Fools, although here in Italy, it is usually celebrated by kids, and you used to tell lots of lies during April Fools. Oh, it was very fun lying to your mom for fun. You got any fun reactions from your mother? April Fool. Have I done anything April? I didn't. I didn't quite understand the concept when I was younger, right? I was not very emotionally inclined when I was younger. And then, going into adulthood, it became less of a thing. So by the time I started appreciating things, I am an observer most of the time now. So nowadays, I enjoy going on the internet and looking at, I play a lot of video games, right? And a lot of times developers print out fun video game related April Fool's things or technology. So there's a lot of content creation that deals with being clever in doing what they do in terms of April Fools. So that's how I interact with April Fools now. Like, for example, I plan on playing Dave the Diver again this month because there's a drop for Like a Dragon collab on the 10th of April. And yesterday, their April Fool's joke, or at the beginning of the midnight, right? Their April Fool's joke was to release Dave the Diver Remastered. And it's a fun little video. It tried to show the thing in 3D, and then it's like coming 2049 or something, which is a really funny commentary on announcing video games in advance kind of thing. So I quite enjoyed that. By that my day just started, so I didn't really get an opportunity to partake and see any other April Fool's stuff. So at the evening today, way late in the evening, I'll probably look at the greatest hits of technology April Fools online.
Koichi.
Koichi. Hirogeru.
Hirogeru.
Hirogeru. To spread something, I suppose. Article.
Kiji.
Kiji.
Ya.
Yeah.
Okuru.
Okuru. The best ones was when you were about 8 years old. You pranked your grandmother, saying my little brother almost got run over by a car. Oh no. That does sound like... Once she found out, she chased you in the neighborhood with a slipper. Oh, slipper chase. Nice. You got the slipper chase. It's kind of a wholesome example with your grandparents. I did not, in my lifetime, I did not have the privilege to interact with my parents, my grandparents too much. Yeah. Occasionally I've seen my grandfathers every once in a while, and I've seen neither of my grandmothers after the age of 4. Let's see, Slenderman, or not Slenderman, Leader, Anti. Keep is Oji? Oji sounds good.
Hoji.
I don't know if this is to spread something. Oh, it is. Okay. To unfold something, to open up something up. Okay. Open something. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Good pull though.
Utsukushii.
Utsukushii. Utsukushii.
Dougu.
Dougu.
Bijin.
Bijin. Beautiful? Yes, that's definitely how that works. Beautiful. Oh, what are your plans for April? Sorry to hear that. You must say you're lucky to still have grandparents around. Sometimes when you think about them, you always say your best memories from your childhood with them. Oh, that's really cute. Yeah, it's a different family dynamic. You would do anything for them? That's a very sweet sentiment. Yeah, my grandparents lived away, right? They were in China, Hong Kong, China. So not easily accessible. At some point, my grandfathers occasionally made the trip, but I was very estranged from them. So there's also an inherent language barrier, and not one that you can easily learn in my years, like since we might be part of different generations as well. So we enjoyed. I was there. I existed, but I was also very young and objectively minded. Very, very cold when I was younger, but it's also part of the consequences of the culture and how diaspora interacts with, in my opinion, diaspora interacts with other cultures, especially the American culture. The Americanized culture, the dominant Americanized culture. Interestingly enough, I think growing up in the United States is what made me a lot more emotionally intelligent and softer than I, in contrast to the hardening pragmatism of Eastern culture, like the Chinese culture. So that's interesting, right? And hardening, maybe not necessarily quite the word. Expressive, emotionally expressive. It's probably like, it's not like I didn't care about my parents or my grandparents and my heritage. I cared about a lot, but the difference is the form of expression is very different, which in this case, when you're talking about doing pranks and April Fool's things, less so. It's a less thing that typically do. Conducting oneself is not viewed sentimentally similar. So April Fools and pranks and stuff were nearly non-existent in my childhood as a form of endearment. Being a spry 38-year-old now who grew up in multiple cultures and being able to appreciate multiple cultures, I find that type of thing very endearing. Like, I like watching grown, like matured family content creators, the ones that have like adult kids and whatnot, like 20 to 30-year-old kids and their parents who happen to also be grandparents, like how they interact and make jokes and whatnot. I find that incredibly vicariously endearing. However, me personally, I do not have experience with that. However, it took place of other things, right? Where I didn't do one thing, I also did something else. Let's see. What is it? Japanese style clothes.
Wafuku.
Ooh.
Fuku.
Good. And lantern.
Washoku.
Yoku. Yeah, you heard that Eastern culture, especially Chinese culture, have a tendency of being more strict, especially the parenting. But you think that's the way of expressing their love? That is exactly what I was alluding to. Yeah. So that strictness and obedience come with some perks, unconditional trust a lot of times. Since traditionally obedience, especially public obedience and decorum, it creates consistency in expectations. So like there are things that I don't experience with my parents as comparatively, relatively to my like Americanized multi-generational friends, is that my parents don't like rarely ever question my purchasing decisions when I was younger. Whenever I like do something, my parents don't rarely ever question what it is, because it's under the strictest expectation that whatever I'm doing to the best of my ability. So things like, oh hey, what, you know, when I turned 16, my parents like, I think you need a car, so they just buy a car, for example. It's like not one of those things you hear oftentimes in like a stereotypical way perceived in the American culture, like, oh, you have to earn money, like that a lot of those things don't show up. Like my parents are like, here's money, learn to earn money, but as long as you're still learning to earn money, here's money. And then strictly believing that whatever they do, I'm going to do my best with it. So there's no like distrust as well. Of course, this system can fall apart if things go like other outside forces. So I wouldn't say that I was completely unexpected, largely because I grew up in the United States. My sister is a little different from me, so it shows like the slight difference because we didn't exclusively grow up under the Chinese culture, but it did come with perks, like things like allowances. That's a little weird for me. There are other diaspora that took on allowances and whatnot, things like that. Different level of trust. I was also, for example, this is maybe something that isn't quite the same as Western culture, but I am also the one and only son, and I am the oldest of two. And that plays a huge role in strictness, expectation, and pressure. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but it's also not all doom and gloom. Yeah. Definitely something that I can expound upon a little bit more, if one is curious. Tsunami ice. The key word for that one. Yikes. Can it be stressful? Can it be stressful as the beginning? It is always stressful. It has been stressful from the beginning. However, I guess the question you might be asking is it negative? Possibly. You're implying if it's negative. Stress is different. There's good stress, there's positive stress, and negative stress. Growing up, like how I grew up, lots of the stress I take on are positive stress. They're functional, pragmatic stress, as opposed to what maybe my peers may look at it. They might think the same stress that I think is positive is negative stress. Like, for example, having to do the many things I have to do, like translating and interpreting and being aware of bills and money matters and budgets and constraints of socioeconomic status that really, really early on in my childhood could be seen as a negative stress. And in the moment, it could have been also negative stress. when I was a kid. Now, as an adult, I can only view it as a positive source of personal development. And it makes it so that most of the time I talk about things, obligation is, to me, an easier route than voluntary self-care. So growing up in a life filled with obligations early in life made it so that everything else seems kind of harder in a way. Like, for example, spending money on myself. That's still a tall order. That's actually stressful for me in a negative way. Spending money on other people that I care about and love is not stressful. It's the simplest tasks of doing that. When my parents have problem, helping them is the least stressful thing I can do because it's something I have to do. So that can warp or create different types of cultural boundaries between problem solving. So I'm obviously learning to navigate that. I wouldn't want to unintentionally gaslight people to thinking, oh, it's easier because you have to do it, versus it's easier if you choose to do it. Yeah. Like for me, the things I have to do are easy. The things I don't have to do are harder because it's a guilty pleasure. The Chinese culture, in my opinion, instilled a value that things that are pragmatic and productive are important to the whole. Being self-interested and doing things just because, right? Just because you want to do it and it makes you feel good comes with an association of guilt, right? Because you're not forwarding or doing something quote unquote pragmatically productive. So for example, my parents would still question why do I learn Japanese? There's no pragmatic use for Japanese. They're not saying it in a unloving way or a discouraging way. They're stating the facts that weigh most of the pragmatism. Like they even asked me, why am I learning how to read Mandarin or traditional Chinese right now? There's no point in it, right? So you can kind of, people who are now in their 18, like in their 20s and whatnot, and kind of relate to that because the internet culture is incredibly pragmatic now. It's super hyper objectively pragmatic, largely because of like facts, the availability of information. So that type of comment might seem really normal now, but it's abnormal to me growing out of that. So I find that I can make people feel a lot happier and find their meaning and comfort and being able to like fall in love or have relationships with friends when you abandon or try to moderate and counterpoint that type of perspective. The internet, on the other hand, is doing exactly, which is coincidental. So most of the times when I talk about my story about my younger self, it might be coincidental. It is coincidental, I would say, that it lines up with the younger population of today. Because the way the internet makes you think and do and problem solve is a very fun thing to draw parallelisms to how Chinese parents tend to raise their children. They know, imagine the source is an influencer. Your parents know what's going to happen. They raise you and, train you, teach you because they know what is necessary for you to become an adult. That's what the internet tries to tell you too. They know this is the only way for success, and you convince yourself that it is. The algorithm is going to convince you that this is it. Like, for example, should I become a software engineer because I like video games? Well, if you type that into the internet, it will take a few months, if not weeks to convince you eventually, yes, I should become a software engineer because that is involved in video games, right? Parents, Chinese parents, in my opinion, are very straight. They know what is necessary and you trust them unconditionally. Otherwise, there's a lot of friction. So I trust my parents wholeheartedly. I got my A's, I got my 4.0s, went to college even though they didn't know how to apply to college because I'm the only English speaker and reader at the time that was approaching this decision. So I made the decision to go to college, and then I chose to go to graduate school instead of med school. But that was because that is what is perceived as pragmatic. I become a contributor, and to this day, my parents still want to frame the things I do as a way to be pragmatic and contributing to society, right? And that is very, very valuable. And it's going to be a part of me for the rest of my life. But now it's also balanced by other things. So it's a classic East meets West. While at the same time, I love that there's a person out there who's painting for the 1000th time their 6000th fence in a different way. That's so elegant. It's so peaceful. It's like beautiful. But at the same time, on the Chinese side, it's like, why don't you turn that into a business so you can sell and make money, and then like paint actual fences that people would use. You see how that goes? Like, that's, in my opinion, coincidentally, how the internet makes comments all the time now. Like, for example, this is a segment into the why I'm slightly late today. Someone made a comment on HanziHero, but it extends to WaniKani. They said, what is the point of using this tool? I think the tool is a massive waste of time if you still are speaking unintelligibly, like you're incapable of speaking intelligibly, right? And my first response is, yeah, because it doesn't teach you how to speak or construct sentences. That's an illustration of Chinese pragmatism as well. When you become incredibly pragmatic and focused and efficient, it means all the other options and purposes and goals don't exist anymore. Now, it's not that they don't know they exist. They're not of concern. They're not of primary importance. So I agree with this comment. You shouldn't expect someone to be able to speak intelligibly from using an SRS system that teaches how to read characters and vocabulary without the context of grammar or sentence construction, right? It's true. So my parents can still be right about all these things that they taught me, but it can also be not important and irrelevant to what the person wants, right? If they think speech is the most important thing, then yes, this would be a massive waste of time. Using a tool that helps you read or kanji and hanzi, thinking that it will help you speak intelligibly, that is a waste of time. But that person, like many people on the internet, project what they think is important. And that is what makes the Chinese culture, in my opinion, the strongest aspect of my parents. They projected and instilled in me when I was a kid, and I had no point of reference, right? What is important? What is important? Hardworking, problem solving, critical thinking, making money, always behaving properly and agreeable in public. Those are the things that they held very dearly and strongly projected onto me. And I get all of it. However, now that I'm an adult, I also can learn far, far more than just that. On the internet, you could learn more than just that, but the algorithm would try to close off your opinions and your mind. It would encourage you to focus on the most important thing and only the important thing. And how do you circumnavigate those types of selection bias? You interact with other people. The irony here is this person is emphasizing speaking intelligibly involving another person, but the irony is they made a comment that demonstrates to me that they don't interact with other people in the first place. Because the way that person spoke barely even has an indicator of even understanding what the person they're talking to. So that is the consequence of the internet. It's a microcosm, in my opinion, of the hyper-pragmatism of Chinese culture, by coincidence. Now, will YouTube and other companies feel the consequence of this type of behavior? There are pros and cons to this. One is whenever you release something different, it's going to get criticized and canceled because hyperpolarization happens. Behavior gets selected, right? Very strongly. So we'll see. That's interesting. When you turned 18, okay. When you turn 18, your parents decide that since you became an adult, you should be guided step by step into the adult's world. Interesting. So you never had any kind of negative stress because of that? Oh, that's a very, like, that's, we can empathize with that, right? Like, I want to be clear. I'm not saying all American-born Chinese in the United States experience this. For myself, I'm only speaking from my anecdotal, and that is the experience. So we kind of have an empathy point there. We can empathize with each other because when I'm told what to do, it is the easiest thing I can do. If I trust that person and that person's like, hey, you got to do this. I know you really well and you got to do those things. Like, heck, easy. Because that person is doing the thinking for me, right? It is sure as heck far more stressful to figure out what to do with my life without direction. And I kind of figured that out along the way somewhere in my 20s. Somewhere in my 20s is when I went beyond the reach of my parents. As in, I want my parents to give me the answers. Or like, I was so used to having my parents be able to like, hey, what field of science should I go into? But now I've gone beyond, and that to me, that very moment is adulthood for me. The moment I have to make decisions for myself. And that quintessentially illustrates, in my opinion, the Western culture. Growing up in the United States, because the moment I left the nest, I had choices. And the choices are incommunicable. They're unintelligible, practically, to my parents, because they don't think those are viable sources of success. They did not grow up in an environment in which that was depicted as success. Like, for example, I wanted to be a competitive gamer at the beginning of esports. I actually had some aptitude for that. I wanted to content create before content creation was a thing. I wanted to create movies and shorts to post on the internet. So that didn't happen, obviously, because I still had my parents around to guide me, and I chose science. Science was very applicable. And I still continue to apply most of the things I learned in science today. But the world would have been very different if my parents weren't as traditionally inclined, right? I actually, for the record, my first career of choice was computer engineering. I was going to go into software development. This is before Facebook took off. This is before Google, by the way. Google, Facebook. And yeah, we're not going to talk about Apple. but it was before Google and Facebook. So I took science. And what does science look like today? You can't predict the future. So as much as I love my parents for all their wisdom, I occupy a very, very different world that they do. So now I take all their lessons and I transform them, right? Well, that's what happens when you have experience combined with knowledge. They told you what a bank is, how it works, how to avoid scams, how to approach clients in the public, etc. That's timeless wisdom, timeless things. I thank my parents. I actually thank my parents more and more as I grow older, because there are timeless things, timeless wisdom that concerns the human condition, right? The human condition is not going to change that rapidly in one's lifetime. So I still love all those teachings, right? Scam is a human thing, right? Clients, public, those are human constructs, and they continue to be timeless, at least within one's singular life. And then context is something unreachable by my parents now. It's absolutely incomprehensible to my parents. Despite a language barrier, if I were able to still communicate, they would still find it very difficult to accept that it's happening, right? Like the conceptual stage. So it's been a wild 38 years of life so far. And now you help them using the same knowledge they taught you. They always told me, you want to do something, do it. Be careful of how you approach something. Find a method suitable for you to do it. Yeah, that's, I think adulthood, especially in the Western world, I'm being a little general, having choices is, in my opinion, the mark of adulthood. My parents, when I was younger, the mark of adulthood was financial security, a family, and a child. I'm gonna say I don't really have all three of them, and yet they're perfectly content and realize that I will be able to do whatever is necessary, or sufficient, I guess, whatever is sufficient for the rest of my life. So their views have in some way changed a bit, right? What did financial security look like to them? Well, a private practitioner who has multiple colleagues in a clinic, in a self-opened clinic somewhere, with a loving wife and 2 or 3 children. That's probably what adulthood looks like for my parents. And I have none of those things. And they are no less more trusting than they were when I was like 5 years old. I can only remember something involving trust as far as 4 or 5 years old. I can't remember too much beyond earlier than that. So yeah, very I can empathize with that quite a lot, Natia. Let's see. Back to that. Suffering of all things. Not wait. Painful of all things. To sit on. Painful. Painful. What's painful? Yukushi was beautiful. Your parents don't necessarily want financial stability from you, but they would love some kids to care about. Foundations. Human condition, right? Human condition. Having kids is not going to change anytime soon. Evolutionary, like human speaking. Very fundamental. Happiness, my parents continue to say whatever, find happiness. and their happiness might involve having a family. That is also a human condition, desire. No arguments there, right? It's actually one of their consensus for accepting what I am like now. That happiness kind of arguably precedes the other things. I think I made a mnemonic for this, right? Life is cruel instead of crushing. Yeah. Kurushi.
苦しい
Kurushi.
魚屋 新しい
Atarashi. Seibutsu.
生物
Once you find a girlfriend hoping she's the one for you, you'll have some kids. Sounds like your parents are well assured of becoming grandparents. I hope you find the one. I hope you find the one. You have any potential friends already? That might sound like a bit too much of a personal question, so if it's too personal, no worries. Also, because you think having kids is everything you need in your life? Absolutely. And so that checks out. That checks out.
お客さん
You don't hear that too often. You hear that, you start hearing things like that type of sentiment less and less often lately, at least in my immediate environment. So it's very refreshing to hear that from a younger person. I think it's a beautiful thing to be able to experience. It's a once in a lifetime thing. Well, okay. The experience itself is once in a lifetime, like the initial experience. Some people, you know, if you're being pragmatic about it, well, you can have more than one children and be married more than once. Okay, understandable. But the first, talk about order of operations, first time. Okay.
負ける
Makeru.
Daiji
Daiji. Meibutsu.
名物
Meibutsu.
相談
Goldan.
和風
Wahoo.
客室
Yakushitsu. Nowadays, here in Italy, especially, people can't really afford to have babies. That's a big one. That's why the financial security thing goes hand in hand with the having children thing, right? That's kind of one of the objective barriers that have been accumulating or taking chances on having children. It's very similar in the United States when it comes to that idea, because the cost of life is, yeah, the cost of living is raising every day, and salaries stay the same. Yeah, stay the same. So they always delay having a baby affair. Yep. Unfortunately, that's a sad aspect of life. It's mirrored in the United States. And I talked about this in a longer digression, but I'm gonna try to keep this short because I have today I have a slightly longer day. This is also lining up coincidentally with education as well, and how information is available. So oftentimes people who have children or decide to have children end up taking chances, but that chance often coincides with trying to embrace the likelihood of things turning well at the expense of knowing that there are higher chances of like financial instability, right? And all the other things, cost of living going up, projecting things. So there's this like really push and pull when it comes to having children, and the push is much stronger than the pull towards having children, whichever way you decide. But more and more information, financial information, projection information tends to reduce that, and it is how you inform your decisions oftentimes. And in the United States, you can definitely see that when it comes to the coincidence of educated versus uneducated. Not to say that uneducated people are stupid. That's very different. It's uneducated enough versus highly educated. You can see when people have more information, they are less and less likely to take risks. And that involves financial risk, health risk, and future projections. And it goes without saying, I like to believe that in the post-internet world, most people are increasingly becoming more informed. And that actually coincides with all the concerns about those things. I had this like working story about it, but I don't want to go into it too much. It takes I'm going to be talking about it for like days, if not hours right now. But those are very important factors that are involved. Yeah, I think there was some combination of education but blissful ignorance that allowed individuals to take chances on having babies and starting families. Nowadays, though, even those who are potentially more likely to be blissfully ignorant to take chances and conditions and rely on trust and problem-solving skills, like the ability to like not have to worry about the future but live in the moment kind of situation, those are less and less likely with more and more information, right? And I don't think this is like a cultural thing per se. I think it's a human condition thing. It's something very ingrained into humans. The more information you know, the less and less certain things feel, and the more and more you want them to be certain. So making decisions like having children and starting a family requires the appreciation for the unknown, the unexpected, and chances, however slim they may be. It deals with hope, wishful thinking, as opposed to calculated objectivity with more information, and that more information leads to greater and greater uncertainty. Because with more knowledge comes more unknowns, and eventually it delays the question until it's not biologically possible anymore. That's a lot of times how it turns out. Anecdotally speaking, I don't have a single pair of best friends who've considered having children. They are all well-educated people. I'm not saying they're specifically incredibly smart. Like, there's a difference between like stupid and smart versus educated and uneducated. So humans with enough variables thrown at them and enough uncertainty ultimately decides not to take that chance. You don't know how it works in the US, but here in Italy, education is, yes, important, but it is secondary. A university degree doesn't always necessarily mean you'll get a job here. That's not what I'm referring to as education. Education is how informed you are, how much knowledge you are. In Italy, it's no different than, it's universal. We're not talking about the pursuit of a college degree. We're talking about the pursuit of knowledge, the availability of knowledge. The internet circumvents that. Education is secondary regardless if it's in the US, the internet, China, Japan. Education is still secondary. The education you're referring to, which is like a college degree. We're talking about education as in being knowledgeable. The internet has circumvent knowledgeable. So that's what I mean by education, not formal education, like not formal learning things. So yes, it still works the same, but I'm not referring to formal education. That has very little to do with saying that my friends are well informed and well educated. You can choose to be uneducated by embracing only specific ideas. Like, for example, you can say, like you can choose like financial education is not necessary in deciding to have a baby. It is not important as having a baby for sentimental reasons. That is choosing to embrace chance versus education. Entrepreneurs take greater risks, but they will have greater chances of success in the future because by having risks, they acquire knowledge greater than the educational one. That's not true. That's blatantly not true. I mean, okay, you can have that perspective. I can see a line of thinking, but to me, that's absolutely not true. That's erroneous. That's zeros and ones. Entrepreneurs are educated, and they take educated risks with greater chances of success. Educated people can be entrepreneurs, which also take informed risks to have greater chances. Entrepreneurs are not exclusive from education. You are suggesting that entrepreneurs are not the same as educated ones. That is erroneous. And they have a greater chance of success because collectively, as a group, they take more chances. So when you say greater chance, that's not true either, because if you take the percentage per chance, the odds don't necessarily change. So if you take a uneducated entrepreneur, the risk is probably either equally as bad, lower, or worse. Entrepreneurs who have greater chances of success in the future are educated ones. So they're not exclusive of each other. Uneducated entrepreneurs might actually perform worse than non-entrepreneurs that are educated. They're not mutually exclusive from each other. That is in my opinion, a logical fallacy. Like, do you think a scientist makes entrepreneur decisions? They do. So if you don't educate yourself in business practices, then yeah, you have a lower chance of success financially, for sure. And yes, if you take all the startups, there are far more failed business owners than there are in ways of education. And I don't want to be pedantic about this, but I think it's very important, so I'm going to be this time. There are far more people who fail being ignorant in starting a business than people who even follow prescribed paths for success. So there are fewer, in my opinion, there are fewer people being unsuccessful having a college degree than uneducated entrepreneurs. There are far more failed entrepreneurships than there are people who are educated in formal education. When you compare it based on frequency and percentage, not based on how much you can count in exposure, there are far more number of entrepreneurs than there are educated people, like the educational ones you're referring to, the people who have degrees. So you could make an argument that a small percentage of the large number of entrepreneurs still exceed the number of successful degree holders. So for example, even if I don't exactly know the numbers, but I know this probably is likely the case. If you say the percentage success of all entrepreneurs, right? That's the success rate of entrepreneurs. Strictly all around, including not educated and educated entrepreneurs, right? Let's say it's 5% success. There are so many potential entrepreneurs that 5% could equal, I don't know, let's say 150K, right? Per something. I don't know. It's a number. It's a number. Actually, instead we'll use variables. So say 5%, it's an X. And let's say 30% of all degree holders, which you are qualifying as educated. But I would argue there are non-entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. So let's combine them and say overall it's 30%. But for degree holders, the pre-selection is higher. The chances of investing, like the barriers are higher to qualify as a degree holder. So there are Y amounts in this. But say the number Y, can X still be greater than Y with a lower percentage? The answer is a resounding yes, it can. 5% of 1 million, for example, versus 5% of 1,000, 30% of 1,000. It will seem, and it can seem like there are more successful. So X, there are more successful entrepreneurs than degree holders when you count them. But does that mean they have a greater chance? Debatable. I'll chalk it up to be debatable. But I actually would lean towards they actually have a lower chance. They're more successful entrepreneurs at a lower chance of success. So that's probably what I would agree with. That's the reality. And you take your risks. So this, in my opinion, it would qualify as an educated response. Because degree holders can be entrepreneurs and cannot be entrepreneurs, or are not entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurs can be educated, cannot, like, they might not be educated or can be educated. So they're not separated. Education is how knowledgeable you are. And that doesn't, and to make it even wider, it doesn't mean a degree, it means how informed you are. So now we're talking about anyone who's more informed. If an entrepreneur is informed, then their chance of success goes up. If they're uninformed, then their chances go down. Or relatively speaking, their chances are lower when they're uninformed, and it's higher when it's informed. A degree holder who is informed about entrepreneurship probably goes up. And a degree holder who is not informed about entrepreneurship is probably lower. Yep. And I actually think, like, going back to the whole having kids thing, I want to, like, be a little bit more meta about this. I actually think when you know too much, if you're informed too much, your chances of taking a chance goes down. So the more you learn about what it takes, like, continue to weigh, and the more you take into account on what could happen in having a child, the chances actually start going down. For many reasons. One, time passes, right? As you mentioned, delta T, time passes, as well as the more and more things stacked on top of you. That's not to say their chances of success went down. That's different. Their chances of success might actually go up. So, success of raising a baby. So if you are more informed, you're likely to have success in raising a baby. But to take that decision goes down. You are more likely to weigh and wait on making the decision because you are trying to increase your success of raising a child. So now is what I mean by educated people. They're not extraordinary people, they're humans. However, they are all very educated, as in they're very informed people. So over time, as they became more and more informed, they are less and less likely to have children. They don't have too many things to concern, so they don't take the chance. The chance goes down. I have no doubts, in my opinion, that they will be successful in raising a child if they choose to do so. And if I ask them, they probably say, yeah, we have no problems. We probably will step up to the task and be able to raise a child, but we're not going to take the chance. Like, we don't want to deal with it. Like, it's not worth it, right? It's not worth it. And that's kind of, in my opinion, what the world is like today. Independent. This is independent. In my opinion, independent of culture. This specific relationship. Now, what gives culture an edge? Being Chinese can very much help that. Because if my family strongly believes that, oh yeah, like, I know there's all these problems, but you're going to be successful. So culture creates non-pragmatic things, in my opinion, like more sentimental or sentimental reasons. And I love that about people who are still able to take a chance on having children. And one of the greatest contributors to that, okay, yeah, it costs a lot of money to raise a child. A child could get sick, right? For example, your pneumonia, right? There's going to be hardship. We're going to be strained. We have to worry about all these things. But hey, culture, tradition, humans, right? It can circumvent these. It can raise and contribute the chance of taking, despite being more and more informed, right? Like, my parents' happiness supersedes anything. I still want to have a child. Like, even today, I'm 38 years old. The acceptable, like, relationship status I have with a potential companion is going down because the age is going up, right? But I'm still willing to take a chance despite everything that I know that I have to be up for. And it's because my parents instilled a culture in me that, come what may, one of the most important duties, in my opinion, cultural traditionalism, is to have children. And I love that idea largely because it's also part of my parents' culture. If I were raised entirely in an environment or in a culture that deals with pragmatism, capitalism, money, stability, and like career development, then yeah, the chances are pretty much non-existent, or pretty low. We'll just say low. Non-existent sounds a little hyperbolic, so that's probably what I would say. So I do understand what you mean, though. Like, if they take greater risks, right? But therefore they have chances to succeed in the future. If you don't take chances, then you fail by default. All right. If you're looking at the really, really far extreme ends, which is not being an entrepreneur, being an entrepreneur, not being educated, and being educated, and also success and failure, as opposed to looking at a spectrum where you have educated people who are also sound in finances. Someone who's educated is more likely to understand finances than someone who isn't educated, because they do not necessarily have a natural tendency to be curious about it. And in fact, they are more likely to have children as well than people who are educated, because educated people also know the financial risks, or more likely to have the education in understanding the financial risks that are involved in babies, in raising a child. Yeah, it's a really important thing. I told myself I wouldn't digress in it, but you raise a very good point, like excellent points, and hopefully we can talk about this in the future, when maybe society and stuff will change in another 5 or 10 years, and we'll be able to revisit this conversation with more experience. Who knows? Both of us might actually have partners by then. You know, wishful thinking. I abandoned most of my knowledge and finances and business ownership. My parents were business owners. I inherited most of my business sense and whatnot initially, a lot earlier in life, and now I do like understand how money works in the United States. So understanding how capitalism works, I'm pretty financially secure. However, in order for me to continue to love the idea of having children, I must commit to the idea that a child is a financial risk. Having a partner is a financial risk. So instead of letting my education and my informed entrepreneurship take hold of me, I want to believe that investing in a human being and talking to other human being and practicing that day in and day out makes me willing to be a good partner and companion for someone who's also willing to take a chance on me. So otherwise, in terms of Chinese culture, you marry for duty. You marry for being reinforced by your parents' wishes, because that still exists and it's very powerful and it's beautiful as well. Something that I'm not sure a lot of my other colleagues and friends may appreciate. I actually, every time my parents think they are looking, they constantly actively look for someone because they know me very well, or they think they know me very well, I take up the opportunity and it just continues to fall through because there's too much of a value system difference. So I still do that. My parents would arguably not only married for love per se, they married for duty. They married for traditionalism. What keeps them together today is not because they have a lot of things in common and that they always agree and love each other unconditionally to some extent. They have duty, family, and tradition that keeps them together. It's actually one of those things that I find myself talking to my American friends quite a lot, Americanized friends quite a lot. Like, do my parents love each other? It's like, yes, but not in the way that you might think. They love each other because we're family. They don't love each other because they share common interests or they share life experiences. In fact, they spend most of their time apart, doing their own thing. And actually 90 to like over 50% of the time they're arguing about a difference in value. So it's very different when you factor in culture. But education is being informed. It is agnostic. It's the wielder that gets to decide how that knowledge affects your decision making. And an entrepreneur does not guarantee that they have greater success, because an entrepreneur can open a business only to fail inevitably without knowledge, without education, regardless of where that education is coming from, right? I think the whole idea of degrees being the only educated one is unfortunate, and also thinking that entrepreneurship is where education, practical education, only exists is unfortunate. Who do you think are the most successful, like, say, content creators, for example? You will probably be able to find examples where a vast majority of them are probably not entrepreneurs first. So there are plenty of examples in that situation. Yeah. Thanks for the excellent share, by the way, Mattia. I love talking about these things. I hope that's apparent. I want to give it my all most of the time. To express something. Your wrist? Arawasu. Was?
表す
Oh, this was yo. That's why. Love talking about these things. You're gonna try to eat something if you can. Catch you later. Yeah, catch you later. I hope you're getting well, Mattia. And I'm glad you have an appetite now. Yeah. Enjoy your meal. Come back with other things. I would love to hear your thoughts about things. I don't know what it's like in Italy, so it'd be great to hear more about your Italy things from Italy. Yeah. Get well soon, right? Get well soon. Get to doing the things you want to do, right? Hopefully, and have a great meal and rest well. Safe recoveries. Alas. Mote, right?
表
Mote. Oh, I added de by accident. Oh, it doesn't have de. It's just the standalone. Okay. I need to correct that. Okay.
家事
I don't. Oh no. Don't know what it is at the moment. A. Awa?
「平和」
Okay, this one. Oh, koto.
「こと」
Koto. Determine, right? Agu? Agu?
家具
Agu.
売る
Ooh.
「対比」
Aihi. Nah. Oh, wait. Hold up. Nagoya? Oh, yeah. Nagoya. Yeah.
名古屋
Nagoya.
映像
Eizo. Life insurance. Seiho.
政府
Seiho sounds meh. Hello there, Procall. Hello. How are you? Okay. Do me a favor. Hold. No, pre-rolls are pre-rolls. You can't control them. So they're on and off. It's whatever Twitch does. Okay, you're doing well. All right. Because right now I'm telling you, right now, quite literally, almost literally, 5 out of 6 people said they're sick, and they just recently recovered from being sick. So you're healthy, right? I'm just saying. I'm starting to sense a pattern here, and I hope you're doing well, like both physically and mentally, because boy howdy, you haven't been ill in a while. Okay, good. So you were just busy with life and winning, right? You're winning life. You got to tell me some stuff. What are you winning in? Oh, and the pre-roll thing for ads, you can't control that. It's pre-rolls happen every once in a while. I don't really know how Twitch goes about it. You can't turn them off, unfortunately. I'm doing fairly well. Mattia, I just spoke with Mattia just now. They're recovering. They've been gone for a month, or have been hospitalized for a month with pneumonia. So they're just recently coming back 2 days ago, and they're recovering. And then we caught up and we talked about having babies. We talked about having babies. That was like the last hour or two. Yeah, I hope that. Having babies together. No, Procol. Yeah, we were talking about like culture, security, growing up with responsibilities, the whole 9 yards. And then it ended up being like talking about babies, and then like entrepreneurship, education, and it was a long one. And I enjoy it, every moment of it, of course. Also, you have been not consuming any illicit substances in weeks. Are you still feeling good? Are you still feeling good? Does it seem possible? Glad to hear that, if that is your desired effect, right? If you're achieving your desired goals. What is this? Clown on hills. What is a clown in the hill doing? Oh, booze. What the heck is booze for? Sort? Section? Art. Art.
茶屋
Ah, yeah.
家事
Aji.
和室
Washitsu. What the heck? Use matters? Okay, this is weak. So I shouldn't be weak on things now, right? So let's see. We have Yong. You felt awful for the first few days, and you felt a lot better. Awesome, awesome progress. Also, it depends what you count as illicit substance. So, as I do still use nicotine patches, steps, right? Steps. But that's your next battle to tackle. Indeed, indeed. Also, your group project had been going well. Ooh, that's good to know. And you have had no problems with a member that was being passive aggressive. Nice. Although she's angry at one of our group members, as they still haven't shown up to any of the lessons. That's awesome. You remind me of my conversations with Turtle recently. That's awesome that things are working out. Now it's their problem, right? Although, obviously, you have the opportunity to choose if you want to try to mess with that or not. Okay, so this is Yoji. Useful. Okay. How do we go with this? we have task plus thing, right? So task plus thing, I know the read, right? It's probably yoji. On plus on, maybe? So useful? Or no, it's a task thing, so it's still a task. Or errand, it's an errand. Yeah, it's an errand is what I'm looking for. So errand, things to do. So task, things to do. You're of the opinion that even though it's a group project, your focus is slowly on what you can do as an individual, so you're not worried about what other members are or are not doing. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Have I seen and or played the new game Repo? I have seen the game. I do not. For lack of a better better phrasing, I'll give you a hot take. I don't have a lot of gaming friends, and I don't game with. I don't typically pick up multiplayer games. Most of the time. For various reasons, but one of the reasons would be I tend to pick up games when it is intimately viable to pick up the game. So I choose my exploration of human interaction in a non-multiplayer situation. All right, that's fair enough. You mostly play games alone, but have been playing this with your friends recently. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that you have friends who still like have a common interest, like momentary common interest for a game. I do not. In fact, at the moment, I'm trying to convince, sort of, a compromise of getting someone to play Subnautica 2 with me when Subnautica 2 comes out. Now, the problem with this compromise is that person is okay with playing like Lethal Company and probably Repo in the future and stuff like that, but the ocean, nah, that's off limits. Yeah, so I'm still more on that in the future, but I still buy my time to convince someone who I interact with in a trusting way to play Subnautica 2 with me. They attempted Subnautica 1 and they're like, nah, thalassophobia. No, thalassophobia. No, ain't no way, right? Too stressful. And I have to admit, when I was playing Subnautica, oof. Below Zero was their 1.1.5, so Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero. And I do actually have recorded Below Zero. That was after I started recording. So let's just say I need time, right? Like I needed time, but this person was like, nah, chief. So maybe the person will come back around, but I am reserving Subnautica 2 for chance. I haven't played with another person in a while, like for recording purposes and sharing purposes. So I don't have like a partner in crime, and that's kind of why Repo does not appeal to me, like first person. But I like watching people. I enjoy watching people play cooperative games. Like for example, I watched a bunch of Split Fiction, right? Haze Light games, Split Fiction. I watched quite a lot of It Takes Two, The Way Out. I played their original game, the creators' original game, The Tale of Two Brothers, but that was actually a single player game using split controls. And I have yet to play the remastered version. I might do that. But until I secure someone who is comfortable, Split Fiction, Oh yeah, these are two-player co-op games. Hazlight, I think it's the name of the current studio the guy is in charge of. This guy, the guy who heads Hazlight, I think now, I keep forgetting his name, recently released the game Split Fiction. And these games are wholeheartedly designed for two-player cooperative. And then It Takes Two was the one that won Game of the Year, by the way, in Games Award. It Takes Two. It was one of the first, quote unquote, indie to take Game of the Year. I think it was it's either 2022 or 23 for It Takes Two. Or it might be even further back now that I think about it. And then before that was A Way Out. They are specifically designed for two players. It's kind of like yeah, so It Takes Two. Their newest game, Split Fiction, came out last month, or actually it might be 2 months ago. It's either February or March. So their new game is called Split Fiction. Their original game before they formed Hazlight was called A Tale of Two Brothers, and it was remastered recently. A Tale of Two Brothers. But that's actually a single player game. Although I think the remaster might allow like separate controls, but it was designed also in single player in mind, where you split half the controller. So half the controller, like the left stick controls one brother and the right stick controls another brother, and you move them around to interact with each other at the same time. And then that led to all these other games. But yeah, if you're talking about cooperative games, I'm still trying to secure one person. So yeah, you know, it's one of those things. I am more and more likely to play a multiplayer game when it is incentivized for me to get involved with someone. I don't necessarily have any particular games that I maintain that are multiplayer, strictly multiplayer. I already have so much of that being streaming. So this is off topic, but when you write like just then, did you write in lowercase or uppercase or a mix of whatever easiest to write? I write in caps. I always write in caps, but I was also using my mouse, so I would always write in caps. So that time I was using my mouse, and writing in caps deal with straight edges, right? So I generally write in caps. It minimizes the curves. When I'm writing with a pen, it's still all in caps. And in order to capitalize things, I do this. Or like, this is my typeset for my handwriting, because it's always half. It's a way to normalize my structure. When I write in lowercase, it's for like emails or things that are case sensitive, or like passwords and stuff that are case sensitive. So I would write in lowercase, and I can still write in lowercase. I also write in cursive as well. So there's also cursive on an unrelated note. I also write in cursive when it comes to lowercase. Your offer to play Subnautica is just that, by the way. I hate offering to do stuff like that with people, as I always worry, will it take it as a pressure to take the offer? Yeah, for sure. That's kind of why I don't stretch for that. And also, I have a lot of other pragmatic reasons that would be a barrier. However, this particular person fills a lot of those criteria. The one thing that they can't feel right now is being trapped in the ocean, feeling miserable while I'm like trying to comfort them in a imaginary virtual darkness of dread and echoing sounds. So, you see, that's like, they're okay with like getting scared and other things like stabbings and like serial killers and Halloween related things, but the ocean is off limits, and I totally understand that. I have to play in short bursts for my own personal sake, and I'm not even considered. Do you have an opinion on whether exposure therapy is effective or stuff like that? No, not really. I can give a personal example. I have serious problems with heights. That didn't stop me from climbing like 20-foot walls with no support and then having to climb down 20-foot walls in obstacle courses. However, that is probably a form of exposure therapy. It doesn't alleviate, in my opinion, exposure therapy, like this is an anecdote thing. It increases the tolerance for something, but it doesn't remove the experience. So in a way, that's probably my opinion. Like, I'm still terrified of heights, and I'll continue to, but the management of the fear is more tolerable. Like, you become practice in it. But that feeling doesn't go away though. It's kind of like saying, do you ever get nervous when you go out to give an important speech? Yeah, it doesn't go away, but the management and the problem solving that comes from exposure therapy exist, in my opinion. It's real. It's real. So that's the opinion. So today, for example, the nervousness of presenting a controversial idea or answering a controversial idea is not coming from the idea that I feel ambivalent about it. I'll continue to feel ambivalent about it most of the time. However, the problem solving that comes from being able to explain something and being able to experience it and then negotiate and manage it is very real. So in terms of exposure therapy, yeah, a possible way of getting that, coercing my friend to play Subnautica 2. How do I go about that without feeling like I'm trying to gaslight them? It's probably not going to happen. I don't usually force and prescribe things to people. Unless they come to me and it's like, hey, Maku, I do want to play this game, but how do I get to that? It's like, now we're talking. I don't know if this is because I agree with you most of the time, but I still don't think I've you heard give what I would consider a controversial take. That's a fair question. And I don't want to make this sound like it's a tangent to the thing. It's kind of deflecting, but hear me out. Most things are controversial when you choose not to explain it and demonstrate that what you understand and what you don't understand. So I can sound controversial without doing that. Like, for example, educated people. I was just talking about this with Matthias, so let's do a hot take. Educated people tend to not have babies. If I say nothing else, no qualifications, no explanations, like nothing contextualizing what I said, which I don't do out of habit, but just for this very moment to illustrate, if you haven't heard me say a controversial take, I want to use this moment to illustrate that that's, in my opinion, how controversial takes happen. The moment you choose to make a statement that is a generality without any explanation or qualification. And I tend not to do that in most cases. Whenever I choose to share an opinion, I give you a short version, which is the controversial take, and then explain to the best of my ability what I don't know, what I do know, and how maybe 2 or 3 ways to interpret it. And that creates less controversy. It demonstrates that I do have investment in this issue or problem or happy thoughts or whatnot. I give a personal anecdote, something, a piece of me, and then I also incorporate what other people suggested into my discussion. So then it becomes less controversial because I'm including the person's perspective, including my perspective, and what I don't and do know. So I'm qualifying most of them. And even controversial takes no longer sound controversial when placed into that framework. And you can most certainly sound controversial by saying less about most things, like what I just did here, without qualifying it. Poor people tend to have more babies and commit more crimes is another controversial take. Correlation, yes. Using correlation is inevitably, wholeheartedly controversial. The classic cliche about causation, correlation is not causation, right? So those are controversial takes, and the internet does, in fact, kind of thrive on controversial takes to spark discussion. Hopefully spark discussion. Anything coming from an echo chamber is probably a controversial take. That in itself, what I just said, is probably fairly controversial. Things that come from an echo chamber tend to be incredibly hyperbolic and trite, as in they're very short, they're understood, they're implied, and if you're outside of that, well, it's controversial when you're outside of that. So what's another echo chamber? I'll do one more that involves something that I hold dear. If you can't speak a language you're learning, then you failed. That was actually a video comment. If you can't speak intelligibly, then it's a massive waste of time. That's a video comment that I just recently got. That's a controversial take. What's the point of being able to write if you can't speak? Or what's the point of being able to read if you can't speak? Actually, the actual take is it's a waste of time to be reading things if it doesn't help you speak. And I had to respond to that today. So the comment is floating around in one of the videos, I think. So it'll be there if you're ever interested. I find it hard to blame poor people for them being more likely to commit crimes on average, as it is not to do with the individual, but to do with the environment you believe. Okay. I would say that means it is failing rather than is being failed, as that's more of a done and dusted way to say it. Of the language thing I said, or the poor people comment. Oh, the language thing? That's an interesting way to look at it. But it depends on what failure means. Well, I don't want to harp on the whole you're using a cliche terminating statement by depends. Depends doesn't explain anything. One thing I qualify is that that person needs to qualify because it's trite, right? It's a controversial take is because it's incomplete. The idea is not complete. However, there are things you want to ask. Is speech the only part of language? For example, right? You don't have to actually even say failure or qualify most of that and jumping to most of that. Ask if speech is the only component of language. Like what is intelligible about a language? What can be intelligible about a language? And I would probably just stop there until I get a response. I wrote a response. It took me like 2.5 hours to write the response, but I tackled a few of these not depends. I made presumptions based on the person's statement so that it feels less like it depends. I think it depends doesn't explain anything. That makes it controversial. When you say it depends, that's what makes it controversial in my opinion. Also asking if it is a necessary component of language learning rather than being the only component. Yeah. If it's a necessary, I think a very unappreciated article in the English language is using the subjunctive. If it is a necessary and or sufficient component to language learning. And one of my examples, your first thought is people that understand dead languages. That's a bit extreme. Just a wee bit extreme. You can break it down by saying, what is a heritage speaker? I used my own self, so I take whatever words they have, right? Incorporate them into the response. And for myself, I add a piece of myself. I'm a heritage speaker. Can you still be terrible at reading or not reading at all while being able to speak? Like, for example, I could be speaking English and I could not be understanding what you're writing. And the reason why I say it's possible is because I exist. So what am I doing when I'm using HanziHero and WaniKani? Well, it's clearly not the thing that that person is looking for. So if we were to take a logical approach in tackling this person's controversial take, is that, yes, I agree with you. If you take the dependency out, if you value speech as an end goal for language learning, intelligible speech, well, this is a low-hanging fruit situation. You targeted someone who's using something for a purpose you cannot value or conceive. Right? If I were to tackle even more about this person, I would probably argue that this person doesn't value writing or reading. And for me, it was a comment about reading traditional Chinese. What's interesting about that is because they only observe me saying English or speaking English on a tool that is supposed to deal with reading, how could you possibly know if speech is either being improved or not at all, or heck, even worsened, when the tool itself is not even designed to do that? So not only is this person not even able to substantiate their claim on their take, their comment is a leap of logic and a projection of what they think is important. So that's where I started. I started with the concession of making some presumptions about what they think is important. And as humbly, probably, likely considered a heritage speaker, the very reason I started using HanziHero, which is the comment that they made, was that I couldn't read. There's no amount of ke. No matter how many times you hear that, say that in a pattern to anyone, you're not going to be able to read the characters. There's just no way. Like, you go ahead, like, be my guest. Go and continue to speak and listen to someone for the rest of your life, and then write down which character I'm referring to when I say ke. Go ahead. Be my guest. I can write down 5 characters that it could be. And can probably tell you how to contextualize them to make them useful characters. Go ahead. This may be going too fundamental, but I think the first thing to define is what is the language. They didn't say language though. They said it's a massive waste of time if you can't speak intelligibly. If you still can't speak intelligibly. Then from that answer, you know the importance of the aspects of learning a language. That is being pedantic, in my opinion. That's likely going to come off as condescending to the person. You start at where, in my opinion, I'm more likely to start at where they are and then use that as a basis for relating and then offering my take on that. So the idea is speech. Speech. So what is a language? Well, there's spoken language and written language, right? And clearly written language is not something that they value, or maybe it's valued less than speaking. And also they said speaking intelligibly. When you're looking at a product, right? That comment, I'll give a controversial take on that comment here. Tell me that you didn't watch the video without saying you didn't watch the video. Right? Because, hear me out, if you saw what HanziHero is doing, I think you answered the question. So what is the comment trying to say? Like, it's saying a true fact. It's saying a true fact. You can use HanziHero for a very long time and you wouldn't be able to speak intelligibly. So in that case, how do you make it productive and informative outside of just saying you right? I agree. Because the tool is not designed to do that. Also, who cares what they consider a waste of time? I do. That's the whole point, Prokal. I care what you're talking about too. That's probably the difference between you and me. I don't have to have it affect me, but I care about what other people think. Why? It's important. I interact with other people. How else are you going to be able to answer that question? How else are you going to be able to educate people who are not willing to be educated? When you have a conflict, how are you going to solve those things? You can choose to avoid them if you want. It will get harder. I didn't stream because I was expecting people not to disagree with me. If I didn't care about what people thought or consider a waste of time, I wouldn't be streaming. Some people stream because they have to, because they think it's a financial security. I'm not streaming for financial security. I'm streaming to find out what other people think. That's a challenge to my conversationalism. I can tackle controversial takes because I practice tackling them. Right? I practice what I preach. In this case, most of the time I don't practice what I preach. I pass along information that other people know better than I do because they're more experienced. Right? Like, for example, a bit of a tangent, but those tell me without telling me I find so fun trying to think of ways to indicate what it is without stating it. It is fun. It's also ironically humorous as well. Personally, caring about what every single person you interact with thinks could be unproductive a lot of times, especially when interacting on social media. Prokal, you're making an incredible assumption about what I'm doing here. Is it every single person I interact with? So that's a projection right here. You're setting the stages. That is true. I agree with you. You're doing, in my opinion, you're doing exactly what this person is doing. Personally, I agree with you. Thinking and caring about every single person I interact with, well, could be counterproductive a lot of times, especially when interacting on social media. But is this every single person? Sorry, do you care what every single... No. Like, I do. That I interact with, that I choose to interact with. Right? So every single person I choose to interact with, I care about. So this person isn't just any person. This is a person who made a video comment on video 81 of HanziHero, giving me a hot take. And it's a video comment that I got after like 60 straight over actually 81. This is the third video comment after 81 days of HanziHero. It's not just anyone. It's pre-selected. So I have time for that. And it's very productive because I don't have a large sample size. So not only does it require context, I already provided the context. It was a video comment about my video. I don't have very many video comments. And yes, I do care about every single person I choose to interact with. I do care about what they think. Do I ever get the answer for that? No. Do I care about if I got the answer for that? No, I don't. If that person choose never to respond again, I can't think about or concern myself with things I don't know. So that is probably, in my opinion, why I agree with your first statement. When you said, do I think about every single person I interact with, what they think can be unproductive? No, I don't linger on things I don't have answers to. Are the interactions still productive even if the other doesn't change their mind at all, in your opinion? It's productive to my practice, not theirs. You can try to change them if you want, but that is a goal-oriented thinking. Your goal is to change that person's mind. If you don't achieve it, is it productive? The answer is no. And then you're asking, what is my goal? Which I already explained previously. It's the act of forming a response to it. So the process of answering that person is productive. Much like the questions you're asking now and the conversation and the explainers you're having now indicates that you avoid people's opinions and perspectives. You choose to project your own perspectives and make assumptions on what you know as opposed to embracing what you don't know yet, right? Or taking into account what you don't know yet. So, like, for example, what was my goal in doing that? That's great that I have a goal where I do not need to consider whether interactions will change their mind for it to be productive for me. Yeah. That's turning my thing into an endpoint, but that's a different topic. I choose to interact with something and make it productive. As in, it becomes productive because I choose to invest effort into it. It's not because it is productive or it will be productive that I choose to engage in it. It's kind of like going to a movie without knowing what you're going to watch. Versus, I know I'm going to like the movie, so therefore I'm going to watch it. Yeah, I saw this comment in Neverwinter yesterday on a topic. So, a great example of goal-oriented versus process-oriented expectations, right? The goal, it's great that your goal is not dependent on changing the person's mind, right? That's still framing it in the same way. Now the goal is independent on changing the person's mind. Process is, hey, I'm going to see what is the best way I can answer this question. What did I learn? What did I learn from doing it? It could end up being non-productive. It could be productive. I won't know until I do it. However, generally speaking, when I insert effort, you can call it a crutch, probably. It's human condition, in my opinion. Often when you insert effort, it mostly ends up being productive to the self. So yeah, I do care about everyone I choose to interact, because I don't know if it's going to be productive or non-productive. I know that doing the act assures me some form of effort, and that effort can generate productivity. Avoiding it or ignoring it is zero, no matter what. No matter what you do, if you avoid, ignore it, it's zero. However, it guarantees the goal that you set forth, right? So if you're saying their goal is to not care about someone, right? The way you're phrasing it, right? Avoiding guarantees it. It guarantees not caring about someone at some point, or it's more likely to guarantee it. So you achieve that. So it's great that I have a process where it's not necessarily important or not if I change the person's mind or not. Because if it changed the person's mind, I'm still happy. If it doesn't change the person's mind, maybe, it's a possibility. There was a chance that I might change their mind, but that wasn't the point. I didn't spend 2.5 hours trying to change the person's mind, nor confirm my own principles. Like I wasn't there. It didn't matter if it's productive or non-productive. I wasn't worried about it. I was actively trying to answer the question to the best of my ability, or the statement to the best of my ability, without concerning whether it's productive or not. That's probably a wonderful example. I did it and then find out if it's productive or not. In this case, it was a mixed bag. It was a mixed bag after I spent 2.5 hours typing the response. Do you consider this productive? Because if I didn't do it, we wouldn't have this discussion. I actually, in another way, I kind of did this so I had a story to tell for stream. So that's kind of what I did. In the Mattia discussion, I also weave this in. So you could kind of say the goal was that too. So I had a mix of both. Like, I'm suggesting that it's both. Hopefully it's not one or the. Did you consider interacting with you? I consider interacting on stream productive. Yeah. It's very productive. I get to reflect upon my my statements. I didn't express any of this on the comment. So the response had none of this. Right? No, sorry. Was that what you were asking me? Do you consider? No. Perfectly fine. I wasn't asking directly to. I'm not sure if I asked you. If that. That's a good question, though. Do you find this productive? I mean, that is a pretty interesting question. I know that I already planned this. So this conversation that we're having is already planned in advance. For me, it's both. I have some goals. I have some goals that are related to the process, and I have some goals related to an endpoint. So if you wanted to know what one of my goals are, right? If you wanted to know what my goals are, one of the goals is I have a story for stream today. So that's what I did. I mentioned it when I was talking to Mattia, and I mentioned it when we're talking right here. So that was one of it. However, my choice to do it was not based on this only on this. It was because I wanted to know what happens. I want to know what that guy thinks, right? I'm very curious. What I want to know. Are they gonna respond? Because if they do, we're gonna double down. Hello there, Gecko. What's up? I hear people are being productive here. Oh, there, Gecko. Do you guys want to look at this? I mean, I guess I can share this another time. It's a video comment. So it's on day 81 of HanziHero. So it's not like it's a private thing. It's there for public viewing. I talk about video comments when they rarely come up, right? And usually most of the video comments are incredibly hot. They're incredibly hot. I could ask Gecko, because Gecko likes language learning as well. I like to say that conservatively. So, Gecko, my story for today. I'm not gonna go over the entire story again. I feel like we are connected in a way that requires less explanation. I got a video comment today, and someone told me, "What is this? Seems like a massive waste of time if you still speak unintelligibly." That's it. That's all you get. That's the comment. And it was pointing to day 81 of HanziHero. And everything else today that I prepped and talked about is related to that comment. It's a setup for all that, for that story. And I really appreciate Procol coming in with the challenging statements. To make it a little bit more humorous, that it is a bit of tell me without telling me in this statement. And most of my video comments, Procol, doesn't stretch too far from that. Tell me that you didn't watch the video or know anything about the context without telling me. That's usually what most of these video comments are. And is it a bad or a good thing? I'm not sure. It's a thing I'm very used to, and it correlates with a lot of internet behavior, and I could kind of rationalize and explain it. However, I'm kind of agnostic. What I'm not agnostic about is trying to do different. So, while this person probably spent, in my opinion, 5 minutes writing the comment, right? Not 5 minutes watching the content. 5 minutes writing the comment, right? I choose and I had 2 hours. I had 2 hours before I had started stream, so I spent 2 hours and 30 minutes writing a comment to this person. Is it productive or not productive? I have a story that we're talking about this very moment. So, to me, it's worth it. Instead of saying whether it's productive or not productive, I say it's worth it because I have happy dollars. Happy dollars are my currency. I chose to post that video, and it's not just any comment. It's a comment to my video. And that, to me, it's at least worth 2.5 hours of a writing. And it was 5 paragraphs long. And Gecko and I humorously talked about character limits. I'm trying my best. 5 paragraphs about like 1,000 words is, I think, a kind of hitting a limit on the comment section. So does that mean I care more about the topic than this person? Maybe. Who knows? I'm genuinely curious if the person thinks that I believe using WaniKani, which Gecko does use WaniKani. If you use this, is this going to help you speak intelligibly? No, it's not. Is it going to contribute to it in some indirect way crazily? It's up to the user. Right? The user can possibly make that connection themselves. However, the person making that comment won't ever know. They won't know because they don't watch it. They don't know because they're not going to talk to you. If you don't talk to them, then there's an absolute no chance that they're going to talk to you anyways. And what would I prefer to do? I take a chance on people. Like, absolutely. I'm going to take an investment on people. I think, like you, Procall, and Gecko, for some coincidence, you guys are always choosing to be here at the same time. Are you sure you guys aren't the same person? I will continue to choose to take chances on talking because I don't have that many chances. Right? I do agree with you though, that whole, if you interact with someone, it can be non-productive in the long run. When that possibility comes up, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about who I ignore, who I avoid, or who I skip over because I don't no longer have enough happy dollars. So until happy dollars are in short supply, I will continue to pretty much interact with every single person who chooses to comment on my video until I can't. And then we'll talk about brass tacks and cut some corners and whatnot. Character limit links back to what we talked about a while ago with how social media pushes towards the simplification of idea. Yeah, you'll never know. And I won't stop giving up on that. For now, right? I really don't want to give people the impression that if they make a comment that's like 1 minute's time, you're not going to get like a 3 to 4 hour investment from me. I think for every time it's not productive, the one productive moment on the internet is worth everything. So you and me and Gecko are worth all the times that I try to interact with someone. And it's not like it's non-existent. It's like once every month, maybe once every month, and I will take that. I'll take those chances. Any possible form of communication is worth it, because I can. Right? I know, weird flex, but because I can now, I will do it. In the future, and for other people, they might not have that luxury. Like one day, I'm gonna go off and work, right? Or go back to academia. Then I won't have that luxury anymore. So yeah, I will then choose to ignore people because it costs too much. Like figuratively, not literally. Yeah. You just saw the comment and read your response too. We've had the happy dollar discussion before, so I think it's great that you're consistent and put your money where your mouth is. Happy dollar pun there. Yeah. I really genuinely want to know. By the way, I even looked at that person's channel. I look at everyone's channel who makes a video comment. I hope you guys know that. Like, if you say you have a channel and you have a Twitch account or a YouTube account, after I talk to you and you respond, and even if you choose to solicit me in some way, I look at what you're doing. So what does that guy do? He has a comment on his YouTube channel that says a random YouTuber. Sounds about fair. Has one video. It's on a game that I'm aware of. Actually, it's one shot. It's a roguelike game, top-down, isometric pixel game. It was posted 5 years ago. He has less than 100 views on it. He has a few subscribers based on that one video, probably. And his banner is a picture of the sky look of New York City. Right? So, if they're not going to invest in me, I'm still going to try to invest in them. And I do this for everyone so far, because I have time to do so. So don't be... I hope this doesn't make people uncomfortable, but when you share something on public, it's beautiful. In my opinion, it's important. I want to stop people from throwing away their comments. In my opinion, not that I can or it's possible. I do not like the idea that people cheapen other people so easily online. And this is one of the few things I practice what I preach. So I don't always practice what I preach because I do preach other people's experiences. And those experiences are unique to them. Like, I can't do what Hank Green does, but I certainly would preach what they're doing or reiterate what they're doing. But for myself, this is one of the few things that is uncompromisable. Do you try and have a life that means you'll always have time to do that? Do I try and have a life that means I will always have time to do that? Hold up. Let me process that for a moment. Do I try to have a life? Or wait. If I try, I have a life. I think that's probably a more controversial. That sounded like it was a little bit more confusing. I try and therefore I live. Is probably I might not be getting your question properly. To live is to try. Do you try to live in a way that means you will always have time to do that? Is what I mean. Oh. Do I try to live in a way that means I will always have time to do it? There's a bit of a paradox there, but hear me out. I try, and therefore I live. Now, can I always guarantee that I'll always have time to do that? No, but I'll certainly always try. So let me write this out. It's a little convoluted. To answer your question, I will always try to have time to try. In a different way is in a different way for me is to live I will always try. I think life, if I start telling myself that I shouldn't try anymore, like I just give up on everything I do, then I would cease to feel like I'm living. So yeah, I would definitely say usually always try to have time to try things. I don't always succeed in doing so because I can't predict the future. So trying, I'm okay with saying always, because trying means that I might not be successful. Right? That I try, therefore I am. Yes, I try, therefore I am. I am the person today, right? I am the person I am today because of attempts, because of trying. There are times when I try something and it does not succeed, right? Or it doesn't work out the way I want it to, or etc. But if you stop trying to get up in the day, like you go to sleep and you stop trying to get up in the day to look for all the things you're going to make an attempt to try in your day, then in my opinion, in a very dark way, that's like giving up on life. That you just stop trying. You don't want to try anymore. Like life is so colorless when you live without possibilities. Hear me out. I think that there are plenty of people who would disagree with me. Like plenty of people who disagree with me because they believe, and I can't understand it obviously, but I respect that they believe they can anticipate all the things before they do them. So they only do things when they know the outcome, or they know that it is the outcome. And I'm like, yeah, I also do some of that. I try to do that. And I also try to do other things. Right? Sometimes I take a chance. Sometimes I don't. I try to do both. Do you worry about gaining a bigger online following? Too far. It's probably also why that's probably not happening as much, because I don't worry about it. But if I get a bigger online following, that's too far in the future to think about, or even if it's a possibility. So I can't control that at the moment because I don't concern myself with it. I also have no control over it, right? So if I don't have control over it, I try not to worry about things I don't have control over, because I can't possibly know what would happen then. However, in the meantime, I work with what I have. Do or do not, there is no try is a terrible saying. Do or do not, there is no try. Yes. I don't want to, I think terrible is kind of too harsh for me. Do or do not, there is no try, for me, is a very disagreeable saying. It's very uncomfortable to me, because it leaves no room for mistakes. No room for mistakes, no room for unexpected emergent results, and it leaves no room for self-reflection or retrospection. Because if you do or do not, then that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you try to do something and you fail because you didn't do it. Right? Controversial, very controversial. For me, I often do not do things fully anticipating that I'll be successful, or like concern myself with the success. So am I going to be successful doing this, whatever this is that's becoming? No, I haven't thought about it at all. So the whole question about worrying about gaining a bigger online following, I I haven't even thought about that. So my honest response to that is I don't know, because I didn't think about it. I will try my best to answer that in the future though. And one of the ways I've answered that in the past was when I get there, I will have to negotiate how much time I have, how much I can physically do. And that's probably one thing I would probably have to do. So at least that part will be part of it. The facts are that I don't typically think about it. Have you heard of the idea that everyone will always do what they most want to do all the time? Intriguing. In a super rudimentary way, I would say you could probably argue that to be true. Like if you were stepping back really, really far, like really far, you are ultimately motivated by what you want to do, right? Like if we're stepping back to human condition, right, way back in human condition, I could say yes. I'm not surprised there's an idea that everyone will always do what they most want to do all the time. Very, very far back though. Like we're talking about an overseer looking down on the Milky Way far back. One of the ways you've answered that in the future past, I think I just got you about to reveal your time traveler. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so people asked me this question before in different forms. Like, I can't wait till you blow up because I've had such a wonderful conversation with you. Turtle said that recently to me in the past, inquiring about the future or implying about a future. And my answer was, I'm very flattered that like this wishful thinking about blowing up. However, I don't think about that because I prefer to demonstrate that this moment now is the most valuable thing. So the conversation me and Turtle has, that compliment is the most important thing. Whether it blows up or not, and I want to dispel the idea like there's no guarantee or not, the hopefulness, the wishful thinking is the most important thing that I love about the comments, right? So like these discussions we have now, whether they come true or not, I don't have lots of answers. You have no scientific knowledge on the topic, but you have questioned the true nature of free will in the past. Me too. If we had a full understanding of our brains, could all our behaviors be predicted? Exactly. And now this is where I don't have enough scientific knowledge on this topic, nor like universal perception of this topic. However, the world is a simulation. Goodbye. I'm kidding. So let's not step into like simulation territory and like let's not talk about like, oh dang it, your message failed to send. Oh no. Is there any chance you can copy and paste it again? We're not going to go into like the world is a simulation with calculated parameters that are predetermined or like fatalistic or deterministic in this today, maybe not today. I feel like I'm not going to get to Wagotabi today. One of the examples is that some people might say that they don't want to do a workout more than they would want to just sit down at home but still work out anyway. But the argument is that they want to achieve the goals that working out would progress towards more than they would want to just sit at home. So therefore they do actually want to work out more than they want to just sit at home. Yes, again, if you step back really, really far, keep stepping back really, really far. When you step back really far, human rationale can make sense of it. So for example, what is the difference between I like helping people because it makes me feel better versus I like helping people because other people are happy or get to be happy? To me, right? To me, I get to help people. They are happy, and therefore I am happy. So you could step back even further, and you can skip, I help people because it makes me happy. If you dive deeper, like if you go in to the problem, right, and look at the process of it, you can probably discern nuances between two different people. For example, I help people because I can, but it is not always successful. So therefore, not every single time I'm happy because of it. Right? That's a possibility. If you step back far enough, it might sound like it's always happening in the same series of events because you're talking about a goal and a leap of logic. Because you have to leap many, many ways. So if you're saying, for example, your logic here, they don't want to do a workout more than they want to sit at home but still work out anyway, right? But the argument is that they want to achieve the goals. What are those goals? Because that may actually differentiate between whether they actually want to work out or sit at home from the other person. So if you compare two people who decided to both work out, but they rather sit at home, but they did the workout anyways, you can differentiate between one person who may care less and one person may care more. But if you take one person in isolation and you step back far enough, you can explain most things by self-motivation. This is like a roundabout way. I'm deflecting because it's a cyclic argument. So it just keeps cycling back on itself. And that's a great, wonderful $1 million question. It's kind of like answering the meaning to life. Like, why do you try? And I try that. I try it every once in a while, like geckos, the nature of free will, right? The nature of free will. Yeah, then you can ask if them being happy wouldn't make you happy, would you still do it? Exactly. So, in my opinion, hear me out on the cyclic argument thing. I try to step in far enough that I can differentiate between the two. Now, you can always choose to step even further in, like Inception, right? You can incept, I don't know how, you can dive deeper until you get some clarity between the two things you're comparing to. Otherwise, if you step back, well, everything becomes so general that you wouldn't be able to distinguish the difference anymore, right? And that's fine too. There's appropriate ways to approaching both of these things. For myself, when someone doesn't understand that I like to help people because I can also tell you that when I help people, they don't always end up being happy. Happier. So if you're saying, if someone were to generalize like, oh, you help people because it makes you feel better, it's like, no, I help people and sometimes it doesn't make me feel better. I help people because I can. That's the difference, right? I choose to help and invest in people regardless of the outcome. So there's a difference between that. But you could make an argument, oh, I just do it because I want it more. And I'm like, well, if I can't want an unexpected outcome. Or you could, I guess. Like if you step back far enough, you could say, oh, I just wanted to help people because I wanted to know what would happen. But that still differentiates between someone who claims that I help people because I get clout, which I don't. When I help people, it blew up in my face so many times, unconditionally. Like, it's blown up in my face so many times. Like, when you say non-productive, right? So many things I do are inherently non-productive. And then you're asking yourself, then why do it in the first place? Because I'm doing it for the moment it is productive. I'm willing to gamble on people. So for every so many failures, I try. I try because I always try. So if it fails, it fails. It's not productive. But if I don't try, it's not going to happen regardless. Unless you wish the universe is predeterministic and it just somehow happens on its own, then we're going back to talking about free will again. Yeah, so I don't give up. I continue to try. But the do and do it thing is like, yeah, you kind of hit a nerve there. The do or do not, there's no try. I'm not, it's hard for me to talk to someone who is gonna hold me to that, to agreeing to that. Is it my first time streaming Wagotabi? It isn't. It isn't my first time. We're catching up on content update. Wagotabi is a crowd-funded from zero game that is mirroring traveling and discovering Japanese culture while going from zero to however long they get support. It's Patreon supported, so it gets monthly updates. Almost monthly updates, and there's been 3 or 4 updates since the last time I played, and they're trying to cover a particular prefecture. I think it's the Kawagawa. I forgot which prefecture it's in, but they are trying to make language learning, teaching Japanese like conversation and stuff in an RPG manner, while exposing a virtual trip around Japan. And then they're phasing out English, or phasing out the default language localization progressively as the whole game is graded to the kanji you have, or in the Japanese you have. So eventually your menus and everything gets replaced. So then you'll only be playing a Japanese game by the time you get to that competency, right? So it's a really neat thing. It's been going on for, the official launch was over a year ago now. But yeah, Wagotabi. Yeah, then, but I guess there are many things you can do, but don't. So I don't like that answer. There are many things you do, but you don't. Have you heard about the streamer Speed going to China? I've seen people say that he helped US-China relationship with those streams. You mean like I show Speed? I can't make a comment about the streamer, but that sounds delightful. I can't obviously professional courtesy. I don't watch I show Speed. Occasionally Speed comes up in conversations with like track and field and stuff, and like sports things that I watch. So that's how I know the streamer, and that's about as much as I know. This person and I are cut from very, very different cloths, but that sounds amazing. If it's helping US-China, allegedly helping US-China relationships, that's pretty cool. It kind of makes it weird in my position, considering I'm diaspora from China. If you know what I mean. Like, I'm a product of diaspora from China. But hey, I show Speed. Good for him. Awesome. Yeah, I have no idea. I'll take a look at that. I'll make a comment next time. I'll take a look at this this idea. I'm familiar with the name though. Yeah, I'm familiar with the name. That sounds fantastic. You downloaded the demo a few days ago. It's funny. Oh, you downloaded a few days ago. You haven't decided to commit to it yet. Yeah, the project is one price gecko. Sorry, not sponsored by Wagotabi, right? But the Wagotabi is also the name of the developer group. They named it after it. It's a one price, and it's just gonna go. Patreon is where they get most of their things, but when they are spreading, they're trying to get it added to Steam, by the way. So the more people who wish list Steam, once they pass a threshold, they're going to release it on Steam. And for full disclosure, I've already, this would be day 6 of Wagotabi. It's in the title. I already made a full disclosure. For whatever reason, somehow, the Wagotabi team emailed me, and I'm a nobody, right? I know that sounds a little dramatic, but it's not as dramatic. It doesn't really hurt me that much. I am someone who barely started language learning yet, right? And I was still doing the Duolingo Japanese thing, but they emailed me, and so I've been playing on a beta build that is current with the current App Store build of Wagotabi. So I'm playing the steamed, or what looks like the Steam current build of it, which is mirrored, and it looks like it's being maintained. So at some point, I'll be able to say, hey, you can pick it up for PC if you want. Whenever it's... Originally, they had it for Q1 of 2025. Originally, it's founded on Q1 of 2025, but there's not enough wish listing. Like, people aren't as interested on Steam. So they're just going to push it until enough people wishlist it, right? So, yes, I've been looking for edutainment games for a really long time now. Shashinko is the other Japanese game. So, so far, those are the only 2 Steam games that are Japanese focused. There's still Noun Town, but that's like promiscuous. It's a modular system, so like Duolingo modular system. And then design, and a new game was released yesterday. April Fools, I'm kidding. Was released yesterday called So to Speak. It got delayed a couple times, but we will be playing that game this month. Right after Wagotabi, probably. And it is Eric Anderson. I think that's the guy's name. It's an indie project by him. Just him. And it's a contextualized one. So you're going to travel and you're discovering it in a different way. So it's often been kind of parallel to be of comparison to Wagotabi, but they both take different approaches, and we're going to play that too. And I kid you not, every evening I scour to see if I can find any other games, like different games when it comes to using target language, because I want people to have fun too. Like, hey, here's a great game to try out your new language skills, you know? You don't have to speak all the time. You can listen and read. So Wagotabi was definitely one of them. Shashinko was one of them. And So to Speak is this month. The 20-year-old popular American YouTuber IShowSpeed has kicked off a journey in China that has already garnered massive global attention, which indicates a broader trend of digital influencers bridging cultural gaps and creating alternative channels for foreign audience to understand a vibrant China. That sounds amazing. Good on him. That's awesome. And I hope that's something to really inspire bridging. Obviously, I have reservations regardless of how influence is being portrayed, but generally speaking, Nice. That's what Chinese embassy said on iShow speed streaming in China. Oh, okay. Did you participate in any April Fool's tomfoolery today? I did not. But Mattia and I started with the April Fool's thing. So I asked Mattia, do you have any interesting April Fool's stories, right? And Mattia said, "Oh, I don't do very much." But back in when they were 8 years of age, they played a prank about lying to their grandmother that their brother was almost ran over, and then they chased, and that's where it all started. That led to having babies and stuff. I know it's a huge leap, but we got there. Now, in terms of my April Fools, during that I explained mine. I grew up in a Chinese household. And the type of form of expression, long story short, how we got to babies, by the way, and cultural and East meets West, you can fill in the blanks possibly. I'm not going to reiterate this time, it's going to take too long. The Chinese culture doesn't have this element, and by the time I became an adult, it's more of a creative process now. So I do have an April Fool's share though. This month, I'm also playing Dave the Diver again. I played Dave the Diver during the 1.0 launch, but Dave the Diver since had multiple content updates, right? MinRocket is the developer, which is part of Nexon Korea. They announced on April 10th that there will be a Like a Dragon collaboration for Dave the Diver. So around after April 10th, I will be revisiting Dave the Diver. Now, what does this have to do with April Fools? The way I engage and participate in April Fools is based on content creation now. So I love when developers release April Fools jokes, especially video game developers. And Dave the Diver, MinRocket, released April Fool's joke, and their video was Dave the Diver remastered, and it's like this really choppy, disagreeable 3D rendering and like mocapped live action version of Dave the Diver with like 3D images. In case you're not familiar with Dave the Diver, it's a 2D retro 32-bit love song, like love letter, basically. Love letter to a bygone era, right? So they made Dave the Diver remastered, and at the end of the title splash it says "coming to you like in 2049" or something, and that was the joke, and I thought it was really funny. So that's all I had time for because it was right before I went to bed. I did a bygone era, yeah, the 32-bit era. It's coming back, but it's still not. It's more of a millennial thing, right? If you were in the millennial era of gaming, you love your mini games on top of mini games, on which on retro, and it stays indie most of the time. MinRocket, Dave the Diver is easily what it feels like to embody myself as a video game. So I absolutely loved it. Dave the Diver is game of 2023, I think. We're heading back at some point. I'll talk more about Dave the Diver in the future. You purchased Shashinko too recently. Oh, haven't started, but looking forward to it. You're actually playing through the latest Life is Strange at the moment, not language learning related. Oh, okay. I think Life is Strange is only dubbed in English, unfortunately, right? It would be so awesome. Wait. It's Square Enix publisher. I'm not sure if they had different localizations for Life is Strange. That'd be kind of interesting. In Hearthstone Battlegrounds, the max stats a minion can have is 2 to the 31st power due to 32 bits. Yeah, you're right. I've seen that max hit before. All right, guys. I really appreciate the questions. I wasn't expecting to digress pretty hard today. We'll see if we get to it. But yeah, April Fools. I'm not you. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's 31, not 32, because it starts at 0 and not 1. Yeah. Yep. That's how coding works. Actually, are you in coding? You're in coding, right? Protocol? Yeah. Coding starts at 0. 0 is the first. Not all of them, but most of them like to start at 0. AI and data science, yeah. It's an adjustment. Imagine trying to explain x minus 1. I'm annoyed as there really hasn't been much coding yet. In due time, hopefully. All right, let's finish this. I think I have like 3 more reviews or 4 more reviews because we crossed 6 p.m. or something like that. Shashinko is a beautiful, by the way, Gecko, I had a rare opportunity to exchange like 4 messages, like 4 chats with the developer when I was streaming Shashinko. And full disclosure, I bought Shashinko. I think Wagotabi inspired me to look for other games, and Shashinko came up. But I did get a chance to exchange a momentary conversation with the Shashinko developer, Ryan, and I accidentally called him a wrong name, which was kind of funny, and he just played along until later I realized that I got his name wrong. But anyways, a lot of people are trying to like nudge him really hard to create a DLC for a Shashinko, but based on my really limited conversation with him and then his Discord and whatnot, it took a lot out of him. I'm gonna say that it took a lot out of his passion for Japanese language learning, so in order to bring that game to light. And it's obviously that's one of the hardships or like difficulties of being an indie developer, right? So it was pretty much him, and maybe he keeps teasing questions about like, hey guys, if I were to make a expansion to Shashinko, what are the ideas? There are teases here and there, but I asked him full flat. I was like, I was sort of beating around the bush a little bit. I was like, hey, so look at all these other possibilities, wink wink, hint hint, nudge nudge. But he was saying like, well, it's a possibility. And that's one of those things, like, yeah, it's understandable. I tried to explain imaginary numbers to your mom, but it didn't work. Imaginary. Oh boy, imaginary numbers. All right. Gazo. 画像
用事
用事 Food things? Okay.
食事
Easy. All right, we got 4. Oh, we got 10 coming at 7. We'll probably have to hit those too.
Mi, yuka,
Yuka. I'm sorry to hear about Procaw's mom's lack of imagination. That is such a dad joke. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. bonus bonus points for making it a mom joke, like a joke about mom. That's hilarious. Oh, I should have saw that coming. That was such a low-hanging fruit. Uh, I guess it's not so low-hanging for me. I have a lack of humor. Were you trying to think of something to say about that just then? Oh, the imaginary number thing? No, no, no. I was sorry. I was trying to finish. I'm glad you didn't. If you were, though, I've gotten you behind schedule too much already. The imaginary thing? Well, I think Gecko. I don't know. I don't have too much coding experience, unfortunately, or math anymore. Under practiced. It'll be fun to learn math again. Dude, I don't know how interesting. I feel like it's another can of worms, to want to learn another language, but man, I can only imagine what it's going to be like if I decide, hey guys, I will learn how to code in Python again. It wouldn't be out of the question. It's something I do know. It might as well be Spanish. But I would need like some sort of sentimental connection. Like maybe someone else is learning Python, or someone else is doing something in Python, or I have a friend that I trust that wants to learn Python. But heck, you be here for it anyway. Yeah. I even made Scorch Earth in Python, or using Pygame, the Pygame, what do you call them? Modules? I don't know what they're called anymore. But I even made a Scorch Earth, a basic Scorch Earth mini game in using Pygame. The other ones, just please don't try and learn assembly. Yeah, you're gonna have to at some point, but the other ones are R, Perl, MATLAB, R, Perl, MATLAB, and like C. But really, really loose on C, like super loose. I have no JavaScript, like JavaScript or Java or JavaScript experience. But think about what the experience is going to be like. I think the experience is going to be like language learning here, only times 10 of the pedantic like hot takes experience. So I don't know if I'm prepared conversationally in order to do that yet. Maybe we could consider it in the future. Heck, it may be assembly. I don't know. Hello there, Uni. Yeah, something to consider. Life takes me. Many moons ago, you used to play a lot of Blood Bowl. 40k, interesting. You coded a small program to calculate dice roll odds for Blood Bowl. I think that's the only real thing you did outside of school. I see. You and my close friends. Did I already mentioned my best friends are identical triplets, right? And one of their hobbies, while my hobby is gaming, like since the ripe old age of 4.5 years old or 5 years old, their pastime hobby was 40k and everything dealing with 40k. We're talking about molding, conversions, modeling, games within the games. When I first met them, and they still do it now, they have a hobby blog that's over 20 years old now, I think. 20 years old. And then they write Eric, one of them, write a magazine. They uphold a zine that deals with that hobby stuff. I kind of try to perseverely look up that stuff. We are cut from different interests for sure. If I am interested in conversationalism, they are interested in 40K. So take whatever my investment is in conversationalism and public speaking and then channel it into 40K. That's probably their thing. We're colleagues. We're best friends. We all also have PhDs in science, but very, very different interest. Very different. In fact, actually right now, Eric is particularly interested in photography, but vintage, I would say vintage photography and the principles of like optics and whatnot when it comes to the pragmatic application of photography. You mostly played online. You've never owned a physical game or miniatures yourself. You always find it interesting, but never got into the hobby. Me too. At arm's length. I had a there's a mental reason I don't have it. I didn't get into the hobby largely because I have a vice, and one of the vices is materialism. It doesn't sit well with me. Like, what I mean is, it sits so well for me that financially and mentally, it becomes a place where I no longer am able to manage. So that's one of the few things I would say I avoid. So, there you go. Sorry, guys. I want to tell you that there are things that I don't avoid. Like, if you have the will, you have the way, you can try and it will eventually work out. But no, I'm very human. Weird flex, I suppose. Hey guys, I'm human. But I do avoid that type of thing now because it's unmanageable. I have a really, really difficult time in a physical collection of things. So miniature was not my thing. Like, if I start miniaturing, collecting board games, I'm gonna disappear. I'm gonna ghost all of you. Like, what I mean is, immediately I will stop. I would drop language learning, and be obsessed. And this time there will be a physical constraint because material goods. So I've embraced a life of minimalism. Thanks to the digital age. Ironically, or unironically, most people think that not owning things and physical goods is the bane of all existence of ownership, yet it has come as a silver lining to my own behavioral compulsions, and that's to collect things. Gone are the days in which I am compelled to rip myself away from collecting all Magic the Gathering cards and whatnot. Or collecting rocks. I collected rocks before. No, like very, very early, like when I was a teenager, like 13 or 14, where I couldn't even depart with rocks. It was a geology unit, so I couldn't depart with them. So in fact, I can probably still find the shoebox of my 13. I was 14 years of the original rocks that I collected. I can't really do that. Or it's very dysfunctional. Do I have an Instagram? I do not. Procall. This is all you're gonna see of me. YouTube and Twitch. Wait, I lied. Technically, I have an Instagram. Technically, I have an account that I, at some point, for Instagram. They still exist, but I don't use them. Instagram, Facebook, X, Twitter, and Snapchat? Snapchat? Oh yeah, I don't post anything. They might as well be dormant. I'm surprised that Instagram doesn't groom inactive accounts and inactive users. They have been so inactive that I wouldn't be surprised if they said, "Oh, we're migrating. Make sure to migrate your account, or else you could delete it." I'm not surprised if it still exists or not. Yeah, unfortunate. Discord is the closest thing to Instagram. If I'm posting something or randomly, they're all temporary, but it's within the Discord. So if you wanted controversial hot takes, or maybe like reading someone posts a comment, right? They're like, "Oh, hey, look at this video," and then it'll be like a 6,000 word essay after it. It's Discord. That's where you're gonna find those things. In fact, the comments I type on YouTube is like 1/50th the length of how much I actually type, because I don't have to use my voice anymore, right? I don't have to do a lot of things that deal with speaking and reading and typing. It's exponentially more esoteric. So if I apologize if did I ever consider posting photos and videos of myself online? I did. Yeah, I did. We already did that. Oh, well, I guess outside of this like immediate thing, there are a few photos. I even showed them on stream, actually. I showed when I used to do Tough Mudders. I did a Tough Mudder every single year. And I showed some pictures of me doing the Tough Mudder when I was like not prepared. When I was still a twig, you know, my arms look like they could break. Oh yeah, sorry, Uni. I'm reading from Twitch chat. Yeah. Sorry. There's also one thing that it's pretty blatantly obvious here that a lot of people ask. Why don't I place chats on my screen? There are twofold things. Courtesy, a lot of times courtesy. And at the same time, there's like, I don't want to read the bylaws and all that stuff about which chat is which on, like, in terms of like negotiation stuff. So I am talking to someone on Twitch. Uni, thank you. Hopefully it's not too dry. What's a Tough Mudder? Let me show you what a Tough Mudder is. Or a Tough Mudder. Look, Tough Mudder. A Tough Mudder is a 12.5 mile, so half marathon, obstacle course run. I can't spell obstacle. Is that how you spell obstacle? Probably not. Obstacle course run. The Tough Mudder was one of the more viral one that made it popularized. So it usually involves approximately like 30 obstacles. That involves like climbing a wall, hanging from things, swinging over things, diving into buckets of ice and stuff. But what about if someone had to guess what you were reading or what the question was or what you're answering to? Isn't that the fun part? Unless you read all the questions or chat before replying. I usually do. I usually do. Yeah, so but it will end up sounding like I'm having a conversation with myself. Does it have a part where you have to go past a load of strings that give an electric shock? Yes. So you are familiar with the Tough Mudder. Yes, it's called electroshock therapy. And usually you see people with photos that look like this with hay bales. And you have to leap over hay bales Yeah, that's the ender. Electroshock therapy is the ender. And usually there's a camera pointed directly at, or like at an angle. And that's your finish thing. So the electroshock therapy, it has a wire shorts. Yep, and the wire shorts are supposed to hit your legs and then cause you to stumble and fall down. And there are little like divots down here with mud piles and hay bales. Yeah. You've seen it where you can either run through it or lay down and crawl. Ooh, the lay down and crawl is like yikes. Yeah, you run through it. Here, I'll give you a courtesy. I'll give you a I can pull it up right now. Wait, I gotta make sure I'm not doxing myself. Okay, I'm not doxing myself. Let's see if I can find it very quickly. I'll give you a picture of the first. What the heck? Maybe it's not so easy to find. I thought I would have placed it underneath pictures. Okay, just kidding. It'll take me a lot longer to find them than I think. I'll come back to you on that. Yeah, I'll have to come back to you on that. I should really reorganize my... Oh, wait. Hold up. I think these are fine. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. These are fine. Hold up. They're not that great. Another time. I used to have them easily accessible for storytelling, but not enough. Have I heard of the Gloucestershire cheese rolling competition? I don't know what that is, but that sounds amazing. Hold. Nah, I can't find it. I always like talking about mud runs. I want to get back into it at some point. Okay. It's an annual competition where a bunch of Englishmen run down a steep hill after a block of cheese. That sounds amazing. And whoever gets down the hill first wins the cheese. All right, let me take a look at. Let me write this down. Gloucestershire. Okay. Cheese rolling. I feel like I might have seen like clips of this. Oh yeah, I have seen clips of this. I've seen clips of this. I think every year at least one person has a broken limb. Yeah, that's unfortunate, running down hills. It's less running and more falling. Yeah, more like rolling. If you tuck and roll, if you can tuck and roll, you can probably go run, tuck, roll, bail, and then run again. That'd be kind of fun. I don't like running down hills. It's scary. All right. Good talk. Okay, you know what? Here, this is not the greatest picture, but I really want to show you. If I can find it. Not it. Is it under fun? It's not under fun. What are these images? I should have organized this so much better. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know, a better exam. Hold up. I have a better way to do this. Hold the phone. I got a better way. We'll just go to like hold. Hold. Ah, yeah. Here we go. Okay. All right. It's also... Take care, Gecko. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Here's a parting gift. Here's a parting gift. Yeah. See? This is actually the first one, probably. Yeah, I was on the Funky Monkey. Just imagine I'm over a bunch of water. I'm over a bunch of water, basically. You have to like get across, and there's these spinning wheels and stuff, and you have to get across without falling into the water. So there's like a pit of water. We're about like my head length, like 5 to 6 feet above or something, and the water is about 5 to 6 feet deep, something like that. Sorry about the conversion, but yeah. It's also hard to look cool when walking down something steep. It is. Yeah, so we've done this before. Yeah, I was much younger then. Not too much younger. How old do you think I was in this? Yeah, actually been watching some of Senator Booker's speech tonight. It's quite interesting. He has a floor for 24 hours. Interesting. I'll take a look at that too. Senator Booker, huh? Intriguing. You've always found those kind of oddities somewhat interesting. I see. Huh. All right. Well, I'll take your hair. This is 20? Am I still, are you in this 20s? I'm 28 in this. So yes, I'm 28. Not quite 30 yet. I'm 28 here. That was 10 years ago. Alright. Yeah, this was 10 years ago. My body didn't age that well, I can tell you that. Oh, what the heck? Ah! Sorry, I accidentally closed my WaniKani, not... Oh boy. Oh no. I know, hang on. Give me a sec. I accidentally clicked on the wrong X. Okay. I guess we'll just get back in. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Make sure to share the updated pics if you have a go at it again this year. Yeah, maybe. I haven't decided where we're gonna go back to it, but yeah. I can give you an updated picture. Here's an updated picture. I was at Otakon, so it's in my Discord, right? So I did pictures for Otakon. So what do I look like now? Not in Tough Mudder, but I did take a selfie because I was wearing something new for Otakon. How do I wait? Yeah, see, this is what I look now. This is how I look now. So not that big of a deal, right? I'm still wearing the typical shirt. Otakon. This was 2024. Yeah, this is 2024 when I was volunteering at Otakon. I was wearing the 20th anniversary thing. Is it bad to say what camera did you take that photo with? My front-facing camera. My cell phone. you just take a picture, right? Front-facing camera. Yeah. What's that purple robe? It is a happy coat. Happy coats are a Japanese thing, but in this case, it was designed in a way to do Otakon. It's a thing that you wear, for lack of a better term. It's a thing for positivity. It's when you visit Japan, you'll probably find a lot of people who wear these things. Is it silk? In this case, no. I don't actually know what the material happy coats are typically made of. For this, it's performance. It's a performance material. So something like elastane plus nylon and stuff. So it was meant to be functional for us working at the convention. So it's like athletic material, which is like stretchy, a bit heavy. I think the originals is probably made from some sort of cotton or something like that. I don't actually know enough about it in Japanese, like the actual Japanese stuff. But this is functional. Or yeah, I say that you are. I say that you are right. If I ever make it to Otakon, you manage to recognize you in the alleyways. All right, have a good. Yeah, take care, Gecko. I'll catch you on the next one. Jane, mata ne. What does 525 mean in my title? It is 525 days since I started live streaming on YouTube. I keep track of numerical things so that it's used for searching. It organizes most of my stuff. So there's gonna be occasionally you're gonna see numbers everywhere in order for me to organize it. I wouldn't mind getting a silk happy coat, but I think it's typically made of something else. Yeah, like for example, on the Twitch side of things, it is day 2351. 2351. Numbers are incredibly important to me when it comes to categorizing or keeping track of stuff. You could kind of say it's back from my coding days. Lots of coding things, I add like a number designator to end things so that they can be organized, not necessarily by the words, but by the number. So I often use numbers or a combination of numbers in order to sort out things. And in this case, you start with the most basic, which is the number of days. But at some point, I would add like hyphens, 0, 1, 0, 2, and count up and whatnot. I find that organizing things by numbers tend to be a little bit more reliable when you're using large data sets and whatnot than, organize by title. But if you look at my title, it is organized in a way where my live streams are titled in a manner that if you sort it by their character, it would sort. So most of the stuff that I put in the front or at the end are sortable by their group. So that's kind of why I put numbers at the end of stuff. Hopefully that's interesting. Anyway, does it count as a generalization to not be surprised that someone does, or is something based on a statistical likelihood that they would be based on one of their characteristics? No. I think it's an excellent way to have generalities. Really quick on this one. Really quick on this one. If we're talking about statistics, right? We're talking about statistical probability, like statistical probability. At which if you take statistical probability, at which time does it become behavioral trends, right? Behavioral trends, or like, let's say predictive trends. I often think of it as like an exponential magnitude of decrease, or like, so if one thing correlates with one thing, right? Like if one thing correlates, but then this one thing correlates with two things, and then this one thing correlates with three things, the odds of all three of these things to be associated with one thing drops, right? So oftentimes I think of it that way when it comes to, does it count as a generalization to not be surprised that someone does or is doing something based on statistical likelihood? So for example, me as a person, and this is going to lead into that whole, is life a simulation, or is there like interpretations of free will? We're not going to go there, but for me, I make a list of most of these things and then ask myself, are there other coincidences and or not coincidences? And then when someone goes to generalize me, I know how to explain that type of thing or refute that type of thing and make it useful. And that's kind of how I do it in reverse too. I ask questions. So for example, there's a group, right? This is going to sound a little technical, but it's fairly, I feel like it's fairly intuitive to follow. So I have groups. These are groups of possibilities. These are groups of possibilities, right? And they're going to be like, I usually keep it to like 5, A through E, right? So A, B, C, E. All of these have a specific question that I subscribe to them, right? Question that I subscribe to them. And the question itself will give me these groups of factors. Now the question is, when does generalization become useful or like pragmatic or not surprising for statistical probability. And usually at some point I ask enough questions to ascertain if this person has all 5 of these characteristics or a combination of those characteristics that I can handle in my head, which is usually 5. Then other behavioral types, like things that they would do, is more likely. The odds of them having that behavioral possibility goes up exponentially, right? That's kind of how I would go about it. So has that been reliable? I usually found that in a really arbitrary hand-waving thing, if I can correlate 5 things together, I would try and take the chance of predicting a behavior that I can use as a conversation starter, for example. Yeah, that's probably what I would go with. Does it count as a generalization to not be surprised that someone does, or is something based on a statistical likelihood that they would be based on one of their characteristics? Yes and no. Like a threshold, right? And I think sometimes the predictability kind of gives you a feedback on whether it's a generalization or not. Say if an Asian person turned out to have an above average IQ, is it okay to not be surprised, but then bad if before you find out, you would assume that they would be above average? No, not really. Because you find out afterwards. In inference and presumptions and then confirming is different from assuming and acting on it, right? So, and when you're talking about if it's bad, so like for example, if you're assuming I'm above average IQ, and then you ask to confirm it, that's different than assuming I have an above IQ and then do something using that information without confirming it, right? But statistical likelihood is based on probability, so you have to confirm even if you're presuming something. If you're assuming something, then yeah, that could lead you in hot waters, but I wouldn't be too offended. Like if you're talking to someone who also has statistical likelihood in mind, they would be able to dispel and or address your presumptions without being like emotionally exhausted. She's WaniKani here. What level am I on now? I'm on level 9. We're on level 9. And I have no idea what poll is. If you ever come chat in poll. Oh, is that just what it's called? Oh, in campfire. I just saw you don't fair. To be honest, I'm not learning. Yeah, he's not. Most of us in poll are procrastination, our interviews. Oh, nice. I got to level 9 from reset to level 1. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm not particularly procrastinating. But that is a fun place. Wait. Where are you saying this is? Go to forums. Where is this? Campfire. POLL. Old? I think I know. I think I understand English, but I don't. Let me find the thread title. It changes every day, but always has the word Poland. Oh, so we just search. Okay. Hold. I want to search poll. Oh, poll, but not poll. How to make a. Oh, interesting. I'll check it out. After my like session and stuff, but I'll have to check it out later. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Old JP small is the newest. Okay, I see. I'll check it out afterwards, obviously. Let me write a note to myself. So old JP small group. Interesting. I'm more of a lurker, so I'm probably just gonna read all your comments and then make a comment about it. But thank you for the invite, or like thank you for uh the spread of the word. I'm a commentator, so I'm excuse me if I am very not chatty off stream, but this is me. I usually digress and talk about these things while trying to do some language learning on the side. If you haven't used the forum much, you check out the user script section. I have a lot of things to say about that, so you'll probably have to wait till day 100 for me to address that. But yes, not first rodeo. Yeah, I have checked it out. It's very useful, and it will be implemented. Some of the stuff will be implemented in after day 100. Yeah, thank you for the friendly reminder. So Procall, what? So why is that? I mean, hear me out. What are you trying to beat around the bush about? Say if an Asian person turned out to be above average IQ, right? Is it okay to not be surprised, but then bad if you find out? Would it be bad to tell you that I had a below average IQ when I was a kid and I was held back 2 years? I'm kidding. April Fools. Sorry. I'm really bad with April Fools jokes. Yeah, but it wouldn't be bad. Like, for example, I don't even know if you can have this conversation. So say you assume that, and then I told you I have below average IQ, right? And then I get really upset about it or something. But if you were to be able to explain the statistical likelihood of that occurring, then it wouldn't be as emotionally distraught. But hear me out. It is so difficult to not be unfeeling, like agnostic to this, because I already know the answer. And I happen to have an above average IQ. I actually, I don't know how accurate it is anymore because I didn't get reevaluated as an adult. But as far as I know, through my early 18 years of life, I was in the close to the 99th percentile. Maybe like 98th percentile. Something like that. But as an adult, I don't know. I landed on my head a couple times and did a couple flips. I'm kidding. But I don't imagine... intelligent quotients tend to greatly vary until you reach adulthood. And I have no idea how adulthood happens. Was that the national percentile or global? However, psychological evaluations were made back in the day. I don't have like a piece of paper anymore. But sometime around when I moved to a school district that had more resources, right? I already mentioned about the socioeconomic disparity between my early upbringing. I was in a socially economically poor environment, though, so the school did not have such resources. But then when I moved to another one, which are more affluent area, and I was evaluated by a psychologist. At least I believe it was a psychologist. I actually talk about some of the stories I remember during the evaluation, and I didn't know what it was about. Actually, I have no idea what that person was doing until after the fact. And then I was placed in a special education program. I'm not going to say gifted because I think gifted gives a misleading generalization, but a special education program. And that special education program, I think I talked about this a little bit before. I was probably identified because I was at risk. But how I was at risk is an entirely different matter. Maybe I was very peculiar. I had adaptive problems, emotional intelligence deficiencies. Those are corollary things with someone who's high functioning. So if we're talking about statistical likelihood, and you're gonna hop off here in a sec, sorry for that. No worries. Sorry. Thank you, Limit. we'll have to chat. I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to tell me something about this pool stuff in the future. But I really appreciate it. Have a great evening. Until next time. Right, Limit. I like it's called Limit SRS. Was that the so speaking of statistical probabilities, this is all in retrospect, okay? So I'm not saying I was this perceptive when I was younger, but when I'm looking back on myself, there were a lot of stereotypical things, generalizing things that come with being high functioning. When I was a kid, I was emotionally withdrawn. I had problems expressing emotional intelligence. I have a hyper inclination to be objective, and like objective in the sense that I don't have a lot of sentimental awareness. Like, I'm very odd, right? People call it odd. There are so many characteristics that could have led to the idea like, oh, hey, this kid probably has above average IQ. Let's go test them, right? So, outside of being Asian, I guess. But that's kind of why generalizations can be effective when you start connecting all the probabilities. And I'm not sure if it's a national average or not. Generally speaking, it's on the most common IQ scale, which based on the number that I got, it could tell, based on the number that I remember, it can be particular scales, right? Particular scales. The IQ, the number that I got was like 146. 146, something like that. And generally speaking, I believe most of the IQ scales, the tier that the cutoff is 130. 130 at the top. And then anything else is, there's not enough resolution. That's how I would interpret it. IQ testing, right? Whatever IQ testing you use, at the extreme ends, there's not enough resolution. So whatever it is, I remember having a 146. Whatever that is, it's in a scale that doesn't have resolution. So I was above average. I usually tell people I have an above average IQ. That's as safe as I can say. It's not average. And it's not below average. That's weird, as you seem very empathetic now. Yes, and I probably am dumber now. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry, April Fools. But now I am. Yeah, I am now. I talk about this quite a lot because I wasn't empathetic for the beginning of most of my life until I left the nest. I was cold-hearted, temperamental, and it's not temperamental because I had a poor temper. It was temperamental because I had a lot of problems. Like, what I mean is, I had problems that my parents cannot observe. As in, I had trouble making friends, right? That's besides being Asian, discrimination, racism, classism, many things. I also had no emotional connection to anyone at all. So the things I talk about when I think about like the video comment that we were talking about, how someone would hyper focus on the objective thing and then rationalize someone's worth and action based on whatever they find is pragmatic and projecting that is me. Before college, before I met people, I had zero. I was agnostic to everything. In fact, I wasn't even sure if when I was happy, I was behaving and acting as though I was happy. Like early in my childhood, I was raised in two different environments. They're dramatically alien to me. So for the most part of my early life, I was wearing masks, as in, oh hey, yeah, those yeah, that girl's a 6. Yeah, that girl's a 9. Or like, oh yeah, that car is pretty sweet. Or like, huh, that's how you're going to get that's how what do I mean to different environments? I had an environment where it was an environment of low privilege, right? Low privilege, an entirely different culture, largely African American culture. I was still the only Asian in that environment. And then we moved to an affluent place, which is the opposite, largely multi-generational white Americans. And the deviation and like different tiers of that. So neither of them is concordant with my household culture. I was not raised in like New York City or something like that, where there's a cultural hub where I could identify myself with other American born Chinese or like any of Asian. There were rarely any Asian exposure to my immediate environment. So whatever I was doing as a kid, I did largely out of mechanical appropriation. Right? As a kid, what do you do? Well, if you're agnostic and you're high functioning, you try to behave and try to blend in. So I was very good at blending in. Those are the types of things I leverage now, for the most part. But I'm more expressive now because when you go to college, it kind of changed to some extent, but it's really the people that changed me. So I still have to thank my friends, the best friends that I still have now, that made it very, very different. But generally speaking, my empathy is much, much later in life. And the irony here is because my childhood happened to be like that, it is coincidentally concordant with many children, Gen Z, growing up on the internet. Like, it's coincidental. The type of pressure, the social pressures, the behavioral consequences of what happens on the internet as a normalizing behavior, there's a lot of coincidental parallelisms, and I use that to inform myself on how to interact with other younger people these days. Anyone between, like, at this point, between the ages of 17 to 27-ish, and they spend the majority of their time self-selecting themselves into an internet culture, which is here because, like, in order to even self-select yourself onto YouTube, onto Twitch, about someone who's self-studying a trend that's online, Japanese, dominated by English speaking, all of these things coalesce. Like, the statistical probability likelihood of certain behaviors to occur are almost pre-selected at this point. And that's what the internet does really, really well. It pre-selects everything, right? There's a lot of selection filters to get to this point. In fact, the statistical unlikely nature of my influence and that you're here makes it even rarer, right? The alternative is like going to a stream, like you mentioned, iShowSpeed. The likelihood of spuriousness in iShowSpeed's stream would be exponentially higher. Like, there's more spuriousness, so there might be a larger breadth. It's kind of like comparing Duolingo to WaniKani. The sample selection is wider for Duolingo than it is for WaniKani. So in this case, that's how I kind of generate statistical behavioral probabilities. They are still generalizing, but they are neither bad or good on dependence on how you use it, right? How you use it and be able to explain it. You sometimes question whether you actually felt depressed when you had Okay, while our situations are most likely very different, I do resonate with a lot of what you're saying about your childhood. I sometimes question whether you actually felt depressed. Yes, when you had a long down period, as you would feel happy at some point and think that means I wasn't actually feeling depressed. I think that's similar to what you were saying about acting as if you were happy. Yes. And also, this is even going a little deeper. Nowadays, this is something that might differ nuance like between knowing that you have to act happy because you have all the emotional depictions or signs of being happy, but you're still unsure if you're happy, right? Because emotional intelligence is very nuanced to difficult to intuit without experience. On the internet, you can get into a situation where I think this is what's happening, in my opinion. This is a slight hot take, but it's pretty conservative. In the internet has removed the thinking for most of these people. So it's similar in the sense that when I was a child, I used my peers as a model to how to be a certain way. So if my peers laugh at something, I laugh at the same thing. I'm not even entirely sure if I think it's funny, but the way to assimilate and practice these things, you participate in it, right? My identity is confused because I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if this is funny or not. Most of the stuff I can't even relate to. But in order to be able to empathize or try to empathize with your surroundings, you start acting like it and then see if you can gather anything. Those are the beginning stages. And on the internet, though, you can be convinced to be happy about something by merely seeing it over and over again. That's for lack of a better term, it's a mere exposure effect, right? It's a little bit related to what you said about the exposure therapy, but it's a mere exposure effect. Where on the internet, if someone says this game is super awesome and everyone else is saying this game is super awesome, which can be provided by the algorithm, because if you type in this game is awesome, the algorithm is going to say, hey, all these people also say the video game is awesome. So clearly the video game is awesome. The algorithm doesn't tell you to watch someone that disagrees with them. So at some point, you're going to get to a point where if you are between the ages of 18 to 27, there are going to be times where like, I feel lonely and I have no idea why I feel lonely. Because how you conceptualize loneliness is depicted by someone giving you their experience without the experience. So like now on the online, someone's like, how do I fix this problem? Well, you have to feel this way to fix this problem. It's like, but I don't have any experience. How do I know when I do this? It's like, well, easy. Oh, in these situations, but you have no experience. So it's gotten to a point where when I'm talking to people who want to learn a language, right? Let's go back to language learning. When they want to learn a language, I ask them, so what motivates you to learn a language? Many times, the answer is something pragmatic. That's great, but it is not accompanied by something that is self-identifiable. So whenever someone asks me why I am learning a language, I gloss over the pragmatic side of things because it holds very little to your self-identity, the identity that you use to motivate yourself to do a language or to learn a language. So in my opinion, I'm trying in my own way, one person at a time, to maybe encourage the person to identify how they are feeling about something.
Because largely, when I think about someone saying, "Oh, if I start Japanese now, will I be successful?" And my answer is, I can't answer that question. I hope you have the answer to that question. Because if someone needs to convince you about your conviction and commitment to learning a language, they can give you all the hot takes and the shortcuts and the tools, but ultimately, do you want that? Like, are you learning because you want to learn it, or are you learning because everyone else wants to learn it, and then you want to relate to other people? So, that's where my empathy no longer connects with people. Like, someone asked me, "Oh, why did you choose this?" It's because I want to. I love this. I want to connect with other people because my desire is to connect with other people, not to like, it sounds the same, but it's coming from the inside. It's not coming from the outside. Where someone is telling you Japanese is cool, learn it, and therefore you learn it because Japanese is cool. I think Japanese is cool without even knowing other people think Japanese is cool before I decided Japanese is cool. So that's where information has clouded, in my opinion, people's ability to identify whether they are even depressed. It's so difficult to even know now. When someone says, "Oh, hey, I read this site," I'm like, this is a real controversial topic, but it is very true. "Oh, I just discovered that I have ADHD." And my first question is, how do you determine you have ADHD? It's like, well, I read online that there was all these things, and I read a bunch of things after searching a bunch of things, which all collide on the same specific converging evidence. And I'm like, have you done null hypothesis testing? What about all the evidence that it is not ADHD? It's like, well, it's overwhelmingly confirmation bias, right? That I see, so I'm trying to diffuse the confirmation bias. But in no way is this going to encourage that person to do so, because the algorithm tends to select and converge on your expectations, not diverge. And that's where language learning comes back in, where somebody would say something pretty foolish, in my opinion, to me and say, WaniKani doesn't teach you how to speak. It doesn't. By design, it does not teach you how to speak. So why are you saying it to me? Explain to me why you are saying this. But that's not how the internet operates anymore. It's to state a fact because it exists, not how you feel about the fact. Or how I feel about the fact. That person didn't even ask if speaking intelligibly was the goal of using WaniKani. Right? You thought it was cool, but now it's not cool. That's what's happening to you too. Now I'm enjoying if I don't think about anyone or anything else but your own improvement. That's great, Uni. Oh yeah, this kind of situation also always happens to early smart people that don't study early but still get good scores. Yeah, and later fail because they don't know how to study or prepare for exams. Yeah, in a way. Yeah, in a way. They circumvent quite a bit of troubleshooting and problem shooting. There's no like critical thinking or problem solving. And that's kind of the purpose of special education programs, like special education programs where you have to provide a challenge, right? A challenge to the kid in order to promote problem solving and critical thinking skills. Without problem solving and critical thinking skills, like if you're never challenged, for example, early in life, right? Everything's so easy, you get good scores. Well, you don't practice problem solving or critical thinking. Eventually, you do get to a point where it is, but now you have to ask yourself, are you emotionally stable to do that? And I can tell you, it is very, very disheartening when you see someone who is so used to getting straight A's without trying very hard, and then suddenly hitting a block, and they believe the world would end with their first B. The internet, in my opinion, Gen Z, my experience, anecdotal experience, okay, this is not a generalization, these are just accountings, case studies. People talk as though they have never failed before, and people provide advice to me as though I can't solve problems and can't critically think for myself. That to me is far more telling of the person that is providing the advice. They talk about things as though people don't solve problems. Like, for example, someone will ask me, well, what happens if you use WaniKani and you can't speak a language? It's like, well, then I do something to help me speak the language. Are you telling me that I'm going to be like, I'm like, is that a normal behavior where you clearly use something that isn't designed to help you speak and then you magically expect it to help you speak? But in my opinion, that's how people talk to each other these days in terms of the age gap. So those before the internet and those after the internet. So when someone says, this is the perfect tool to help you speak, it's like, great. What doesn't it do? Like, well, I only care about speaking, so this is the best tool. It's like, no, there's still writing. There's still writing. If you don't care about writing, that's perfectly fine. But it's too limited. Your scope is too limited. Yeah, there are many, many other ways to learn. And not all of them are going to be the most efficient thing for your goal. The idea is encouraging people to have discussions, in my opinion. I think the internet requires discussion. But I don't think algorithm, echo chambers, self-selection is encouraging dissonance in us in a more moderated way. So regardless of how well you speak, it doesn't help. It's gonna be diminished return on reading kanji, for example. So that's kind of goes back to that video comment again. Me too. You changed your accent, yeah, to sound less spoken at school, as less well spoken at school. As your friends were less spoken. I adapted the speech pattern of anyone who I'm around. I still do that now, actually. Protocol. I do that in a public space because of professionalism and agreeability. On stream, I do not most of the time. So, you'll see me switch accents. Now, accents is not necessarily only how sound is being made for me, but my diction changes. So right now, we're having a really deeper discussion regarding mental health and emotional intelligence. So my vocabulary has shifted from saying things like, dude, man, pesto, pasta, ooh, it hits so different. Like I'm practically salivating right now from what I'm sounding like right now, right? And I'm also like waving my hands a lot more and whatnot. Back in the day, I used to do this just to fit in. However, my English shifts dramatically between different things. And that gives you a bit of flexibility. However, it can be difficult to think you only have one voice to someone younger. So, for example, it is unimaginable for someone to think that I can have other tools to learn Japanese because they only saw that sometimes they don't even look at the video because we already talked about that. People make comments and the whole video demonstrates the contrary. That's weird, but whatever they choose to see is whatever they choose to see on the internet. You can convince yourself, like, even if I literally have other tools, like, what is the comment before Bryce and this comment? Someone told me, hey, you could really boost your kanji reading and vocabulary by using SRS like Anki. That was 4 days ago when I was posting WaniKani videos. The very comment this guy made was a live stream that has 2 SRS programs in it. That is what you have to work with nowadays. So out of the box thinking, critical solving, context, what you see is what you get. I swear that there is a bit of a object permanence problem going on here, right? So I wouldn't sell anyone short. Like I try, again, I try not to sell people short. I think not only do they want to be treated, be inside a box, people treat other people like they're inside a box, and I'm gonna try not to. That's all I can say about that. In fact, trying to get a person to express what they think and not what the internet thinks or what statistic thinks and stuff, it's like pulling teeth right now. And I'm very grateful, like even Uni here, I'm very grateful that Prokal, you and Gecko still consistently are expressive people, because in my opinion, if you are already being able to be expressive and being productive in the sense of retrospection, then you can solve problems. Even some of the largest, hardest obstacles possibly have yet to come, you're able to solve them. Now, here, a bigger difference is you see a 25-year-old and they tell you something like, I don't know, everything just sucks right now. Like, why do people always lie to me? Like, I don't understand. It's not my fault that people are so cynical, right? And my only thought is, okay. Or my first thought is, all right, if everyone lies to you, is there something you can do? Like, if you're constantly concerned about something that you're not able to control, what is something that you can do? Like, and they would be something like, well, I guess I just find people that don't lie to me. Like, okay, well that is a goal, right? That is a goal. In order to have people not always lie to you, you go and find people that don't lie to you. How do you achieve that? Like, what do you do? And most of the time, they say, I don't know. And hear me out. I don't want to sound like a boomer. Uni said they're a boomer. If you consider this, if you keep expressing your honest opinion to someone, you are probably less likely to encounter people who are going to lie to you. Like, you might be thinking, no, but that's not guaranteed. It's like, yes, I said likely. So the first thing you yourself can possibly do, like we're making a list, possibly do to attract people who do not lie to you, is by being able to express honesty. Because how do you know, like, what did you do to be surrounded by people who choose to lie to you, right? So instead of worrying about what you can't control, like, oh, I'm just waiting around, waiting for the right person to bump into me, there are things you can do, and they are in the process. They're not looking for a goal yet. So things like, I want to change people's lives. Like, that's a goal lots of people make, right? In some way, I want to bring joy to people. Like for myself, that's a personal goal of mine. I like to bring joy to people. What does that look like? It could be very straightforward and say, well, I just give them money, right? Give them money and buy all the things that they want and hype them up. Okay, that is one way to go about it. Meanwhile, how do you get that money? how do you spread joy? What what are you doing to do that? Is money going to grow on trees? I mean, they do sort of grow on trees, but like, what are the steps to get to that? So what does that look like? Well, for me, I want to bring joy to other people. And it's not by talking about joy. It's talking about solving problems and critical thinking. Doing a task that is relatively difficult or people think is difficult and dispelling that and saying it's not difficult. I can digress, talk about love, pesto, other things, and still feel like I'm functionally learning a language, despite not speaking in Japanese at the moment. These things are a testament, in my opinion. I'm doing like the Bill Clinton thing right now. Sorry. These are the things that I would say I'm not giving people my joy. I want to enable them to establish their own joy so that they go and seek joy themselves, not the other way around. I don't want to manufacture, in my opinion, not that other people have other approaches. For myself personally, I'm not manufacturing joy for other people. I want them to make things joyful for themselves. So to me, that's my honest antithesis to what the algorithm is doing. It's convincing you. It's very good, by the way. It's very good, and you can leverage that. But it's also very good at telling you how to feel. If you are worried that you might have like cancer, you search up cancer, I would say statistically, it's over 50% of the time someone is going to be concerned and believe they have cancer. Because when you search up cancer, you want to believe it's cancer, and the algorithm is going to supply every possible way to convince yourself it's cancer. And it dispels the one thing you could possibly do in this case before you go down this rabbit hole. And that is go to see your personal local health provider and interact with a human being that isn't predicated on confirmation bias. Right? That's something that's missing on the internet, in my opinion. There's no null hypothesis testing, no intuition regarding if you tell me your day is really bad and you're interacting with me, I'm going to try my best to try to say maybe your day isn't that bad and let's look at things that it worked, right? Because if you don't have both sides or a mix of things, then you can convince yourself of anything. Really, you really can convince yourself of anything. You can convince yourself that you don't need to read kanji to understand Japanese. I mean, that's fair. That's your opinion, right? Like, you can have that opinion. It's perfectly fine. You're tackling kanji first with Anki while also reading the sentences on the Anki cards. Fair enough. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to tell you how to do things. I think, in my opinion, I know this is being a little complicit, but when someone says, I'm tackling first, and then there's a second, a third, or later like, oh wait, I'm going to start with this, that's far more healthy. You triggered one of my keywords, uni. You said first. The idea of looking at things in time is a green flag. It's a green flag. It's a red flag if you start saying things like, I'm gonna learn Japanese doing this. That's it. As in, you're suggesting to yourself, or someone suggested to you somehow, that this is the only thing you're going to do, and that's good enough. Those are the type of comments that I get most of the time. Like, oh, hey, I see you're starting with Duolingo Japanese. It's a waste of time because if you don't start on this right away, you're gonna be trapped in Duolingo and you're never gonna try to learn any other things, and you're never gonna learn what's bad on Duolingo compared to any other thing. Like, I understand where you're coming from, and it's probably a great statistical assumption that you make. However, I don't belong to the same generation, I guess. I'm not someone who says like, oh yeah, Duolingo is going to teach me how to write paragraphs when it literally does not write paragraphs. I'm not going to tell myself like, you know, someone sells you a product, right? Hey guys, if I sold you this Apple Watch, for example, oh sorry, not Apple Watch, we can't use like name brand products. I'm gonna sell you this sugar-free drink, right? And this sugar-free drink doesn't have any sugar, so therefore it's healthier than anything that has sugar, right? Now you might be thinking, oh yeah, that sounds very reasonable. It's like, yeah, it would sound very reasonable if you read enough things online about sugar-free energy drinks as opposed to those sugar-free consumptions. But I'm going to tell you now, that comment, that's not true. That comment is very false. Very, very false. In fact, it's to the point where it's easier to find a counterexample for that statement than it is to support that statement. And usually that's the case for most like null hypothesis testing. Water is the best. Well, water is good. Water is good. The best would be doing the same thing. There are like, for example, if you're like dehydrated, right? And you're like, oh yeah, drink water. Well, if you're hospitalized and you're dehydrated, it's a saline solution, so it's not necessarily just water, but water is good. Like, do I ever use ChatGPT? I'm going to soon. It's a now June. It's a June project, but we'll talk about ChatGPT another time. But I did use it like once in a while for like social experiments, like when someone wanted a proof of concept for what I'm saying regarding ChatGPT's algorithm, like how LLMs misconstrued certain things. I've done that before. Have I played Monster Hunter WoW? I have not. I played Monster Hunter World for quite some time, and then I don't find Monster Hunter WoW intellectually stimulating enough to go back yet, compared to like WaniKani and HanziHero and stuff. And I don't have people who play Monster Hunter Wild. It's the cooperative thing again. It's the same. It's very similar explainer for repo and whatnot. I played Monster Hunter World a lot because there were other people to play with. By happenstance, and those people are not around anymore. It's too expensive. That's kind of a deep cut too. Do I like games with big bosses? I most certainly do like games with big bosses, among other things. Big figuratively and literally. Shadow of Colossus. And no friends. I hope. I know that's I was chuckling a little. I hope you guys have friends. Like, not necessarily gaming friends, but other friends, right? Friends that go beyond gaming. But it is kind of nice if your friends also play video games that you want to play and whatnot. Right? Otherwise, I think you guys I think you guys can make friends. I like to believe that. You have friends now? I used to have none for a couple years. That's understandable. To this day, I'm not even like early in life, I'm not even sure if my friends like me for who I try to be, right? Versus who I am, right? And it was kind of hard because early days. But now I can have people who like me for who I try to be and as well as for who I am. Real story. Just one last story because I don't think I'm going to get to Wagotabi today, so it's fine. But there was a time at the worst, at the worst, like the wake up call moment. This was a little bit before I went down a journey of emotional intelligence discovery, right? I actually looked up several articles on the internet on multiple personality or dissociative personality disorder. And it was very, very provocative. The algorithm back then was still provocative. That one could convince oneself, like, if you pretend and you act all the time, do you have an identity of your own, right? Like, are you just liking things because the people around you like it? Or are you so desperate and like, there was a lot in there. But I would say around 17 or 18 years old, there wasn't that great. The algorithm really actually doesn't exist. It's more like confirmational bias, self-motivated confirmational bias, because it feels like everyone hated me, but not really, because it's more like everyone just didn't care about me because I didn't stick out and I didn't want to relate to other people, as well as bullying because I stuck out unintentionally for other reasons. There's a lot of mixed things, but in the end, I always thought, what is my personality? I didn't have an answer even when I turned 20. I was not even sure about that answer. So later on, I did, though. Now I'm like, that's where the self-esteem comes back up, right? If you're lacking self-esteem and confidence, having an identity crisis is not going to help your self-esteem. It's not going to help your self-esteem. And you know what's really disheartening? And probably whoever sees this later on or something, I think it's far more pervasive now in Gen Z. So anyone between like 19 to 25, usually you kind of be able to create an identity by the time you leave high school, right? That's kind of what adulthood signifies. Adulthood signifies when you start making decisions for yourself, have agency, and have enough life experiences and identity to corroborate between what you established and what other people are establishing. But I think it's been delayed. The internet has delayed this thing. I don't belong to that generation because we like, even for me, I thought I was delayed, like 20s and stuff. My friends knew what they wanted. Like they were behaving very like characteristically by the time they were like about to graduate high school. I was still struggling. I'm like, well, I behave like this when I'm with these friends, and I behave like this when I'm with these friends. Even my sister, one time I remember, she's like, wow, this is the first time I've seen you with your friends and you're not like this at home. And I'm like, yeah. So nowadays there's a consistency between all of these. There's an underlying consistency between all these, a unification of all this stuff. So I'm not surprised. Hear me out. I am totally not surprised that when you have the whole availability of the internet and everyone telling you what is the best way to do things, and they turn out not to be the best things for you, or like they're like mixed or deviate from some sort of prescribed plan, asking yourselves like, yeah, I'm not even sure anymore, I'm not surprised, because that assurance and that certainty comes from both within and around. And I have far more within than I have around. So I spend most of my time empathizing with people nowadays, because it's very difficult for them to convince me or sweep me off my feet to change things. So I'm convincing myself to try to do that some more so I can understand better, right? It's not the alternative that I have with other people is that a lot of people should do the other way. Like, when I'm talking to someone, I'm trying to encourage them to go the other way, as in, hey, when was the last time you asked yourself you choose to do something and it's because you want to do it? Like, not if it's pragmatic or it's practical, or a lot of people want to recognize it, or have you, just painted a terrible picture of a sun or something because you just wanted to? Or whenever your choices you're making are dependent on how productive and pragmatic it is to a larger audience that isn't yourself. There's a balance. I'm not suggesting that person should exclusively do that, but I'm saying in nowadays they do far less that and follow the lead of everyone else. I didn't choose to do WaniKani per se. My commitments to WaniKani is not fueled by people's comments and influence about WaniKani per se. Like, it's not going to stop me and start. I'm not going to stop and start because of that. But I would say the vast majority of language learners around the age of 20 will do that. They go for the next best thing. What's the next best thing for WaniKani? Oh, like beyond language learning. Mikaku? Probably Mikaku or something like that. Maybe hit up Boom Pro in terms of like Chinese side or the Japanese side. Like Migaku. Yeah, Migaku is pretty trendy. Go on that. That kind of thing. I think it's Migaku, right? You have friends now. Okay, yeah, I've thought about that a lot. I think the university has helped you socially the most. Oh, I'm glad university is still a place where you can socialize the most, if you know what I mean, Procall. I don't really know how pervasive internet use is in removing organizational behavior. Like, if you go to a bar, for example, or if you go to a soccer game or baseball game, you go to like social gatherings. I'm not too sure anymore because I haven't gone out to social occasions anymore. I'm kind of old, right? And football, yeah, sure. Football, and no, I really, yeah, that's fine. I say both. So that's pretty much a difference. I go between football and soccer all the time. So that's probably going to feed into the whole socializing thing. So in any ways, I'm not sure how pervasive this is anymore. So I don't even think self-selected social places are not so integrated to the internet. Where you go to a place to expect an outcome, right? If you go to a sports bar, for example, would you like to know what type of sports bar it is? Because that's probably what the vast majority of people do now, where you go somewhere to expect a social outcome. You don't go there to try it, to see what comes out of the experience. You go there with the information that you know what you're getting. Kind of like knowing to play a video game enough to know that you'll like it before buying it. And you can do that. The question is, how frequently are you doing that compared to taking a chance? Chances create opportunities for things you might not expect. Mistakes, problems, but they're not detrimental. Like they're not like going to ruin your life, for example. Like for example, buying a puzzle game when you've never played a puzzle game. You have no idea what to expect. But at least that decision, it's not when you come to a decision later that is incredibly serious. Like, for example, I'll use something very real. Is my friend lying to me? What do you know? Well, do you? Like, for example, oh, you know, you've always thought that friends don't ever lie to each other. So it can't possibly be that your friend is lying to you. And now you have to ask yourself, is your friend lying to you? How can you tell? Do you know what it's like to be lied to? Sometimes, and very seriously, sometimes when I ask, how do you know your friend is lying to you? And why are they lying to you? The person would say something like, I just know. So therefore, I'm going to unfriend them and never talk to them again. And my first thought is, it is your prerogative. You can choose. That is a solution. It is a solution to the problem. When you are no longer friends with someone, they can't possibly lie to you again in that way. But they can lie about you as well. So there's so many ways to go about this. But if we were going to spin cynicism, right? Is it important for that person to know if their friend is lying to them or their former friend is lying to them? It can be very helpful to know why, and you don't have to continue being friends. But since you never asked, you never tried, you never get informed, you never grow. Or you can grow in a different way. Like I wouldn't say never, but you can grow in a different way. You can get more and more efficient at ignoring people. For example, that's growth. So then in the future, you know when to ignore and unfriend a person immediately, because when you have suspicion of lying in which you can't confirm it, you're just going to do that anyways. So like, oh hey, this guy is like my last friend, avoid. Like that's fine, it's growth, right? However, one big stickler. When you come to a stranger like me and say, all my friends lie to me, I will ask you again, how do you know? And why did they lie to you? If you cannot understand how and why this is happening, I would say default to something that works, that you can control. However, if you really want to problem solve and critical think about how to improve your situation, you would find out or be curious as to why and how they're lying to you. Because that can inform you in the future. Alternatively, that one that I default is I do what you think you can do. Don't lie to people. That will increase the odds of not having someone that will lie to you. Now, it doesn't sound great because it really isn't. But at least it's something you can do that is different from whatever you're doing now. And I would even argue this is victim blaming. So take it with a grain of salt. If someone comes up to you and say, all my friends lie to me, there's a chance you yourself are a liar. Like, if we're talking about statistical probabilities and I'm a stranger to you, the odds of someone going around saying everyone lies to them, then they themselves is likely a liar to the other people. The odds of so many people lying to you and collectively constantly associating to you as a liar, there's something you're doing that makes it a statistical likelihood, like increased statistical likelihood. The odds of so many people all lying to you is so much less than the person themselves being the liar or the problem. So, and I wouldn't settle on that. Like, I obviously, that's not, in my opinion, some people take the tough love approach where they're like, oh, well, statistically, you're probably the problem. The odds of 7 people having lying problem versus 1 person who's the common denominator against the 7. That's what my 18-year-old and younger self would say on statistical probability. It's emotionally unfilling, detached, and does not consider the nature of that person's position, right? Alternatively, I would focus on something more proactive. Like, how often do you lie? And why do you lie? If you can understand how and why you lie, it's still a place of growth. So if you know why and how you lie, you can choose to not do that and see what happens. There is a very high, in my opinion, a very significant chance that if you know why you lie and how you lie, you can be able to express that and also see it in other people. So that's a good starting point. That's at least an excellent starting point of something that you know. Kind of like language, in my opinion. So when someone tells me, this is a hot take here, abandon all your native study habits and your native language things and pretend like you're learning anew again, like you're a kid. That's the goat of acquiring a new language. I'm not with you on that one. I actually would prefer to leverage pretty much everything that I do now in order to get me consistent with language learning. I'm still learning Japanese, Chinese, and now Spanish is because it's part of my life already. I didn't have to convince myself to acquire an entirely separate identity and separation of what I do in order to make myself consistent. I'm already consistent with this. It's like barely a leap. And the way I'm talking about now, right? For example, the way I'm talking about it now, I've done this for most of my life. It doesn't own me per se. Like, for example, the stories that I talk about how I had no friends. I had friends. I had friends. But I don't think I was a great friend to them. That's probably the most accurate things, because I find myself saying I don't have friends because I don't even know if I was a friend to them. And hear me out. I know 2 or 3 of these people, they would say no way, like we were friends, and that's beautiful. Like I love that, because sometimes it's hard to convince yourself, right? So that's the world I live in. Versus the world where most people can convince themselves of anything they want. Like, I'm smart, so if I read enough things, I'm smart. Yeah, it's imposter syndrome. Yeah, I live far more in the areas of imposter syndrome. So as opposed to the other way around, and I use most of my behaviors to keep imposter syndrome at bay. My low self-esteem, my pretending, having to assimilate, all of that short sells the person. Which, funny enough, the things I named seem like it would be the same problems, the same symptoms that Gen Z is having with internet stuff. But it's not imposter syndrome. It's something a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit more inherently innate, which is the idea that it might be an identity crisis. Like, so sometimes, like, on a daily basis, when I ask someone, like, how's your day? Like, did you do something you want to do? They're like, nah, I'm too busy to do things I want to do. I'm like, so what are those things that you want to do? Oh, like the same things I do every day. I'm like, wait. So the things that you do every day are not the things that are making you happy, but you want to do those things, but you don't have time to do those things. That's it might sound like this is confusing to you. It is confusing to me too. When they describe something that they want to do, it sounds like they're already doing it, but it's not providing whatever it is that they're looking for. Like, someone tells me sometimes, I love this game. I love learning Japanese. And then immediately afterwards, it's like, I hate all these things about learning Japanese. Like, I hope that means you like it. Like, I really do hope that means there's more that you like about it than you don't like about it. Because I absolutely love learning language. Like, I love learning Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish. However, that also has a different problem. But it's not the same problem you guys, like these people have, in my opinion. I have the problem of whatever works is good enough. Like, I'm not looking for better. Like, I do it, and I move on to the next thing. I keep doing it. I don't have to look for the best things to learn a language. I learn the language wherever it ebbs and flows because I like doing it. I like talking about it. I like talking about these things in relationship to language learning. Coding for job, but they want to code their own project. Yes, that would be a great example. How do you, like, it's one of those things, your goal is to want to code your own project. But how do you get there? How do you do that? What are the things that are required to get there? What are all the things you didn't expect that you need? For example, coding things you don't want to code. That's part of the process. Working with other people who code on things you don't want to code. There's so many little things that go along the way that could stop someone who has their eyes so far away and am not equipped, in my opinion, still not equipped to solve those problems. I see a lot of things that I'm struggling, I don't like, or maybe like, or things I want to change about WaniKani. I'm going to do it. And then if that doesn't do it for me, I move on to the next thing. And I'll continue to take whatever I can get from WaniKani. Meanwhile, someone's saying like, oh, you shouldn't have started with WaniKani at all because I already know this was going to happen. You should have started with this product. Well, I'm not going to spoil most things, but I can tell you that if I start with that if I started with that product, it'd be like I would go through the same process. I would look at the things that work for me and things that don't work for me, and then change it up if I can, and then move on to WaniKani or move on to whatever else. I just have to start. I try, right? I'm trying things, and I don't have to be like, my life doesn't depend on fluency in Japanese or Chinese. This is something I'm voluntarily doing. So we have to make that really big disclaimer. I'm choosing to digress for 5 hours instead of completing my WaniKani reviews. I'm choosing to talk to Procall, Uni, and Gecko right now. I'm choosing to stream my experiences, and this is all part of sharing language learning experiences, right? Procall doesn't even not even interested in language learning, but we can talk about coding. Learning is universal, in my opinion. So I use that as a jumping point. Learning requires critical thinking and problem solving. You can learn things by, you can choose to learn things by like rote memory if you want. Like, for example, okay, this particular person has this very particular problem of which I have a particular problem. Let's use that. And that's the only solution you learn. That's fair. This is probably not for you. Like, whatever I'm saying now is going to turn off whoever thinks that there's a best way to solve life's problems, especially life's problems of choosing things you want to do and actually genuinely love the things you want to do because you understand yourself really well, or choosing things you like to do because lots of other people are doing the same thing and you've convinced yourself that this is the best way to do it. And then everything in between. I rarely am going to ever choose the best way to do something, largely because I'm interested in seeing things that have deficiencies and how I can overcome them. So if there is truly a best thing, right? If you're a Gen Z person or someone growing up on the internet, you probably have convinced, like, you're probably more comfortable in saying what are the best ways to do certain things right now. Well, if there's anything that you can rest assured, you can rest happy that you're right. I'm probably not doing it the best way because the one way is probably not the best way for me. Right. Free up time, less distractions, every minute matters. Every minute matters here. Your comments matter. Pro calls, brainstorming in the background matters, right? So, I'm not choosing to use my time, lack of a better word, I'm not doing it so that later on I look back, it's like, oh, that wasn't worth it. Like, these are choices I'm making. They're awesome. It's very different when you're not choosing to do something. So, for example, work a job that you don't like. I can't argue with that. Right? I can't argue with that. Believing that your life, your future self has to be a native Japanese speaker. I can't do anything about that. That's an obligation you chose. So if you're going around committing to a language and that's your fuel, all the power to you. I hope it comes true because it's an obligation. I feel that is a this is a difference between generational perspective. I feel like when you obligate yourself to doing it that way, in all or none, it's easier. And I don't even operate on that. Like, I don't even feel that it's important for me to become fluent in Japanese. So how hard do you think I'm working right now? Some people might say, oh, you don't work hard at all. It's like, okay. That seems to line up with what I'm thinking. But then other people say like, oh, you've already spent like 4,000 hours, but you wasted all 4,000 hours. Like, okay, that's fine too. I enjoy what I'm doing. So yes, I can recognize why they believe I wasted my time, but at the same time, it doesn't make me feel bad about my choices that I'm voluntarily doing. I mean, sometimes I want to drink sweet tea and read a book on the beach than swimming in the ocean. But if you see a bunch of people swimming in the ocean, are you going to abandon your book? Better question. Right? Choices you make. Alright. I'm really going to finish now. And yeah, we're not going to get to Wagotabi. That's fine. We'll get to Wagotabi tomorrow. How much? I have 2 days. We'll get to Wagotabi tomorrow. wait. Hold up. 11 p.m. Okay, it's 8:30. All right. Feel free, by the way. Feel free. I always say this at the beginning. I try to say this at the end. Most of the time at the end of the stream. Yeah, come by with your hot takes. Let's have a discussion about it. Right? Personally, I wouldn't mind just sitting here reading walls of text of people expressing their decision making. And I would say nothing about it. Like, I don't have to say anything about it, in my opinion. If you're actively like, being able to sort out your decision making in a cogent way, that means you thought about it, right? And I think that's mission accomplished for me. However, if you ever want my opinion, you can always ask, right? Ask a question in the form of a question. If not, and I'll probably spend like 3 or 4 hours talking about it. Anything to get someone else to talk about these things. And not really, we're not talking about like personal things. We're talking about how you decide, and like pop culture things can all be telling of that. Cue the 100th person that tells me if I had to do it all over again, what would I change? Nothing. Well, then they would say, theoretically, if you had to do it all over again, but also keep your knowledge from doing it all, what would you change? Nothing. It's a paradox. I wouldn't be able to change anything without doing it in the first place. Now, the real question they're probably asking is, what would I change if you were to advise me? Like, if I were to give that person advice, and I'm like, I don't know you enough to do that, but you can see what I did and use it to inform how you would go about it. I could tell you about what I did, and maybe some of it can help inform you about what you would do. I'm not going to tell you what to do, right? That's the last thing I want to do. Unless you're dying or in an incredible medical emergency or something like that, prescribing a choice to someone when they're voluntarily doing something, I think that is... Yeah, plenty of that. You can go on the internet and do that already. That's pretty much what the internet does all the time. What about the advice you would give to a perfect copy of your younger self, you who's in the same environment you were at that age? But my younger self have to be able to comprehend my older self, which I don't expect that. It's still a paradox. Like, without the experience I have now, it's very difficult to comprehend my younger self, because if that was me, then I wouldn't be able to comprehend what I have without the experience I have now. So I could advise as much as I can my younger self, but they wouldn't be able to appreciate it. I guess the only advice is to live out the rest of your life and get to my point. Unless I choose to change my current self. Right? If I have advised my younger self, then I would change my current self. So if I'm willing to take that risk, then certainly that would be an interesting experiment. I think the only moment that would advise change your past self is when you regret your future. Exactly. Uni, that is excellent. I'm not that elegant, but yes, that would be a great... It is likely that the moment that you would advise or change your past self is often when you're regretting your future. Other than that, my future is my entire responsibility, and I try not to look too far or try to predict too far. I do the best what I can in the present day. I use my past self as the learning experience, right? Anything before me, it's a learning experience about how I'm going to make my future or contribute to my future. I don't often think about, well, if I start this thing now, what are all the bad things that can happen in the future? I usually start something now, think about what I've done before, and focus on what could be my future. But there's no regrets attached to it. Like, I'm not avoiding something. I know that it can possibly happen, but there's no regret for it. Like if I start learning Japanese now, what if the future I find out that AI created a universal translator, and I spent most of my years learning 3 different languages and it had become obsolete? For the record, that's not a question I asked myself. It's actually a question someone asked me. Probably more blatant than that. I think the specific phrasing, I can't remember, I don't have an eidetic memory, so the specific phrasing, these are the keywords. What are your thoughts about LLMs or AI making learning language obsolete? That's what I was asked. Maybe like 100 days ago ish. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it as rhetoric. We're not gonna talk about how I answered it. It's a very long answer. I'll put it into like a FAQ section when I do a review on the 100 days. I have a 100-day retrospection coming up for WaniKani and HanziHero, right? And a end of section 2 retrospection for Duolingo Spanish. That's where I kind of tackle the greatest hits FAQ of stuff. So they're usually in a thumbnail where there's like a picture of a canvas with like 8 billion scribbles on it or something. That's usually when those videos, those days where I just drone on about fun stuff. Do you have a reason for posting your exercise in your Discord instead of private notes? Oh, you mean my like running thing? You mean my like running log where it's like, oh, I ran and then the time. I thought it was gonna be fun. I wanted to encourage people to kind of indirectly be encouraged to stick to something. Yeah. And I also wanted to show that I'm not always on a climb. I have bad days, I have long days, I have short days. That's what maintenance looks like. So I wanted to show something that I can't record. And you might be thinking now, but what about all those fitness influencers that can record themselves perfectly looking great while running 4 miles a day and always looking happy? Post editing. That's in my opinion the statistical likelihood of those people constantly looking composed while maintaining that type of cardio output. That's not it. It's post edited, in my opinion. The likelihood of that happening is not true. It's what you see. So for me, I can't record that. I'm gonna be genuine about it. I'm really serious. I feel like death. After every run, I feel like death. I'm like hacking. I have respiratory problems on the right side of my like nose, right? Like, so I genuinely feel very exhausted and stuff, even maintaining my running and stuff. So days go up and down, stuff like that. So I wanted to show it in some way. I was trying to show it in different ways. So streaming and language learning, I'm showing it in a different way. The log for my fitness and stuff is a different way that sustainability and habit formation can look. And then my roadmap that I added to yesterday, starting now, where I do a roadmap of all my projects for the day, is another way to demonstrate how I'm planning things. And then I just thought about it today because of the video comment that I got and I was responding. I'm going to keep another log track of highlighting various video comments that I've typed up as illustrations of other ways to keep myself accountable. So the things that I type are all public. They're public knowledge. I am accountable for those things. So when someone says, when I say something like, oh, I run every single consecutive day minus Otakon, I want to show it, but it's not the same as saying day 1 through 365 I ran this on average. I don't want to show that. I want to show myself literally entering every single entry manually. And it's not because of bragging. Like it's, there's no boasting. Like, what the heck? I do 5 minute half miles. What kind of clout is that? My thing is, it keeps me honest, right? It keeps me honest, and it also demonstrates that it doesn't have to be spectacular. I'm not aiming to be a 3-minute marathoner. I'm taking care of myself, right? I'm running each day. It's not glamorous. There's another whole digression about PEDs and the normalization of PEDs in the fitness industry when it comes to Gen Z. So that's a whole different digression, but that's a very controversial topic as well. And I have a full narrative that deals with what we talked about today in normalizing PED use in fitness. So running a 5-minute mile, 5-minute half mile, that's what I do. Some days I go for a mile, some days I go 1.5 miles. It's maintenance day and whatnot. I think that deserves, in my opinion, to demonstrate something that I practice, because I don't want to be that person. The things that I hold very dearly, I don't want it to be like, oh, you only practice what you like, you don't practice what you preach. You say these things, but it's more like a trust me bro situation, and it's still a trust me bro situation. You can be as cynical as saying, oh, you probably just sat there and typed those messages and you made up those times every time. You probably just changed the numbers. Like, oh, I got you. I mean, I'm thinking the same way too. Like, for me, that cynicism rolls in my head too, right? If you choose to think of it that way, then at least I can select you out of this selection. So if you don't believe that I ran 2 seconds slower today than I ran yesterday under different conditions, then I don't know what to tell you. Maybe one day I'll get a flying drone that can track my movement and record me doing that, and then you can all smile and be happy in the sense that I look like death every time I crossed my half mile. Or on a good day, you can see me have runner's high and I would run for like 6 miles and be like, yeah, now I still feel like death, but at least I got 6 miles in, or something like that. I want that to be a thing. I want that to be a social norm, in my opinion. Seeing people do miraculous, crazy, wonderful things, that's so fantastic too. I think it requires a normalization of what it actually looks like a lot of times for other people. I say I'm very happy and I have a lot of happy dollars. But that happy dollars looks way messier than the number of hours it takes for me to discuss where those happy dollars come from. And I hope to do that slowly over the years. Or I mean, even my best friends aren't around me long enough to account most of these things, but it's really messy. And I'm sharing a bit of it, right? I'm trying to share a bit of it. So whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, you're an idiot, you're just wasting your time, it's like, that's okay. The person can't harm me emotionally as much as I already harmed myself over the years. So get in line with my own mania, I would say. It's a weird flex, I know, but I think the self can do irreparable damage to the self before anyone else can. But if you're one of those people that have other people hurt you even more, thanks. One last message before we one last thought. If someone is able to hurt you more than you can hurt yourself, those are the people that I've been referring to as Gen Z. So if you're not one of those, like you're an outlier in Gen Z things, awesome, very powerful, like that's great, keep at it. I'm more saying people can hurt you with words and many other things. I mean, physical, we're not talking about physical, but they can hurt you with like insults, critiques, and whatnot. However, one would have to say you can manage it yourself. If you're doing all your actions in order to avoid criticism from other people, in my opinion, take some time, find your self-esteem, find your identity, because sometimes the ability to hurt yourself is actually possibly even greater, because you have to live with yourself. You don't have to live with other people. With an asterisk. But for myself, before the internet, I had to live with myself before I could live with other people or talk with other people. So generally, the damage that other people can do emotionally to me with words it pales in comparison to the damage I can do to myself. Can you just call police and they're gone? But that creates more problems. But can't save yourself, you're dooming yourself. Yes. Oh yeah, true. That's a great way to think about it. After you add that second one, yeah. Like you can separate yourself from other people, but you can't separate yourself from yourself. And you might be thinking, okay, well, what if someone just keeps calling me garbage? Is that their fault? Okay, and then this is where we get to a cyclic argument. Like, well, if you believe in yourself, then there's no reason for that person to be able to harm you. But if you spent most of your time in your world, in your life, taking the opinions of others before you can identify your own identity, like the internet, then yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. But I believe in you. Like, at least for me. If not, we can spend the whole day in, day out, we can spend 2 hours talking about stuff, informing your own identity or something like that. It's the least I can do as a stranger, I suppose. But genuinely speaking, I think a vast majority of younger people have skipped over that step. They skipped over conceptualizing the self, and now largely nearly all of their actions and their motivations and how they choose to solve problems, the way they solve problems, are highly dependent on most of the people who already have this experience. So the older people, but they're not addressing that type of thing. The best, in my opinion, sometimes they can choose to demonstrate it. So like, for example, a podcast where your favorite content creator talks about their life experiences, and then that might inspire younger people to be like, oh, okay, so I could do things and not have to worry about getting it right the first time or something like that. So that's been happening nowadays, where podcasts, content creators talk about it's not always glamorous, there were missteps here and there. So those people they have strong identities already. They pave roads, they make decisions despite some other things. It sucks when I see people, even FOMO, can get you to do anything. Like, I can't even express when was the last time I had FOMO. As in like, oh no, I should, oh yeah, that's right, I should I should play this video game. Oh no, like I should get this video game on launch because if I don't, I'm gonna miss the window where everyone cares about this video game. For example, FOMO's so you have to do your dailies. Yeah, so in my opinion, if you're already in that department, I would love for anyone who has this type of FOMO like problem to have something in your life that it doesn't matter if it's the right time or the most opportune time or people care. You could tell yourself, I can do this at any time, anywhere, any place, and it will be the right time to do it. Like it could be go out and plant tomato plants in your backyard, or do a WaniKani lesson. Sorry, plug. WaniKani lesson, or randomly choosing to sound like an anime character because you like voice acting an anime character. Go for it. Any time is the right time, right? And how strong is that? Like, how do you know if that's the thing? Whenever you're saying, oh man, I missed the 5090, I should get a 5090 so I can like, I should drop $3,000 on a 5090. It's good night. It's good night. I should drop get that 5090 and I should jump on the boat, right? Instead, all I'm thinking is, man, that 5090 is kind of nice, but I'm going to do my WaniKani lesson now. Wait, didn't I already type this? Oh, right, because I accidentally closed the window when I was showing the picture of me, the Tough Mudder. Okay. Oops.
少ない
少ない. Oops. How did they go about this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Did they go with did they call this like letter of the alphabet? Wait. Oh no. Oh yeah. How do they translate? Hold up. Let me think. Definitely emoji, right? Emoji. I just write letter of the alphabet. The bit off? Okay, I wrote letter and text. Yeah, okay, all right. I could have wrote anything. well, not anything, but that's fine. That's fine.
文字
Emoji. Just letters. The classic WaniKani experience. Like what exactly are the words that they used? Because I could have wrote a lot of things. I could have wrote Hanzi. Hanzi would have been fine too. Jeez. Um. Oh no, wait.
Toshi.
Okay. All right. It's fine. It's fine. Crises averted. um. So the question is this so like, do I want to? This is eastward, right? Toho. Toho. Sounds good.
東方
Oh. One hit. Wait. Ita sounds awful, right? So it's Ichida. Gotta be Ichida. Ain't no way it's Ita.
一田
Oh, these are some old ones.
Otokonoko.
Nokonoko. The heck? Did I really get this? It's nah. Right?
な
Yes. Is this still a name? Okay.
Futsuka
Scott. Right, Scott. Okay. Alright, we're good. All in due time. Alright. I really gotta go to the bathroom because of the hydrate. Alright. Let's do our routine. I have only one pause today, so we'll go over that in a little bit. One like super pause. Alright, so let's go over our mnemonics. Good talk, guys. Talk. I really appreciate it. So, jammed in, history, tent, clown, building, spicy, heavy anti-rush correct machine, coat rack, helicopter, cleat, pope, spring, squid, yurt, gladiator, and eternity. Okay? Yeah, okay. Now we're doing our reading. We don't need the keywords anymore. This is the third day. Yeah, third day. So, okay. All right. Kara. Bai. Ji. Shi. Gu. Ju. Wa. E. Jitsu. Ku. Oyo. Utsu. Fu. Yo. U. No. Hyaku. Ya. Do. Chi. Kai. Atsu. Atsu. So. Ken. Bi. Fu. I. So. Ju. Dan. Yo. Sho. Zo. Ha. Yo. Shin. Hen. Ho. Shi. Ken. And then the word of the day, it was task plus thing. Right. And this was Aaron. Aaron, task, thing to do, or things to do, and Yobutsu, right? Yobutsu. And that's it. Pretty swell day. Swell day for WaniKani. I like it. I like it. So that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. We digressed a lot, and I wouldn't have it any differently, right? So always feel free to follow along. Drop your hot takes. Feel free to discuss. I bring my own hot takes and like long story versions each day. I was very open about this most of the time. I come prepared with some pocket stories and whatever questions out there, some hot takes, somehow I'll try to throw in my story somewhere. And today it was about that video comment, right? And April Fools. April Fools was the spark of most of the comments. So you're more than welcome. Until next time, if you're only interested in Japanese and WaniKani, minasan, mata ne. Right. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第85天，it is day 85. We things fell off we got unhinged. It's all derail session today. Let's see how we recover from our derail session. Let's hop into our stuff yesterday. So this was totem. It's totem. I had to imagine not the sheep, right? That's not a sheep. That is a syringe with horns and soil. Totem. Got it. And how do I botch this one? Ban sort. It's probably still lingering from 2 days ago. Oh, Trey. Oof. Trey. Blow. And then Huran. Huran is to neglect to notice things. So it happened. So that's suddenly. Right, this one's gonna be a little tough. What does SRI stand for? Space repetition system. Spaced repetition. I can't spell repetition. Repetition system. Yeah. This is a space repetition system. Where this is it. Yeah. Where it spaces out. It's a way to space out information as an algorithm, basically. And it's dynamic. Most of the time it's fairly dynamic, which is nice. So things that you would get wrong very often will come back more often, and things that you don't get further extended. You can do this by yourself, which that's what I did with Duolingo. Because Duolingo is a static thing. So you do this in like universities all the time, right? How you like reinforce stuff, your flashcards and whatnot. All right, let's hop right in. This style of learning, like information learning, like flashcards, like for biology or chemistry or medicine, things that deal with a lot of terminology and acquiring of language, acquiring of jargon, like how do you speak organic chemistry, for example. Have you gone over your IUPAC standardization? Or how do you describe molecular biological concepts? All the vocabulary words have different definitions. That SRS plays into that. And now it's automated, which is nice, right? That's something you don't have to do anymore. Although the irony here to some people, possibly, or the coincidence, I suppose, as well, is that I did it myself during Duolingo. When I was doing Duolingo Japanese and Duolingo Chinese, I already planned out my schedule like an SRS system. But now it's called SRS because it's a system, which is nice. Before it was active. I called it a active recall, or like studying. I didn't give it a name yet. Where you study, you review, and then you have an exam. You study, you get exposed, right? You go to class, you get quizzed on it, and then you get an exam that covers all of it. That is SRS, but in a class format. And then you can truncate that. So the SRS system is even better, in my opinion, like arguably better, is because now you don't have to invest time in scheduling all of that. However, if you don't know how to do that yet, and you grow up on this stuff, whenever you go to learn something else, fingers crossed that this is applied to something else. For myself, I didn't grow up with this. It's really cool though. I really like it. It's incredibly convenient. It totally fits in the doom scrolling efficiency stuff that is important now. Does it change my life? It doesn't. It doesn't change my life, but it's really fun to participate in it. Like, I really feel it. It's like, oh yeah. And then, so what I do now is, if this is already doing all these tasks that I know how to do myself, I'm going to do other things. It frees up time to do other things, so I don't have to schedule my reviews. Isn't that great? That sounds amazing. Now, it's less amazing when the person using it becomes completely dependent on this, and then they can't learn anything else without someone programming this for them. So, mixed bag, right? It would be very hard for me to describe or convince someone nowadays that this is like going to class. Only you don't get to choose what the topic is. But HanziHero and WaniKani, you don't get to choose either. Anki, you might get to choose. So Anki has a flexibility where you get to choose how the information is being presented to you, like what type of information, because Anki, the decks themselves. But in HanziHero and WaniKani, it's like going into, this is like formal education, in my opinion. If you distilled it into how information is being presented to you. You can be someone who only looks at vocabulary words and like, oh yeah, if I remember the vocabulary words in the meeting, then I can answer the right questions. If my exam is basically to identify vocabulary words, right? And that's kind of neat. You don't have to do it. No scheduling. No need for a teacher. But obviously, that also means you don't have feedback from a teacher. And you're relying on feedbacks of peers. But those peers also don't problem solve. Right? Don't problem solve or critically think. Now, who do you trust for feedback? Well, I don't mean to sound like I don't trust younger people, but I want them to demonstrate to me that they solve problems and critical thinking skills before they provide me with advice. Starting by actually being curious about what they're giving advice for. So, for example, when someone comes up to me and say, oh, you shouldn't use HanziHero, do Chinese is better. Like, okay, can you tell me what my goals are? Like, if someone goes up and just say something is better, then they've already failed, in my opinion. That's already a red flag. They have no comprehension or a prioritization of information, right? They didn't ascertain what the goal is. They projected what the goal is. And that's really common, in my opinion, especially for people who are using these tools now in this day and age. Largely because they don't need to contextualize how or why they're motivated and how this works. They just use it. And then when they use it, they don't need to explain it. I'm guilty of that. I use a smartphone, right? I don't know how smartphones work. I know what they do for me works. Like, my calendar just works when I type on, but I don't know how to get the calendar to work if it fails. So, yeah. Very, very similar. But nowadays, it's about the language learning side is a little weird. Like when someone says, you're not going to learn how to speak. I sound like a dead record, but it's just such a great example. I'm not going to learn how to speak from using HanziHero. It's like, you're right. Don't know. Are you telling me this because I don't know it? Right? Like, did you ask me why I don't think it's a massive waste of time? Because if you sat there and thought about it for a moment, or even watched the video for like 2 or 3 minutes, you might get an idea of what it's actually doing and not what you're guessing it does. Just saying. Yep. Yeah, woo. Profession task. Your task for profession is a business. The tasks we do as part of our profession are all part of business. Ah. Okay. Profession. Okay. Part of a profession. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So resume normal business. What can I read here? That kind of look like "j," but that doesn't. Okay, we don't have resume. 正正常正常业务 so like 正常 is normal. Wait, no. Oh, that's a good question.
恢复正常业务，
恢复 sounds like resume. It does sound like resume. 正常 is like exact, often. So that's kind of like ordinary, like a precise, ordinary, or oftenly occurring stuff. So it's the normal stuff that's oftenly correctly occurring, or often correctly often. Yeah, woo business. Okay. 这个地图的业务 this area or regions the business. Okay.
这个地区的业务，
Oh, it's not 图 it's 区 Oh, 地区 Oh, 地区
这个地区的业务，
区
这个地区的业务，
Interesting. So 区 shi and ji all do not have the u, which I wasn't so sure about before. Whoops. Typo.
业务，
诶
求医，
求医 request request medicine or request doctor. Yeah, doctor to seek medical advice. Okay. Yeah. 求医 and also to see a doctor, which could be overlap with kan Bing, right? Kan Bing. To go see a doctor. Okay. We're okay with that. 到国外求医 so go abroad. Okay, to seek medical. Yeah, it's literally that.
到国外求医，
到国外求医 Oh no. 他已经解禁，他决定 Oh, that's 决，他决定去医院求医 Okay, went to the hospital. They decide to go to the hospital to seek medical advice.
他决定去医院求医，
Yeah, 决定 We didn't get 决 yet. Still. Jeez.
求医，
How did 求 work? Kirby in the bakery, and they request that Kirby suck up all the water and stuff. Right.
主办，
主办 which is master bun. Peppers, muscular arm, manage. Master manage. When you decide to host something, you thus become master of the event, and it is up to you to manage everything, to host, to sponsor, to organize. Ooh, to organize. 主办. Okay. Olympics? Oh no. Oh wait, I know some of these. Okay, hold up. Okay, 主办 ao let's carry 烟 ao 烟会
主办奥运会，
奥运会 yeah 奥运会 oh that doesn't sound like Olympic 奥运会 I was expecting it to sound like Olympics, so I was like reading this expecting it to be close. So what is this? I don't know what this character means, but this is carry and meet. So maybe like, I don't know, sports carry meet? I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to sound like Olympic. Usually when it tries to sound like something, it doesn't really make any sense. 公司主办的 tongue and dang it tongue and spray. What is the tongue and spray thing? 发动 No. I'm not sure if I got this.
公司主办的活动，
Hulk would be in the middle of the bakery, something with a tongue and spray. I don't think I got 活动. The closest I have is 活. Yeah.
主办热带
热带 hot sash. Oh, tropical. I get it. Oh, I totally get this now. If you're thinking about the Earth and you think of a sash across the middle of the Earth, that's the equator. Or you could even call this a strip or a rope. It's the hot sash around the Earth. Tropical. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Tropical describes the hot area that has a wide sash along the equator of the Earth between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah. The topics. Is this a typo? The tropics? I think this might be a typo. I'm not sure it has anything to do with topics. 热带I don't know what forest is 雨林有很多动物
热带雨林有很多动物，
It is 林 雨林 The only reason I know Ling is it has something to do with it has something to do with my family's name. This is a热带 what was that one? I just saw this the last time. 地区 Yeah, 地区
这是一个热带地区。
I'm missing a component for this character before we can get this character. Unless that's a modified something. A little bracket. If it's a modified box, this could be box and goods put together. For Chi. 热带地区常常很热. That's a fair statement.
热带服务
Ooh. Service And apparel and task doesn't help here, but 服务员 does help. That's a waiter. 服务员, which is probably the same 服务. And then 人 yuan, so not yuan, which is a kind of like a maybe like a person or something, like a profession person or worker. In most jobs, we first dress up in special apparel, then do assigned tasks, all for the service of others. Okay. 公车的服务非常好。guest 客房服务菜单 that makes sense. The guest rooms, so room, the guest rooms service menu 菜单. This is vegetables and list, so like a dish list. 菜单
客房服务菜单
nice.
服务
It's feeling good. And it's gone. Yeah. Ask, right? Foreman.
业务
Right. Yeah. And it's gone. Yeah, 办. I mean, 主办
主办
是什么？manage the host. Okay.
热带服务
球球衣 wait 球衣 yen wait hold. How did the bottle thing work? It's Yoshi in front of the Ying. Wait. No. Wait. Is this the bottle with the missiles? Wait. Bottle? Missiles? Ying Yen, right? Yeah. Ah! Oh, it is Yi. How do I get to Yi on this? Wait. I think I hold on. So, how does this work? We have missiles, bottle. Missile, bottle, right? Missile, bottle, arrow, or a dart, and box. So it's Yoshi, but I thought he was in front of the infirmary. Oh. Wait. What? I don't remember.
球衣
How did the mnemonic work for E? It's in front of the house where he's dressed as a doctor. He lugs around a box of medicine-filled bottles, yeah? And then one of the neighborhood kids was hit by a missile. Oh, it had nothing to do with infirmary. Oh. I was trying so hard to fit in infirmary, but it's just him peddling snake oil. It's fine. This is what lessons are for. Okay. 办事. 办事 manage things, to handle affairs, yeah, to manage matters. Completion. Oh yeah, to manage matters too, to handle, yeah, to handle affairs. Okay. 办事公正. Fairly, yeah, fairly handle matters. 老老 something something 地办事. What is that? 老老贵贵,
老老实实的办事，
实实老老实实的办事. Another way to say honestly. Interesting. All right.
办事带来
I don't know what I mistyped there. 带来. So sash and come. Oh no. To bring? To bring something, just attach it to your sash so it comes with you whenever you go. Okay. Okay. Alright, got it. Okay. 带来. Oh, and I already added to bring, right? To sash. Yeah, because this is the more common verb. 带来 or 带. 他给我们带来了好消息. Right, 消息.
他给我们带来了好消息。
Good news. Okay.
带来看法
看法 perspective, a way of looking at things. Okay. Yep. Perspective, opinion, which lines up with the other opinion. Okay. All right. 你的看法不一定对. Not necessarily. Oh, that's how you do it. 不一定对. I like it. I could use this. 你的看法不一定对. 看法上的 difference. Oh no, perspective. Wait, no, difference. 看法上的差 that's 差. I was gonna say 不一样 but
看法上的差异，
差异. I don't know what the meaning for 异 is yet. Differ is 差 the difference. But 差异, maybe 异 is a difference in meaning. A difference. Or maybe 差异 is comparison. 异 is a comparative character. Okay.
看法
Perspective.
衣带
衣带. One sash is one area. That can be a little tough. You can mark off one area by getting one very long sash and using that as a border of the area, I guess. District region. You could think of it as like if it's one die and die D or right? No, 热地 is no, yeah, 热带, right? If Redai is one region, then Yidai is that region, that area, or district. That's fine. I think we can get that. We can work this out. 这一带有学校吗？这一带有学校吗？ Does this area have any schools? Fair enough. That's a pretty good context. 一带 that's a pretty good context sentence
不
actually.
然
不然 oh no, not so. Otherwise, if something is not so, then it must be otherwise. It's also not so. But okay, what is totem? I don't think I have totem standalone, but it could be la. Nah, yeah, nope. So this is luckily, right? 你提让我 probably 提倡我 I don't know this character yet. I feel like it's 提让 with the G 提让我不然我就忘了 Okay, otherwise I would forget.
幸亏你提醒我，不然我就忘了。
It's sing. Oh my gosh. 幸亏
你提醒我，不然我就忘了。
Jeez. 幸亏你提醒我，不然我就忘了。So you could kind of go with如果 maybe like 如果你不告诉我 or 请你告诉我请你告诉我不然我就忘了 like please tell me otherwise I would have forgotten as opposed to like I can't express luckily you reminded me but we could kind of say it in a different way like please tell me otherwise I would have forgotten or you could just say 我忘了 I would forget or I would forget just 我忘记你别说了不然我真要生气了 or else I'll get really angry
你别说了，不然我真要生气了。
真要生气了 Okay, alright, cool
不然
Alright. And it's gone.
办事不然看法带来衣带
Alright. Gotta love it.
渴求
渴求 a thirst? A request for thirst? Okay. You thirst for Why do I have a feeling this could be like an internet slang to thirst for something? Oh gosh. Yeah, that is thirst for, to thirst for. Thirst for means we're thirsty for something and always request it. Yeah. 渴求 to crave, yeah, to long for. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Oh, whoops. Let's read our context in this. What do we have? 可巧将可巧将离 Wait. That's not Li. Wait, do I have this? This is Li, right? No. Yes, no.
渴求真理，
It is Li. How does this work? The truth, 真理. I don't know. So truth is this. So inside the truth? I guess. It's fine. 可巧长不
他渴求成功，
功 I think there are two reads for this. That's why I'm getting them mixed on this. 成功 But 成功 makes sense. 成功 sounds correct. Back to the video comment again. When 他可巧成功 sounds correct, but I wouldn't know that this was good, right? Because literacy is a punk. You
渴
gotta
求
go grab it and knock it down so you can read it. 渴求 the thirst for
共
different gong. Seaweed. So you have some turf and some fins tangled in it. It's none other than seaweed. Oh, that's actually pretty good. I like that. This is the together one. Gong. Oh, I'm using 可以 what? Is the last one 可以用有没有 Oh, that's Japanese. Wakotabi. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is Wakotabi. No, I'm not now. This is a content update. It's day 6. The last time I checked up on Wakotabi was October. But it's a content update. I'm not gonna get to it today though. We had too much of a fun discussion on the side. Probably not gonna get to it today. Although, meanwhile, my parents went to observe Qingming, right? Qingming today in New York. So, unfortunately, I have some very cold shumai, hagao, and chanfeng. Oh, God, it's probably Niao fun. Yeah, Niao fun. It's very, very cold though. Cold dim sum.
Gung.
How does together work for this? Which one is this? Yikong? Yeah, Yikong. Gandalf is in the bathroom of the temple, sure, where he is stewing in the hot spring together with the monks and a bunch of magic seaweed. He got on his recent wizard travels. He uses his staff to stir the water of the hot spring so the seaweed doesn't stick together. And later, him and the monks all eat the seaweed while bathing together? Okay. Oh, gong gong. Yeah, that's right. Gong gong. Like, gong gong chicha. Public. Or no, public. Oh, I usually refer to it as public, but public together. Oh, okay. To resonate? Oh, that makes sense. Gongming. And to coexist. Oh. Okay, together makes sense. Yeah, I got you.
贡黄
Hoang, yellow. Sure. An aquarium? Okay, help me out. There are fins. I see the fins. The ground of the rice field has been converted into an aquarium. You can sometimes see fins emerge, breaking the surface of the water. Oh, okay. When picturing this component, picture a glass enclosure aquarium instead, like the one you may find at the dentist. Alright, I got you.
Hoang
Hoang, which is yellow. No need. The Hulk is inside the chapel. Sure. Tending to a gigantic holy aquarium that is in the middle of the altar. Wait, where's the altar at? I actually don't see the altar. What is... Oh, no, never mind. Just kidding. It's not one of the components. The bucket. I see the bucket, though. It is an aquarium made of yellow stained glass depicting holy fish with, of course, more fish inside. It gets a huge yellow bucket and fills it with water from the faucet at one end of the chapel and walks over and dumps the water. Okay. We're fine. Yellow is yellow. Ah, dusk. Yellow is in cucumber. That's interesting. Huangguo. Oh, that type of cucumber. Huangguo, that type of cucumber. Not the other type of cucumber. Okay. Huangdo? Yeah. It's yellow. It's yellowish. Huh, Huangdo.
Hoang
Alright. What was this seaweed?
Gong
I mistyped the second tone. Okay. Here, continue doing homework? Good luck. Good luck, Sharon. Good luck with your homework.
Hoang
Oh.
渴求
Okay. To illuminate. Oh, this is a part of photography. Jiao is part of photography. James Bond is in the bathroom of the barn. Okay. Which is pitch black. He takes out a burner that was hidden behind the toilet and lights it. It shines as bright as the sun. He then takes out his summons. Oh, a second use of summons. That's good. Summons and use the burner to illuminate it. Wait, he's in the barn, right? On it reads, take down the evil dairy syndicate. Okay, there's the barn. Here's the barn. Tie-in. Okay. So James Bond is doing some secret code hacking, right? Pick up a burner. of a burner in the toilet, right? Toilet, bathroom, lights it, and it shines like the sun. And he takes out the summon and use it in the burner to illuminate it. Okay. Oh, he takes out his summons and use the burner to illuminate it. Okay. Alright, I think I got this. Yeah, this is photography is the closest thing I got. Yeah, 照片. Illuminate strip. It's not quite there. 照片. Oh, illuminated piece of. That's oh, wait. What does that have to do with waiter? Pinocchio is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Where a waiter came in. I don't remember why that's pian. Or a slice. Oh, he took a slice of his... Right, he took a slice of his leg. Or something like that. Yeah, the waiter barges in and thinking he was in Man and Dawn took a slice out of it. Okay. 照顾, to look after, to illuminate something. Do I have anything else that I could use? Driver's license? Nope. Nope. Okay. It's fine.
照见
A piece? Okay. I guess. It's a counter. So piece works. I'm not sure if I like piece though. Not sure. It's not. It's not. Flexible enough. We'll stick with this until. It's like I could just call this a counter. As a backup. If I'm feeling not so confident. A piece is fine. Doesn't always end up being a piece. Like 一间, like 一间大衣, right? 大衣, that's a piece of a coat. Which I would find difficult to translate. Like one piece coat. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, right? Where he works, he accidentally teleported a dead cow into the bathroom. He's now trying to remove it piece by piece since it does not fit through the door or window. Slender Man, his co-worker, helps with slicing up the cow into pieces. Wow. Wen Jian. A document. A piece of writing. Document, okay. Wu Jian. A part. Piece. Still parts. You Jian. I don't think I have you yet. An Jian. No an. Wu Jian. Attachment. Okay.
见 该
Guy should. That's fine. Part of yin guy. Should. Yin guy. Gandalf is in front of the high school trying to rein in a wild boar. that keeps on terrorizing the student. He tries to use words to do so, shooting out magic words from his staff that says, "You shall not." Oh, you should stop. Okay. That hit the boar with no effect. Perhaps Gandalf should use a different method. Okay. Right. Ingai. Wall guy? To serve right. Should wall? I guess wall might have something to do with serving in the future.
该太
Hi. Attitude. I think this is the second time bear has come up. Outside of Nung. Hi. Wow, it's been a long time since bear. Alright, so what is Tarzan doing in the bathroom of the high school? He's in the bathroom of the high school with a bad attitude. He sits in a stall and refuses to go to class to get his GED. Suddenly, a bear opens the stall and gives him a picture of a heart. Tarzan suddenly changes his attitude and decides that if he tries his best, he can graduate high school. Okay. Normalcy. Changtai. The often attitude, which is normalcy. Xingtai. Attitude. Okay. Like heart attitude is still attitude, yeah. And Taidu. Oh. Ooh, really? Attitude degrees. The degree of attitude? Attitude? Kind of can be mixed up with altitude. Alright. I got nothing else to work with, so we're just gonna take
太
it a step at a time.
万
One. Oh, 10,000. Yeah, that's fine. A traditional character 10. A cricket. Alright, lay it on me. Inside the rice field, you find a curious looking insect. Okay, it's a modified insect. I got you. Yeah, I got you. It wears a little hood and hops around. It's a cricket, of course. This becomes obvious once you take off its hood. Oh, yeah, I got you. I got you. Alright. Alright, cricket.
万
One. Okay. Walter White is in the... Oh, wow. Jeez. They really covered the gambit. They didn't use a period, though. I'm just saying. It could be a period. Walter White is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he works part-time to pay his cancer bills. Sure. He is trying... Oh, that's lore accurate. That's lore accurate. He is trying to deal with a small cricket and flower infestation. Got you. Actually, it's quite big. Then there are 10,000 crickets, and each on top of 10,000 flowers. In fact, Walter is pressed against the wall, unable to move as the bathroom is filled to the brim. Oh. Okay. But what does that have to do with the pawn shop? Cancer bills. But that could be in the infirmary. Okay. We'll have to think about that. 10,000 is fine. A millionaire. Buy one. Buy one. Ooh. One. Makes sense.
万
One. One. It's gone.
兆 太 万 该见
All right. Oh, we gotta lock in here. Okay. We got this.
火腿
他每天吃火腿。
租
路段。
路段
这个路段经常塞车。
意家庭
我的家庭有6个人。
健康
我真担心他的健康。
She西装
西装
这套西装很适体。
or suit, yeah.
布瓶子
给我一个空瓶子。
低温
我不在低温下跑步。
百般
百般阻挠。
温度
温度降到零下20度。
海运
我们使用海运运送货物。
Conjoined twins.
碰冷静
你应该冷静些。
以后
以后不会再发生了。
成早庭院
我喜欢在庭院看书。
再生
耶稣将再次再生。
耶稣再次再生。
思想
他的思想境界比我高。
性像
Who? Okay. Keep getting pause on this one. Soldier, waitress. I keep pausing on this. I got it the first time, but now, oh, 服装
服装，
时髦的服装，
It's still clothing. Yeah. Uh,
可是
这里很美，可是太冷了。
拉开，
拉开窗帘，
bunker? Weapon. Oh.
发，计算，
你能准确地计算这个吗？
Oh, what are you? Oh.
普通话，
大多数中国人都听得懂普通话。
海水，
这里的海水很浅，
It's still ocean water. Let me guess. Sea water? Yeah. Oh, wait. That's messed up. It's a scene. What? Hypo? Oh, meaning. Oh, whoops. Meaning. Self-words? Oh, faith? Self-faith? Self-confidence.
自信，
How did the glove thing fit?
合成，
这些颜色可以合成新的颜色。
Okay, this is new, right? 举重，
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 我讨厌举重。
举重，举重 ，no 举重，出 and 出，举重。Oh, I think I typed life again. Jeez.
也许，
也许我不该告诉他的。
嗯，赢到机场，到机场赢，Mormon，迎迎接一个朋友。
迎接
到机场迎接一个朋友。
This is still recognized. Oh, well, I guess it's also welcome. Welcome is fine. See and greet, meet and greet, see and greet. It's welcome. Pretty sure. Or greet. Or meet. Might be all three. What the heck is this? Is this page? What does page look like? Okay. Why didn't I screw this up? Oh, clothing. Alright. Whoops.
想法
你有什么想法？
Oh, goodness gracious. It's Jie. Yeah,
Jie.
walking umbrella. Yeah, welcome, meet. It's probably all three. Oh no! Yeah. Welcome, greet, meet. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
搬
Oh no, it's not. That's why that doesn't sound good.
或许
他或许能来。
举手
他因为有问题而举手。
星九法
Oh. Oh no. That's a mistake. That's a jerk reflex. No. We got it. It's fine. This one.
是
Oh no. I don't think it's alter. Like to read, transcribe, uncover, like you clean up, the altar, and they can read what's transcribed on on the altar. I legitimately have no idea what the key word is. Is it like explain? Hell? I don't know. It is tell. Or demonstrate. Or instruct. Or fine.
"信用卡、
我可以用信用卡吗？
部分、
最后一部分，
Oh, I typed the wrong phone there by accident.
提起、
他从没提起过这件事。
Okay. Uh.
计算机、
我需要一个新的计算机。
Wrong 1414. Oh, it's an accident. Very common. Fine. Oops. I almost did it again.
提到、
他提到了这件事。
Or mention.
吹、
Oh. Oh, jeez. That's a that's a reading blunder. Hey, Mr. Maku, I hope your night has been well, man. Today you walked a 5K, did some work. Nice. Went to a finance advisor. I don't know how to feel about committing to investment and stuff, and then did CrossFit. But when you got a dinner at Chick-fil-A, we saw a bad crash. But other than that, made me grateful. Oh, I'm glad to hear that you're safe. Hopefully no one was hurt in that bad crash as well. Congrats on covering 5K and walking. Very nice. Have some apprehensions about investments and stuff. You have expendable income that you can liquid you have liquid income that you can invest. That's interesting. And Chick-fil-A, my man, what did you get at Chick-fil-A? My night, it's been great. I've fallen 4 hours behind schedule because there was a lot of good things. There was a lot of cool things to talk about, and yeah, we talked about life. We talked about babies. We talked about April Fools. The current status of the internet, culture, identities, some childhood stuff. Quite a lot of things actually. Meta boomer. It's kind of an inside joke. They said they were a boomer. I'm gonna refer to them. Cobb salad with grilled chicken. And yeah, a bit. You just always have cash saved up, but want to use it for investment and such. I see. Or you've always wanted to save so you can put a big down payment on a house. Oh, yeah, that house. That house.
请问
请问您的名字怎么写？
We're just gonna ask, please. Please is good. Sorry, catch up. Cool. Cool. Yang. This is the
忽然
Sunly.
他忽然站起来，
跟进。Wait. Old? I want to come back to it. I think I can figure it out.
“全都
该来的人全都来了。
入睡，
昨晚我久久不能入睡，
Oh. Yeah, I wrote, yeah. Right?
跟
Yeah.
进，
请跟
Oh, I
进客
wrote
户。
A. I wrote A. 请跟进客 Please follow or straight forward or ahead. Oh no, this is gonna require something. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I could have added more, but that's fine. We're blocking that, sort of.
本
Follow straight as in a narrow. like follow up. So so financially, is this something you have done before, Turtle?
汉字
你知道一些汉字？
Oh, I screwed up this one. Enclosure hills. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Have you invested before? Or is it the first time? Oh. Wrong one. What the heck is this one? Oh, I am actually literally drawing a blank on this one. Oh, okay. Not at all yet. Just your automatic stuff? Fair enough, fair enough. An enclosure and some hills. What? I'm gonna kick myself for this one. Oh, wait.
Yang
Nice. Nailed it. It's fine. It was there somewhere. It took like forever though.
"近期
我近期要去旅行，
Near date? Soon? Oh, near future? Okay. You think you're gonna do it? Gonna invest? Honestly, I haven't ever visited a financial advisor before. What's that like? What's the experience like for you?
备用
我备用了一些食物，
手机，
我的手机在哪里？
Oh, that's wrong. That's the wrong read right there by accident. And did I screw this up? How did I screw this up?
单
Oh, I typed 4 instead of 1.
直，永不，
我永不会忘记这美好的时刻。
姓，往，
No.
对不
Okay.
起，
Okay.
对
We're
不
fine.
起，我不是故意的。
南边，
河流的南边有很多树。
对话，
这一段对话很精彩。
点，两手，
他站着，两手插在兜里。
Two hands. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's a misread. Fine. I know what it is.
“王位”
王位继承人。
坏事，
坏事可以变成好事。
结，科，
Or academic. Yeah, this one.
玩弄，
别玩弄那钢笔啦。
Ah. Ah. No. No.
挺身，
挺身还击。
房间，
我的房间很暗。
普遍，
普遍定律。
神，挺，
But yeah, you think you're just gonna sleep on it? I see. And hopefully your subconscious thinks on it, but you don't know. But I don't know. You got any advice for investment or got a good financial advisor? Never been to a financial advisor, unfortunately. Yeah, that's interesting. For the longest time, my parents are the old classic peeps. So, it's more about instead of trying to turn over something, it's more like extra, right? Because their active income is that they run a business, but they don't work the money a lot of times. So most of the time, diversification, you put IRAs, your very safe stuff like IRAs, if you're like doing stocks or something, like spread out in your S&P 500, hit up Vanguard to like buy the I forgot what they're called, what the ticket thing is, but the diversification through Vanguard or Fidelity or something, and wager on the idea that you trust that the economy won't collapse. So not too much here, unfortunately. I don't have.
下次
我下次不会问他。
Yeah.
做牛
My parents, I forgot to complete my thought about my parents. My parents have been really safe. They genuinely, they make money. They put in CDs. And budget while locking in CDs. Other than that, they bought a house, right? The very house we live in. And yeah, not much here to lock in CD like bank rates here and there. Well, there was a recent, like in the United States here, we're talking about United States here. There was rate hikes recently, right? For the whole inflation thing. So my parents had matriculated cash, locked in the CD rate for like a year or two, budget as much cash that you would use. That requires a bit of foresight and whatnot, but they're usually quite safe people. Certificate of deposit, something that lasts a while, and then yeah, 401s, right? 401s. Probably a lot of things you've heard through the grapevines. Nothing to technically dramatically change your outlook or your lifestyle. It's more like prepping for retirement kind of situation. Why am I stuck on you? I know you in context, but I don't know you standalone. What are you? A brush. Oh. What? Why am I stuck on this? I want to say something like, no. Or no. Yes. No. It's on the ground, and there's a rice patty. What did he do with a brush? I wish I can remember the vocabulary word that this is involved in. I have no idea. I don't remember. Oh, drawing. Dang. Yeah, the tie and the drawing. That's a weak one.
去年，
我去年这时候在台湾，
电灯，
电灯把大街照得烁亮。
忽视，
不应忽视困难。
套，背心，
我今天穿了一件新背心。
对，洗，大力，
他大力的讲课。
为上午
我上午去上班。
立得
Oh, wait, that's possess.
果王说话
他不常说话。
Wait. What? I think something's wrong with that. Hold up. I gotta...
好玩
这里没有好玩的。
I'm gonna go base, go on base first to see, then do it afterwards, just to see if we can do a financial brief or just summary. Oh, okay. Gone. Everything's gone. Oh.
画
What the heck is this? It's to continue to do something. Or obtain? And it's also continuing. I should add a continuing. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Let's do this quickly. What is this? Seaweed. Aquarium. Cricket. Boom. Oh, why do you look so weird? One. Vowel. We'll correct the tones as we go. Tie. One. Guy. Ian. Uh. Yeah. I keep getting stuck on this one. Spear. I mean, mace. Foreman. Strong arm task. Ooh. Yeah, ooh. Zu. Birds. Ooh. It's like management, right? Tuban. It's fine. Post. Die. Ooh. 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 九 9亿 放置 不然 办法 带来 一代 得求 all right, let's see if I have to adjust any of these tones. Oh, I already have to adjust one. Handoff, bathroom, temple, seaweed in the bath, in the public bath, or in the bath together with monks and stuff, and then eating it together afterwards. While in the bath together. Weird. Hulk. Is it Hulk? Wait a minute. Yes. Hulk. Inside the chapel. What does the aquarium have to do with a big yellow cross with the bucket? I have no idea. So there's an aquarium. I have no idea. Look inside the aquarium. Made of yellow stained glass. Oh, an aquarium. This is an aquarium made of yellow stained glass, depicting holy fish. Gets a huge yellow bucket and fills it with water from the faucet at the other end and walks over and dumps the water into the... More fish inside. Okay. Clearly wasn't paying attention. So there was an aquarium filled with yellow fish, and he took a bucket and filled it up with more yellow. There are yellow fish in there, short. A yellow bucket. Yeah, a yellow bucket. James Bond. Outside. Oh, no, it's not. This is also... It's 4. I remember James Bond was in the bathroom of the barn. Right? Yeah, bathroom of the barn. And he took out a burner and pulled out his summon, a burner that lit the place like the sun. Right? Was used to illuminate the summons that he had. Tarzan, bathroom, school, high school, with an attitude until a bear showed him a picture of a heart to scare him into pursuing his GED. We have Walter White in the bathroom of the pawn shop, trying to clear out his cancer debt, his cancer bill. The place is overrun by 10,000 crickets and flour. The point is pushing him out, right? But he has to take care of it. We have what else we have? We have Gandalf in front of the high school, where he's trying to take care of a pig using his words he cast. But he needs a new method because he should be using a different method because it doesn't work talking to a pig. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Does that feel right? Yes. He was trying to teleport a cow or something, and then he was trying to get a cow out or something. Something terrible went happened with the cow, but then he co-opted Slender Man to breaking the cow up into pieces so that they can remove the cow. Oh, teleported a dead cow. The cow was already dead. It's kind of dark. I have to admit, kind of dark. Wee bit dark. Okay. So, all right. Let's go over the. We're far more vigilant now. So this is totem. Rote memory. Ooh, this one sucked. I need to pay attention more to this one. Is that brush? So drawing. And what? I don't even know. Hulk is. Oh, he was drawing a tie. Because he forgot a tie. What does that have to do with the patty, though? Oh. What's a patty over... Wait, that doesn't make any sense. The Hulk isn't sprucing up before... Oh, it's just drawing. Drawing is... Drawing. That's why. How do they do drawing? Picture yourself drawing on the ground in the middle of a large room. You draw on the ground with your brush, slowly drawing a large depiction of a rice paddy, yeah. Drawing could get me to the mnemonic. Could. Possibly. That's a tough ask. That's a trouble one. This is from last time. So, done and sort. This one's okay now. Che might come back later. Pretty sure. Che, blow, to blow. It's okay for now. And then Hoang. This is okay temporarily as well. Suddenly. So for now, this one was a complete blank. I just had nothing going on up here. All right, so that's the end of HanziHero. Still don't know if I'm gonna make it to Bagotabi today. How much? It's 11 p.m. We'll see. We'll see. That's a wrap for HanziHero. Thanks. Chillin'. If you're gonna watch this later, yeah. One of the digressions earlier in WaniKani was actually based on a video comment to one of the HanziHero things. One of HanziHero videos. It's okay. The hot take was, if you don't think it makes sense based on something you don't see, then it neither confirms nor denies your statements. So, for example, if you're trying to ask or make an opinion on something, and it's based on something you don't see, then I would highly encourage that person to actually see the reason before asking in inane rhetoric that makes it very difficult for someone else to think they're being serious. Like, what is an example? You go up, like, it's like playing a game and you're expecting the video game to be a Souls-like. So you watch the game and it's like, wait, this isn't a Souls-like. And you're saying, well, why are you wasting your time? This isn't a Souls-like game. It's like, well, yeah, no kidding, it's not a Souls-like game. So in this case, for HanziHero, it's like, I don't get it. This doesn't help you learn how to speak intelligibly. It's like, well, no kidding, it doesn't. Where do you want to go from here? Because I agree with you. Because it's not designed to address that. But you clearly just want to state the obvious. Like, no kidding, Sherlock. Right? That this doesn't deal anything with speaking. So perhaps a slight critical thinking may suggest a different approach to figuring out something. But nevertheless, asking it in a form of question would have been nice, but instead that person choose to project their value system instead and saying it's a massive waste of time. Like, well, agree to disagree, but the problem is I understand where you're thinking, how you did a leap of logic, but you clearly can't think outside of your own butt, right? That's kind of the idea. So not very pretty when you're stating something and it clearly isn't, so no one's disagreeing with you, or at least I'm not disagreeing with you. But at the same time, how is that even relevant? Tell me that you didn't watch the video without telling me that you didn't. Alright. Anyways, it was interesting. If you want to check it out, it's a comment on day 81 of HanziHero. I guess I'll let other people chime in. Right. As always, like I said, you're more than welcome to follow along, share your hot takes, increase engagement, I suppose, and feel free, drop your hot takes and I'll be ready to discuss, be ready to converse, explain why, explain how. I'm always up for it. So I'm gonna step away, hydrate, stretch a little bit, and then I'll be back for Spanish. Welcome back, Proko. No, I still gotta do Spanish. I'll be back. Alright. I'll see you then. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 28. It is day 28. Burning the midnight oil. Yeah, quick breaks protocol. Quick breaks. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to Wakotabi today. But we'll try tomorrow. My voice is... We'll see how we feel at the end of this. Okay. So, do I remember family stuff? Yesterday was a long one. I can Vikram. Okay. It was... Oops. We had marido or husband. No other alternatives. We also have hours. Nuestra. Did I start with Duolingo for Japanese and Chinese learning? I did. Japanese is going... I haven't finished the Japanese thing. It got moved to May because I want to do something else in the process, which was like Wagotabi and Solo Speak, and I don't really know how long that's going to take. But they're learning games from zero, so no Japanese knowledge required in order to engage with those games. So we were going to do that to settle in a little bit. Nuestro or ours. What other family numbers do we have? Hijos, hijas, hermanos. Oh. Mayor. Menor. Oh, mayor. Menor. Or older and younger. Abuelo. Abuela. No other family numbers. Mama. Papa. Padre. Padres. So we got the plural version of everything as well. Oh, and for concerning something in the third person. So we also have all your usual suspects. You have the le in something like le gusta. And then the to modify the third person of which it's concerning. Also nos. A lot of that. Where places, where people are, where they're from, what they want to do, what they like, what they love. Not much in the way of... Let's see if anything comes up once I go over the podcast. So yesterday, we were down to 2 podcasts for this unit. I don't know how they decide what the podcasts are. Right? So the first podcast was called Sunday Together. So pod 1 was Sunday Together. And it turns out this was a Lily prompt. So it was 2 people. It was I'm guessing it was a sibling, a pair of siblings spending time together, right? and they were spending time together listening to music. Reading and listening to music. Oh, yeah. Listening and reading to music. So, escuchar. Escuchar. To listen. Oh, and music, there's also tocar, to play. And then we had, guitarra and piano. Even classical. They threw in some random ones too, like rock. Oh. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Right, Musica was already introduced. Yep. And Lily basically say like unenthusiastic, right? doesn't like hanging out with people. More or less. It's nice, but not for her. Doesn't like people. No punchline. Like, gee whiz. And then we have Beautiful Home. Part 2 is Beautiful Home. And this was Falstaff, which I had a fingers crossed for Falstaff. So wait, was it Falstaff? Whoops. Oh no, it's not Falstaff. Just kidding. I'm thinking of yesterday's. This is Lynn. They were talking about who was in the house. So they were it was a son and their grandfather. And they like listening to music in the house. And Lynn basically says, well, if there's anything she knows a lot of things about, is the couch. You know, that's a big setup, obviously. Lynn is all about the couch. Who cares about everything else? It's about the couch. Nothing comes out of my mind. Do we have couch? No. Abuelo. Hijo. Música. Escuchar. Yep. That's where I got most of my vocabulary just now. And our adventure was kind of weird. It was a dinner party. So, don't have dinner yet. Party, fiesta. So, painting the scene. Here we go. So, there's a door here, and Eddie is in here. And this is the bathroom, right? There's a toilet here, and there was a plunger in it. And then water was everywhere. Right? Water was everywhere. And Eddie's just chilling there. Okay? We have table, like a dining room table. Refrigerator. Counter, sink. right? And then we have Lucy. I don't know where Lynn is. Lucy is Lynn's grandmother, but somehow Eddie is here. Okay. There was an oven down here. Right, so oven, refrigerator, and then there's a cabinet here with plates. Right? So you're Oscar. And Oscar and Lucy has this thing. I'm pretty sure they have this thing. Where Lynn is, maybe outside. So Oscar goes to Lucy and asks like, hey, it's time for dinner. Like, can I help you with dinner? And Lucy's like, yeah, why don't you go? We should go and, poder. Poder is a new one. We should set up the table. So Lucy says in the Amarillo. Milo? Actually, I'm not sure anymore. The shelf, the cabinets. There are plates. So go pick up the plates and set the table. So you go over here, you grab the plates, and then you set up the table. Right. So the table is set. Right? Then you go back to Lucy. Like, yeah, now we need the food. And Lucy said, oh yeah, Eddie made the sandwiches. The ham sandwiches. Right? And they're in the refrigerator. So you go and look in the refrigerator. Like, what the heck? Where are the ham sandwiches? And Lucy's like, oh, Eddie, why don't you go ask Eddie? Because Eddie did this. So you go to this door, and Eddie just screams through the door and say, oh yeah, I put the sandwiches in the stove. Or in the oven. What? What? So Eddie, Lucy earlier says something like, "Oh, Eddie's been in the bathroom for too long. Why don't you help me set the plate and let the dinnerware?" So then you go to the oven and you take out the sandwiches and you put them at the table, and it ends there. It just ends there. Like, we're not gonna talk about how Eddie is in the bathroom with a plunger and everything's overflowing, but yeah, that's the skit. That's the adventure. Yep. So I still have to get used to saying cabinet or shelf and a locker. And there's also a vacuum cleaner. The stove is self-explanatory. It's a cognate. Yeah, and and poner. I think it's poner. To set things up or to place things. It varies depending on the phrasing, but yeah. There you have it. Let's get into let's first look at, did I miss anything that was really important from yesterday? I think yesterday was pretty chill because we're practicing grammar for the most part. Películas, which is plural. Menor, mayor, marido. Nos is the important part. Escuchar, tocar, right? Or nos. Conciertos is plural. Guitarra, piano. Oh, right. Baloncesto. And probably deporte. So baloncesto and deporte. And that's it. Okay, so we missed sports. That's fine. Okay. Now we shop for clothing. Huh? Whoa, this is... Okay, so no podcast. Is that the only difference? Yeah. Ropa. Yes. Ropa. Do we have buy yet? Oh yeah, we do. Comprar. Comprar. Shop? I think it's still a phrase like comprar, but not sure. And then buscar, we can expect buscar, right? To find clothing, probably. Buscar. And maybe more articles of clothing. Okay, let's look at the guidebook. So, ¿quieres comprar algo para mí? Okay, do you want to buy something for me? Si quiero comprar un sombrero para ti. Okay, sure. ¿Cuánto cuesta? Oh, cuesta. Cuesta's good. ¿Quiere de comprar? Oh, yeah. That sounds about right. To go shopping. Or to go buying. Or shopping. Cuesta este sombrero rojo. That's fine. So how much is something, right? Todos los sombreros cuestan $10. Queremos ir de compras hoy. Yeah, there it is. Ir de comprar. Para mí, para ti, right? For me, for you, which would pair up with conmigo and contigo, as the accessory phrases. Este camisa es para mí, right? Papá, quisiera was 2 units ago. Quisiera comprar algo para ti. All right. So just para mí and para ti, which have accents. All right. Hold up. All right. La tienda. It's a review.
Señor, ¿usted abre hoy?
Abre. It's still open, but I haven't conjugated. Oh, this way yet. Interesting. Whoops. Fair enough.
¿Esta camisa es para mí?
Oops.
Queremos ir de compras hoy.
Queremos ir de compras hoy.
¿Cuándo quieres ir?
¿Cuándo quieres ir de compras?
Mi abuela tiene una falda para ti.
¿Esos zapatos son para mí?
No, no para mí. Soy muy pequeños para ti. Pequeños para ti. Oh, no, para mí. Son muy pequeños para ti. Yeah. Like, no, it's for me. It's not for you, it's too small for you.
Ellos quieren buscar unas camisetas.
Oh, there's buscar. Okay. Ellos quieren buscar unas camisetas. Okay. It's a natural thing to probably want to know. Buscar. The heck?
Buscar.
Buscar. Oh, Oscar.
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti. Quiero.
Quiero buscar.
Un.
¿Un? What are you looking for you?
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti.
Oh,
Un
just,
sombrero para
hat.
ti.
La tienda cierra en la noche.
Sierra. Sierra is close, to close, right? Shut. So now we have open and shut, or close. Close. En la noche. Queremos ir de compras a una tienda de ropa muy bonita.
Tienda. Esta tienda cierra los domingos.
Esta tienda cierra los domingos.
Los domingos.
On Sundays.
¿A qué hora abre?
¿A qué hora abre la tienda?
La
La tienda
tienda
no
abre
abre los domingos. Okay. Esta camisa es para mí.
Mi.
We're closed on a week. La tienda
cierra
cierra los fines de semana. Oh, just that doesn't imply multiple weekends, but well, it implies multiple weekends, and they wanted multiple weekends, but I would have said based on that el fin de semana, but that's fine.
¿Qué talla necesitas?
¿Qué talla? Talla. Size? Talla, yeah. Necesito una talla pequeña porque este camiseta es demasiado grande.
Grande.
Nah, that looks perfectly fine. You can rock that.
¿Dónde está el probador?
Probador. You try? No, it's not. That's fitting room.
Probador.
Estos precios son muy buenos.
Prices. Estos precios son muy buenos. Oh, es precios. Okay.
Precios.
Esta falda es bonita pero cara.
Cara, expensive. Feminine, expensive. This is a repeat. Caro. This. Pero. Oops. Okay.
¿Me puedo probar estos zapatos?
Me puedo probar estos zapatos. Right?
Probar. Estos zapatos.
Yeah. Can I try on these shoes? Ugh! Oh my goodness.
Aquí están los vestidos, señora.
I didn't know where the on was gonna go. It's like, can I try these shoes? As opposed to using on somewhere. Aquí están los vestidos, señora. ¿Me puede probar el vestido azul?
Quiero comprar estas camisetas baratas.
Baratas, cheap. That's a repeat too. Whoops.
Aquí están los zapatos.
Me puedo. Aquí están. Here. Here are these shoes. Me puedo probar. Oh, jeez. Probar los zapatos rojas.
Ellas buscan unas faldas baratas.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how much skirt looks like shirts.
Tenemos
tallas grandes y pequeñas. Oh, okay. Yeah, big and small sizes. Okay. La ropa es muy cara en esta tienda. Yo busco una tienda barata. Okay.
Ropa barata.
Mi esposa
busca un reloj para su padre. Looking for a watch. Okay. Estos precios
muy
son
muy buenos.
Las camisas son
caras en esta tienda.
¿Dónde están los
probadores?
El dólar.
13.
¿Cuánto cuesta?
¿Cuánto cuesta?
Este abrigo es muy barato.
¿Barato? Ah, ¿sí? ¿Cuánto cuesta? 14. 15.
13, 14, 15.
We're counting up. These are actually the important ones because
¿Tienes 13
different.
dólares?
¿Tienes 13 dólares? Sorry. ¿Tienes 13 dólares? I have my stress on the first one. Dólares.
Tengo 10 pesos para ti.
Pesos para ti. Tengo 10 pesos. That's not a lot of money.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera. Ella.
What? What time is it for me? It is 11:47. It's almost midnight.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Is it like 4 a.m. for you? Almost 4 a.m.? 5 a.m.? Depending on daylight savings time, if you already fast forward your time. Also, you forgot to ask, how long have I been learning Spanish for? I learned Spanish for 3 years, 20 years ago. Okay, it's 5. Yeah, have you moved your clock 1 hour forward yet? You probably haven't, since it's 5-hour difference between us. When do you move your clock forward? Am I crazy? You don't use any analog clocks. Oh, I know, but what I mean is... Hold up. Oh. Just kidding, you just did it. Oh, so it is 5-hour difference. Oh, I just did it. Okay. No, it was 2 days ago. It was this week on Sunday at 1 p.m. But I think that was 1 p.m. It was recent. Yeah, the 30th of March. Yeah, that's why it's 5 p.m. Yeah.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Is it the same time globally? It is not. The reason why I know this is there's a it fluxes between 15 and 26 days. 15 and 26 days, depending on which European country you're in. or like the UK. It all varies. Belgium was a different time, which I spoke with Gecko, and Germany is a different time, and the United States is a different time, so it was relative. Yeah, so there's a period of average 20 days where you're either +4 or you're +5 in the UK with the United States, and in Belgium is +5 or +6 with Eastern Standard Time over here. Yeah, it's weird. March is a weird month. There's a place in the USA where the clock is at 45 minutes into an hour when it's the hour in other places. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks to Lawrence, thanks to Lawrence in Across the Pond, I didn't realize that there's a place in the United States where they could be in the East Coast, almost the East Coast, and almost the West Coast, where they're only 1 hour apart. when the vast majority of the East Coast and West Coast is 3 hours apart, right? But there is a place on the East Coast and a place on the West Coast where if you're in those two locations, you're only 1 hour apart. Fun, huh? Quite fun. I think we talked about this. Did we talk about this before? Where Lawrence, it was funny because Lawrence only have he been in the United States that he kind of had the appreciation that it's actually kind of UK is kind of the place where there isn't separate time zones, and it's weird. It's everywhere else that's weird. So in fact, it turns out to be UK is the weird one. I really love these things. I can't get enough of these weird perspective shifts. There's a place in the US where the clock is 45 minutes to an hour, whereas, place. I just looked it up, and there are many places that have half-hour and 45-minute time zones. Yeah. There's also, Lawrence pointed out a bunch of weird ones too. There's one place where there are 3 separate time zones in a single state. Like, so the single state has 3 separate time zones. and it's not due to like distance, it's due to like political, like geopolitics. It's due to geopolitics where there's 3 time zones in that one state. It's like, yes. So you can live right next to each other and be, and not like from left to right, but just it's kind of funny.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Ella busca. What are you looking for? Cartera?
La cartera.
Ne?
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Oh.
En pesos. Cuestan. Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Wait.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Oh. Wait, what?
Ella busca 15 pesos en
she found
cartera.
She found 15 pesos in the card. I mean, in the suitcase. I'm like, what's going on? My brain. El vestido cuesta 14 pesos. 14.
¿Los zapatos cuestan mucho?
¿Los zapatos cuestan mucho? ¿Ne? Estos zapatos cuestan mucho dinero. Pero son bonitos. You keep telling yourself that.
Todos los sombreros cuestan $10. Todos los 10.
In to
Dólares. Cuestan 10. Todos los sombreros cuestan $10. Cuestan 10.
I'm being a pep right now. I'm trying to phrase this as something different. I thought they were at a checkout and they're like, the total comes to $10 or something, as opposed to the hats are $10. I don't know what I'm thinking.
¿Cuántos?
¿Cuántos dólares? ¿Cuántos dólares necesitas?
Necesitas.
Necesitas.
Tú pagas.
Tú pagas 14 pesos. No. Wait. Yes.
Pesos.
Esos.
Esos pantalones cuestan mucho dinero.
Cuesta dinero.
Wait. Yes. Oh, wow. We're just jumping. Oh, because the rest is 16, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then 20.
20.
Oh yeah, jeez. Oh, they're just gonna. Oh, okay.
18.
Los zapatos.
Los zapatos no cuestan 18 pesos. Oh, there's 7. Okay, we're just counting now.
17.
Count.
19.
18, 19, 20.
20.
Aquí tienes tus 19 pesos. Aquí. Tus 19 pesos.
Wait.
Aquí tienes tus 19 pesos.
Oh, I have your. Okay.
16.
15, 16, 17.
You gotta learn how to count at some point, you know?
Necesitas
Necesita 16 dólares. Dólares. In cash. I'm not entirely sure if I know this. En efectivo.
En efectivo.
En efectivo.
Ella paga en efectivo.
Ella paga en efectivo. Interesting.
La tarjeta de crédito.
Yeah, tarjeta. La tarjeta de crédito. 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 Crédito.
En efectivo.
En efectivo o
Tarjeta.
Tarjeta de
crédito.
Crédito. Jeez. Crédito. Con crédito. That's interesting. That is very interesting. In and with. Because that kind of happens with Japanese and Chinese as well. Huh. Intriguing.
Todas
Todas las
camisas
cuestan
cuesta 20
pesos. I gotta make sure I don't say 20 pesos.
No.
No tengo mi tarjeta de crédito. All right. That's it. That's all we
¿Quieres
got.
la camisa en talla 17?
Ay, 17. Whoa. Actually, I don't even know. Is size 17 big? Do you want the shirt in size 17? What does that even mean?
Yo creo que el vestido es muy caro.
I'm too uncultured for sizes. How do I do sizing when I shop for clothing? Since it's online now, a lot of times online commerce, they do like a fit guide, right? Or they use the letter designations, right? They use the letter designations. And then the letter designations then apply to different properties. So waist, shoulder, etc., right? And then they have a number corresponding to them. But I don't know what 17 means. Like, what does size 17 mean? As opposed to like literal measurements. These would then be literal measurements as fit guides. Weird. I at some point in my life I did kind of understand it, and now I no longer understand it. I kind of remember pants size. You go from 30 for men, and you go up from 30, and that's usually where your waistline is. And this is inches. Sorry, or not. I don't know how it works with centimeters.
Yo creo que el vestido es muy caro.
Yo creo que...
¿Qué?
Yo creo que... I think... Something. El vestido es muy caro.
Yo creo que el vestido es muy caro.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda. Oops.
Los pantalones son baratos también.
Los pantalones son baratos. ¿También?
También. Los pantalones son baratos también.
¿La camiseta es para ti o para mí?
¿La camiseta es para ti o para mí? Oh, actually, T don't have an accent. My bad. ¿Para ti o para mí?
¿Qué talla necesita, señor? ¿Qué
talla necesita?
Necesita, señor.
Pagamos el vestido con $20.
Pagamos el vestido con $20. What? Does anyone like cash in here? Oh no. Oh yes. Oh no. We are paying for the dress with $20. Oh, that's where the width is. I guess that is pretty literal.
Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre. Mi esposa. Un reloj.
Wait. Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre.
Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre.
¿Quieres esto?
¿Quieres esto? $20.
Ella busca.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la carretera.
Dúo
¿Qué talla usas? ¿Qué talla usas? Sorry. Sometimes the mic doesn't work on the beginning. Duo, ¿qué tallas usas? Talla. Duo, ¿qué talla usas?
Dúo, ¿qué talla usas?
I don't know if this is right.
Talla. ¿Qué quieres buscar?
¿Qué quieres buscar aquí?
Pagamos el vestido con $20.
I clicked on the wrong
Pagamos el
thing.
vestido con $20.
Yeah, I got it. Go butthead. You happy, Falstaff? Don't give me that look. Alright. I have to start typing soon.
Estos vestidos son para mí.
Cuestas 20 pesos.
La tienda.
La tienda cierra en la noche. ¿Cierra? Cierra. Yes.
Sí, señor. Los pantalones cuestan $13 y el sombrero cuesta 15.
Papá, quisiera comprar algo para ti. Papá, quisiera comprar algo para ti.
¿Dónde están los probadores?
Probadores.
¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta? Me puedo probar. ¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta? Otra camiseta.
Esta.
Esta folder
es
pero
caro.
Pero
Cara. Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda. Tienda.
Estos relojes cuestan. ¿Y cuánto cuesta ese reloj? No tiene el precio. Nosotros buscamos. Ellos buscan. Hay una nueva tienda.
Pago 18 pesos en efectivo. Compramos muchos zapatos baratos.
$15, $16.
15, 16, 17.
Los zapatos cuestan 16 pesos.
Alright, now we get to listen to a story. Let's go! New story. These ones are great. Where are my keys?
¿Dónde están mis llaves? Lynn está con su abuela, Lucy.
Tenemos una reserva en un restaurante muy elegante esta noche.
Okay. We need to make a reservation.
¿Vamos? No quiero llegar tarde.
Está bien. No. ¿Dónde están las llaves de mi motocicleta?
Motocicleta. Interesting.
Tú nunca sabes dónde están tus llaves. ¿Están en tu abrigo?
Posible.
Lin busca en su abrigo.
No, no están aquí.
¿Están debajo de tu cama?
Under your bed.
No, no están debajo de la cama.
¿Están en tu zapato?
Imagine finding your keys in your shoes.
No, eso es extraño.
Extraño. Okay.
No sé dónde están mis llaves. Vamos.
I guess I can just go in a taxi.
No, es demasiado tarde.
Lo siento.
Aw.
Está bien. Yo puedo cocinar algo para la cena.
Cocinar en la cena for dinner.
Lucy abre la puerta de la nevera.
Uh-huh. Oh my gosh, it's in the refrigerator.
Lin, aquí están tus llaves.
Have I done that before? I might have done that. Severin. I placed something in a refrigerator when it's not supposed to be in there before. Sabes. Restaurante. Llaves. Abuela. Abuela. Okay. Alright. Let's take it back.
¿Dónde están mis llaves? Lin está con su abuela, Lucy.
This was okay. I think there are many peaks. The stories are great.
Tenemos una reserva en un restaurante muy elegante esta noche. ¿Vamos? No quiero llegar tarde.
Está bien. No. ¿Dónde están las llaves de mi motocicleta?
Tú nunca sabes dónde están tus llaves. ¿Están en tu abrigo?
Lin busca en su abrigo.
No, no están aquí.
¿Están debajo de tu cama?
No, no están debajo de la cama.
¿Están en tu zapato?
No, eso es extraño. No sé dónde están mis llaves. Vamos.
No, es demasiado tarde.
Lo siento.
Está bien. Yo puedo cocinar algo para la cena.
Lucy abre la puerta de la nevera.
Lin, aquí están tus llaves.
Llaves. Egar. Abuela. Cocinar. ¿Sabes? Okay. Bum. Alright. Alright, it's time to
Queremos
type.
ir de compras hoy. Compran. Compras.
Okay.
¿Cuándo quieres ir de...
¿Cuándo quieres ir de compras?
La tienda abre a las 8.
Quiero
buscar un sombrero para ti.
Queremos buscar otra tienda.
Carmen va de compras mañana.
Carmen va de compras mañana. ¿Va? Please.
¿Quieres?
¿Quieres comprar para mí? ¿Algo para mí?
mí. ¿La camiseta es para ti o para mí? Mí.
Este supermercado abre todos los días. Nunca está cerrado. No, that's right. Papá, yo quiero un regalo. ¿Este regalo es para mí?
Mi.
¿Quieres ir de compras conmigo? Hay una nueva tienda de ropa.
La tienda cierra a las 9 hoy.
Cierra. There's an ah there. Interesting. Quiero buscar a un sombrero para ti. Oh, I don't need an ah. Okay.
La tienda abre en media hora.
Okay. Esta tienda cierra los domingos.
La tienda cierra los fines de semana.
Hay muchas tiendas interesantes aquí.
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti. Whoop.
La tienda abre en media hora.
This is personal, so you may want to talk about it. But how does your empathetic personality affect your view of yourself, both in physical attraction and personality? Right, empathetic personality? For what? For other people? It's kind of non-existent.
Nadar.
Nadar. I mean, probably the personality-wise is probably predominant, but how does it affect? My empathy?
Nadar.
That's a good question. I don't know how it affects my personality. It affects most of it. It's usually personality. I don't have any physical attraction really.
Nadar.
Nadar.
Me.
Dormitorio.
Dormitorio. I think if I had to make a
Talla.
yeah. If I had to make a really big concession, the empathetic personality affects what is important. So someone is very. If you don't think I am physically attractive, I don't really think so. I'm not physically attracted to myself if that's what you mean. Like, I don't find particular things I think about that it's visually
Es
attractive.
muy barato.
I more think of it as, is it interesting looking? That could be a form of attraction.
Barato. Es muy barato.
Yo creo que estos pantalones son muy baratos.
Ellas buscan unas faldas baratas.
And you're talking about view myself. Oh yeah. Yeah, probably not really. Not even personality, honestly. Usually attraction is between two people. So, you could say you could be attracted to yourself, like narcissism, like and it's not a bad or a good thing. There's an element of narcissism. Sometimes I think about my hair, you know. I used to think about my hair.
Baratas. Ellas buscan unas faldas baratas.
Baratas. I think most of the stuff is a consequence of everything else. So it's very low on the priority.
Las camisas son caras en esta tienda.
I think comfort comes first. So physical attractiveness comes at the expense of comfort. So, and then personality is also at the expense of comfort. In terms of personality, it's rarely an attractive personality is one that emphasizes charisma, and that charisma happens to be the attractiveness to others too when it comes to personality. But when it comes to physical attractiveness, comfort comes before if it's attractive. So I watched this one person who does like fashion, right? And he has a tagline that he says a lot of times. In the end of the day, if you are wearing something that you're not comfortable in, then that supersedes how fashionable it is, for example. And for me, comfort comes first. Attractiveness comes second. or physical attractiveness, I guess. I'm second. Personality, in fact, I think I'm far more, if you want to talk about like surface level, like oftentimes when people think about the vainness or vanity when it comes to physical attractiveness, I think I would allocate that to personality. I'm incredibly vain and dependent on the charismatic properties of myself and other people. So I like being around charismatic people. That's probably one form of attractiveness. So when someone is incredibly charismatic, they are inherently attractive to me, like attractive for me. And if I was charismatic, then I would be more satisfied with myself, so to speak. So mutual charisma. You've heard women generally are attracted to people more about themselves in terms of social status and intelligence. So with that alone, you have a good chance that quite a few people will find you attractive. Perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah. Are you personally invested a lot in searching for a partner? Not particularly. My parents have though, for me. So there have been a lot of attempts. But generally speaking, it's non-negotiable if someone is not charismatic enough. And now what I mean by charismatic, I don't mean like its attraction to the general audience. I mean charismatic in the sense that the person's well-spoken. There's an open line of communication. In fact, I'm not sure if you were here, but Turtle asked me, what do I look for in a partner? And if I had to give a hot take, I might have already explained this a couple times already. Maybe right after you popped in after the turtle thing. But if I had to boil it down to a super hot take, like an incredible controversial take, it's an open line of communication. And generally speaking, when I see charismatic people, it's more likely, not guaranteed, but it's more likely that there's an open line of communication. So that comes first most of the time. There's something that's very inherently attractive about people who are charismatic in nature. Now, don't sell charisma short per se. There's a difference between being popular and being charismatic. Being popular, you can be incredibly uncharismatic and you can still be popular. I'll let you use your imagination. There are plenty of examples in this day and age, especially very prominent figures who are incredibly popular, but they're not incredibly charismatic. So there are other ways to become popular without being charismatic. And I'm probably incredibly attracted to charisma. Like, I'm not even sure that this could get a little sticky, but I can be attracted to like a non-preferential physical like selection. I'm just very magnetic. I find people who are well-spoken incredibly magnetic. That's probably a great way to summarize it. In terms of physical attractiveness, I think there's something about charisma that overshadows whatever you're seeing with your eyes. At least in my opinion. If you find a partner that's similar to an intelligent personality, your babies might be a superhero. I wish. I mean, intelligence and personality certainly do not transfer to the baby. But obviously, if I had a partner who's incredibly charismatic and maybe coincidentally intelligent in a sense, we'll at least try to impart wisdom on our baby as they grow up. But one cannot. Intelligence, not genetic? Is intelligent not genetic? You never know. The polygenic complexity of inheritance when it comes to the outcome of intelligence and personality for that matter is very wildly difficult to predict how an adult will develop, right? You can have an incredibly intelligent person. We kind of talked about this earlier in the day. We can have an incredibly intelligent adult that has no form of emotional intelligence. And charisma is emotionally intelligent. If I was not born very emotionally intelligent, or like emotional intelligence is not like, at least in my opinion, it's not like there's a schematic for guaranteeing someone being emotionally intelligent. I mean, emotionally intelligent and intellectually intelligent, right? And obviously, smart people make so, you know, intelligent people or charismatic people can very well neglect certain things and certain priorities. So we never know. We'll try our best if that were to happen, right? If that were to happen. Sometimes they don't even have to be genetic, honestly. Like, what I mean is, sometimes I could even envision a time where I find a mutual partner that just wants to adopt a human being. Like, adopt a child or something. It can happen. I don't want to rule out the possibilities. There's something about parenthood that maybe perhaps may also transcend genetics. But with that said, I always envision myself to have some sort of genetic tie with a younger, you know, a progeny of some sort. Las camisas son caras en esta tienda. Here's a counter argument. I don't want to make it sound one-sided, right? Here's a counter argument to someone who's not physically attractive. Like for myself, you could end up with someone who neglects their own physical appearance. When you neglect your own physical appearance, that also says something about your lifestyle. So, like, I'm not attracted, say, physically, but that doesn't necessarily mean I don't take care of myself. Like, I still wash my face, hygiene, work out, so I'm not like over. But those things make one physically okay. Like, whether I'm attractive or not, the nice thing is I'm healthy. So it's interesting that when one maintains their health. Hello, morning. Good morning, Bryce. Good morning, good morning. When one maintains a healthy, sustainable, less stressful lifestyle, it kind of inherently checks itself. So, like, I don't want to say it has all genetics. Like, I think that's kind of an hard, ambivalent statement. But it might be a coincidence. There might be coincidences or coinciding causal links between being predisposed with your genetics and then making decisions that may outline the things, right? Because my diet is incredibly eclectic. It's very maintained. I still do my things. I'm relatively flexible. Relatively, like, you know, I don't know if you've ever done this, but I can interlock my, you know, my hands behind my back, that kind of thing. But it comes from maintenance too. I'm not entirely sure. You could kind of say they're all connected. Right? We're not gonna breach, maybe perhaps not breach the nature versus nurture paradigm, but both probably. It would be very, very interesting. I would love to have the privilege to meet a partner who wants to bring a related progeny to life or to the world. I honestly, here's something that might be a little bit more personal. I actually think raising a child supersedes intimacy. So that is also something that may reduce my potential for, like, interacting with people, right? Since you're asking about physical attractiveness and personality attractiveness, oftentimes people who tends to solely be attracted to personalities may commonly align with people who aren't very intensely intimate in a physical way. So that can be a barrier to creating intimate relationships. I actually think having a child, or the duty-bound nature of trying to raise a child, is a gift that can even be achieved without necessarily an intense or intimate love between partners. That reduces my odds, by the way, not necessarily increase my odds for finding a partner. Yeah. Charisma. Charisma is magnetic to me. Rarely is it about the physical appearance. Now, I say rarely. When someone clearly doesn't take care of themselves, that is very different from the idea of attractiveness. That's more of an idea of concern. But they're all interconnected, so it's very difficult to decouple them. If one is charismatic, they would inherently likely take care of themselves as well, like physically. Because charisma, in order to be charismatic, one, it has to be presentable as well. And presentability doesn't necessarily mean that it's completely optional for to be charismatic. One has to be charismatic, so they are concerned about appearances, and that appearance may also include attractiveness, or like physical attractiveness. So I wouldn't like walk into a wedding and say, I don't care what I look like. Walk in, pair of jeans and stuff. No, I get a fitted suit that doesn't overshadow the groom or the bride, but usually the groom, and it would be tailor fit, so for the occasion, and then I would dress in the most appropriate way I can see with my current lifestyle. So I wouldn't like dress down specifically. That apathy, you would tend to disagree with that point. A homeless person might still be charismatic. I didn't say you didn't disagree with my point. I'm talking about tendencies. You're talking about absolutes, using the word like might. A homeless person may be far less charismatic than that homeless person being not a homeless person. So, I'm not talking about absolutes here. They're not mutually exclusive. So you decided to pick an absolute situation, which I agree with. A homeless person may definitely be charismatic. But if you take that same homeless person and make that person not homeless, they may still be more charismatic, or likely to be more charismatic than the homeless person themselves. Largely because social like environments and stuff. So it's great that we can still compensate for a lot of things. Like, for example, an overweight person who doesn't take care of their own personal hygiene can still be charismatic. However, if that person is charismatic, they would less likely be overweight and have poor hygiene. It's not a guarantee, but the thing that Procol is asking about is, what am I looking for that prioritizes all the others? So there's an interaction between all of them, and it's really hard to segregate all of them. So if someone's asking me, am I physically like if I view myself with physical attractiveness or personality attractiveness, the cop-out answer is both. However, there's a slight priority shift. Some of the personality things I look for may also relate to people's physical attractiveness. So like my friends, for example, most of my friends have excellent hygiene, but I didn't look for excellent hygiene, right? And that can be a tough thing to disentangle. So is being intelligent, for example, part of having charisma? I'm not sure. In my life, my intelligence or my intellectual intelligence have often been achieved not applying my emotional intelligence. And then my emotional intelligence was acquired later. So if there's any form of charisma that I may have that can attract a partner, is probably not necessarily due to my intellectual intelligence. Yeah, you've heard in some Asian countries it's often viewed as bad if you have a beard, as it is associated with being unclean and not well kept. Yeah, so there are things like that. And here's another thing. I have like some facial hair, but I'm largely I don't have facial hair. So there are a lot of things that also, if you're talking about genetics and stuff, right? Yeah, I don't have body hair. So that's kind of one of those things as well. Like this stuff, I take a small scissors and I just cut it. That's as close as it gets. So there's also conveniences of coincidences. I don't think anyone has ever called me attractive in my life, which is interesting. Largely because I probably look like a kid more than I look like an adult most of my life so far. Like to the comparative age group, right? So that's an interesting question. I don't think I've ever described myself as someone who's attractive or physically attractive. Are your parents bothered much with you getting a partner? I know more old school parents sometimes have quick, strict preferences. I'm attractive? Oh, I appreciate that. That's very flattering. I appreciate it. Strict preferences? My parents? Here's a thing about the Chinese thing, right? It was strict when I was 25. And then it got less strict when I was 26. Then 27. Then 28. And so on. So now I'm 38 years old. It's a lot less strict now. Pragmatic parents. Old school parents. Very pragmatic. It's not without trying. I have tried, but I want to make it clear I haven't actively tried until after my PhD. That was the idea. So I was already 31, 32 by the time we're like, oh yeah, it's time to consider that. Personally, you don't find you unattractive as you're not gay, but like when I look at, say, Henry Cavill, I understand that you have features that are generally considered attractive. Interesting. Hear me out here. I understand the concept of what trends as attractiveness, and that's as far as I go. Like I genuinely just do not know, if you know what I mean. Like I understand the concept of features and facial things, like so I can talk to people about it. Like, oh yeah, Henry Cavill, just smoldering. Or like Ryan Gosling, for example. I'm just throwing out random names because I pay attention to like appearances quite a bit. It's one of the things that I have to take care of, largely because you kind of feel like a weirdo when you go around. It's like, I don't understand. so like Ryan Gosling, like what is the act of smoldering, right? A male that smolders, Ryan Gosling. Or like older gentleman who ages very well, George Clooney. So I do understand that type of thing. And then, you know, if you're going for the more rugged thing, you can, but older on site, like Hugh Jackman, for example. Or then you go with like the quirky but cute, not necessarily attractive but cute, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. So there are definitely these things. And then we have the charisma guys, like Hang on. What's his name? Adrian Brody. Adrian Brody, for example. Adrian Brody. Personally, I still lean towards charismatic things. Like, you wouldn't say, for example, Paul Giamatti as an attractive male or something. But his roles that he play makes him, personality-wise, he's incredibly charismatic, in my opinion. Or like comedians. Lots of comedians are also incredibly charismatic, but rarely do they rank and say like, oh yeah, that's really attractive. Adrian Brody seems very egotistical when giving his speech at the Oscars. Yeah, I can see that. What's another person that can seem somewhat egotistical that comes up a couple of times? Russell Crowe, Tom Cruise. Yeah. Here's one that is a great example. Brad Pitt. You have your charisma and clearly physical attractiveness. Maybe Pedro Pascal now? I guess that's a trend. Pedro Pascal. Seeing that we're learning Spanish right now. I have no idea what their personalities are like. I don't know them personally, so I can't say much to the idea of their personalities off camera, like not in the limelight, right? So it's a shame, but it would be kind of interesting. Okay, that's what you meant by you're saying you're attractive. To give you an idea, I would bet all the money I have that there is at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, women would find me attractive. I could see that. I can see that, especially considering how many humans are in this world. Yeah, there is the rough and more masculine looking attractive and the more soft and feminine attractive looking one. Yeah. I think I'm more the how did I describe this before? Just for some fun thing. I don't know if you're familiar with this euphemism in the UK or maybe in different countries. I'm the guy. This sounds very I don't know if this even fits, but I'm the guy that you would want to come home and see every day, but not the guy that knock it out of the park every once in a while. So like safe, probably middle of the road, fairly safe. We got roundness going around everywhere. That's great, and that pretty much paints my appearance, my rating of my appearance. I'm the average guy that's not offensive, but also not going to knock your socks off. But the idea is that when you come home, right, you don't have days, ups and down days. It's very consistent. I don't even know if I'm above average. I can say one thing though that really works in my favor. Sometimes being young, or more like being young in appearance but older in personality, is attractive. Right? At least that is very clear in the current demographics, like the internet demographics. When you appear young but you are mature in your personality. So kind of like a bit of a mix between someone who is looks their age and also acts their age is a little interesting. Lots of people are looking for that in a partner, especially after a tough relationship. Yeah. Hear me out. I'll share a few stories because I'm not gonna get to Wagotabi today, but I'll share a few stories. I'm the guy who back in the day didn't know I was going on dates until someone told me I was going on dates. It's happened like 2 or 3 times. But I didn't have the emotional intelligence to understand that. Yeah, like 2 or 3 times, and then 2 or 3 stalkers over the years. But that was before I established emotional intelligence, and even then, maybe into my 20s, it still happened a couple times. That's what I mean by sometimes people are very intelligent and maybe they're very nice, but you know you can be as blinded as possible. And the whole, like, especially after a tough relationship, the reason why I'm sharing this is because many times I was the guy who clean up, as in like not clean up as in like swoop in and take the advantage, but I'm the guy who, okay, everyone else is heartbroken and they're like, everyone hates each other, but I'm also friends with everyone, so I'm going to sort this out. And so I'm the guy who drives the heartbroken people and talk to the heartbroken people. So I would be like chilling with the guys who are getting over the breakup, also driving the girl back home so she's safe and she doesn't do anything that could potentially be deleterious. Like, I still remember, and I still remember to this day, 2 people I'm acquainted with dated the same person, and that same person, I was there during that breakup. So I still remember driving her vehicle back to her house. I have no idea what her house is like or anything. She was just guiding me, right? She's really upset. So I drove the car, and I specifically remember that day she told me we should keep the heater blowing on because her check engine light is still on. And in order to keep her engine from overheating, you have to keep the heater on in the middle of summer. I was the guy that drove that car. So that's probably the most relatable thing that I could say after, like, the person you're looking for is, yeah, I'm the go-to guy. But also when it comes to physical attraction, early in the years, I'm also the friend, not the partner. I'm usually the friend. So the guy, like, oh yeah, you know, as they're chasing their passions, you know, oh yeah, this guy's gonna be a superstar, this guy's a jock, and I'm like, meanwhile, I'm like, well, I hope it all goes well. And then when you have problems or something, well, you know who to find. I'm here. I'm just chilling. I exist. And I always make time for people. So that's kind of it. That part of me haven't changed. Only now I'm able to express it a little bit better. I'm a bit more articulate. I don't just stand there and say nothing until someone says, hey, you seem like you're pretty chill. Can I tell you a secret? And then can you help me out? Secret keeper. That's me. And to this day, I don't think anyone knows what I know. Really. I still do it. Like, I love trying to help people sort out their things. Well, thank you, Roka. I try to be chill. I wish I could say the same when I was younger. I was not chill when I was younger. I had a really bad temper, and it was not because I hate any particular person. I just hated life in general. Like, life just sucked, right? And life sucked in a way that I think a lot of people find relatable now. As in, why do people hate me? Why do people think being different and I can't be the same, and why I don't understand things? That's like temper out of frustration. But thanks to good old growing up, meeting different people, the internet, learning different languages, meeting Spanish speakers, people who like anime, all that stuff created a wealth of knowledge that allowed me to pivot, right? That's great that you've been able to get past that. In a way, yeah, you could say that. It's with me the whole time. It's with me the whole time. Like, I don't hate my old self, but it's nice to know where it all started, right? Now, if you understand your anger, your point of frustrations, you know, earlier today we spent like hours talking about how and why. So I know how, and I know why, and I know all the things I don't understand, but being able to explore that gives you control over it. So that control can be leveraged. So like, if I had to read someone's mind, for example, I get this comment quite a bit in like private when I'm talking to people. Like, they would say something, and I'm like, hold your thought for a moment. Give me like 30 minutes. And I would try to answer all their questions before they ask them, right? And I'm not trying to guess what they're going to ask. I'm actually describing something a lot of times, all the patterns that I recognized in my past, in the younger self. And they happen to be very consistently coinciding with lots of the things I encounter today, right? Like people who get angry, get bored, get depressed, but they don't really know why. And you ask certain questions and certain things. And that's a great enabler. You allow people to heal themselves. It's pretty powerful. It's a shame that, in my opinion, it's a little disheartening that it would take someone like a stranger like myself, for example. I earnestly love encountering like Gecko, right? Gecko is a father, and he seems to be incredibly experienced. And for every one person who's incredibly experienced, you have tons of people who I still see a very familiar face, which is myself. A very familiar face. But it's a bit disheartening sometimes when it takes a stranger to do that. Typically, wishful thinking, it's usually your loved ones, your friends, your family members that gets you really situated with these things. Also, it kind of relates to the whole physical attractiveness and personality. Some may even argue you are attracted, and you may be initially attracted both physically and personality wise by some of your early impressions, the things that stuck first, and then you refine them. Well, it's interestingly enough, I didn't quite experience any form of attraction when I was younger. There were quite a lot of things that clouded any form of attraction, like getting a job, getting good grades. This sounds superficial a little bit. Like superficial in the sense that some people find the things that I find important when I was younger superficial to the things that they found important then, and then now the role is reversed. Where you see a bunch of 20-year-olds and whatnot wanting a stable like financial security, how to invest, make decisions, solve problems, consulting on like decision making and whatnot. And that's kind of what I invested most of my childhood in. They superseded most of the emotional intelligence, in my opinion, that other people might have. So like, I didn't go through multiple breakups. I didn't go through exploring my preferences. You're gonna hit the road? Yeah, have a great one. Bryce, good luck, good luck. Hit the road, huh? Best of luck. If you're going running, have a great run as well. Good luck, good luck. Thank you for chilling for a bit, Bryce. It's kind of, we'll see what happens. I could end up still being a 60-year-old crank who kicks people off their lawns. You know? Nah. I'll be that weirdo that everyone's like, don't take his cookies. Don't take cookies from strangers. And I'd be totally like hanging out cookies. You know what's okay. I know this is gonna sound like it's coming from a privileged position, but honestly, it'd be really cool just to be a greeter. Like some days it makes me feel like if I had a skill, I haven't developed a skill yet, that requires a couple seconds, right? I typically don't gravitate towards skills that allow people to smile or be happy in seconds, in mere seconds. Like, for example, I don't know, grab some balloons and make like balloon animals in the middle of it, like in the front of Walmart for no apparent reason, just to make kids happy. I don't have skills like that at the moment. Perhaps that might be something interesting in the future. Most of the time, my skills take a very, very long time. It's like a huge investment. So it's only scalable to like 1 or 2 people at a time. It'd be really fun to have a skill like that. And you mentioned I Show Speed. That's a good example. I think he's, from what I gathered, I usually speak with people and try to look at the best in people. I Show Speed is very insatiably charismatic in a different way, and probably like less laborious. Very less laborious. Again, I'm that guy that is there in the background and will always be available in that background. No burning out, no like dipping, escalating, and I try to continue to be that the rock person, not so much the front runner. If I knew how to play the drums, I'd probably play the drums. No, you know what? Even the basses. not the guitarist or the singer. It's just the drummer or the basses. That's probably it. Although I still have guitars. Maybe the rhythm section. The second guitarist. The backup. Yeah, these are interesting questions. Have you ever ran your own face through like a matching? I've heard that there are algorithms nowadays for like rating your attractiveness based on data mining. Have you ever done that before? Not that you'd be comfortable in using your face and then putting them into a database, but I always thought that's pretty interesting. Here's a question for you, Prokop. Do you ever experience when you're attracted to someone's personality that they become more physically attractive? I feel that is probably the way to summarize what I'm saying, or trying to summarize what I'm saying. Like when someone is so magnetically shiny, like they're practically glowing, it makes me think they are glowing. So when I see this person, it's like when they smile, they're extra glowy than another person who may have the identical smile. Like, so if it's 1-to-1, if you have 2 people with very similar faces, it's very clearly one person is more attractive. And you might be thinking, well, it's anyone's guess. there's actually science behind that. There's science behind what you see. And I would love for you to like explore that, because what we see, you might be surprised how often people don't actually literally see what they think they see. So to me, I think asking the question of physical attractiveness and personality, they're one and the same. They interact with each other, cross-modal. So when someone I say is incredibly attractive, it's also affected by my perception of that person's personality. And there is science behind that. Double-blind studies too, actually. A bit of neurobiology use, and in combination with like psychological surveying with double-blind studies, that people often see not the literal thing that exists in front of them. And I think that is true, absolutely true, for attraction. So if you're ever confused, you know, sometimes what other people can't see, it's not uncommon. It's actually far more common than people expect. You've never been able to not change your opinion and find someone physically attractive when they show that they have a rotten personality. Oh, that's a fair point. Oh yeah, that is a fair point. That kind of explains and checks out what you mean by relying on the exuding egotistical like personality overshadowing the person's commentary on the person's physical appearance. That's true. I'm trying to think of maybe a situation where the personality is so rotten that it would cloud my judgment for physical appearance or attractiveness to others. I think for myself, absolutely. However, I'm not sure I can kind of see it being possible. Like I can sort of empathize with other people still to some extent. If you initially consider them attractive. Okay, I see. I think another great example of who I find attractive is also the people who I talk about all the time, which it's a different form of attraction, I suppose. Like, you know, when you're looking at models, like role models, for example, you want to be as quote unquote attractive as they are. Whenever I see people speaking incredibly elegantly, or like very identifiably them, we're not saying like they're always happy or they're always sad, or whenever someone is incredibly identifiably them, that is incredibly attractive. This is off topic and completely fine if you don't want to, but could you take my hat off, as I realize I don't think you've seen my hair before? I've shaved my hair off. Yeah. Yeah. I got a haircut. But usually it grows into a mullet at some point. Have you not seen me with my hair before? Wait, you did see me with my hair before. Yeah, this is my running. Yeah, my stage hair. This is my springtime running hair. You've seen my hair before. The picture that I shown. Like earlier today. This is usually when what was my hair stage, right? My typical hair stage would be the earlier. It is. I would say. Oh, how it is now. Oh, okay, yeah. It goes through stages. This is my running running its hot hair stage. So I wear a cap most of the time. Yeah. So, you know, line, hairline still the same. And then by the time summerish rolls around, right? By the time summerish rolls around, I will probably be in the mid hair stage, so I'll stop wearing a cap. Did you know? I'm not sure how true this is. This is gonna be the last thing, right? The last thing to talk about. There are people who read faces. And if we were talking about charisma, right? If we were talking about charisma, if you have your forehead exposed, right, and you use it for emoting, it actually presents itself far more as an expressive tone, a more welcoming tone. So if you're ever curious about how like someone could look more moody versus less moody, if you dress your hair up where your forehead is exposed, it's very different from keeping your forehead covered. And you might be thinking, well, don't girls wear like bangs and stuff? It's like, compare them. I don't know how consistent. I've heard that if you're hiding your forehead, you can make people not trust you naturally. Yes, that is it. And that's also why like caps indoors, right? Caps indoors can do that as well. Wearing hats. There are also other things like smiling lines, right, in faces and along your temple area, and there are specific places. Cheeks. I have my mother's cheeks, not that type of cheeks. My fat pads, right? These don't go away to exercise. Like when I'm like, I was like barely very thin, these things make you look, if you have bigger, a rounder face, they tend to be more friendly, but not necessarily more attractive. They're more friendlier. So there is some elements of that can maybe feed into some early impressions. Like thinking bigger people with bigger faces tend to be friendlier, but not necessarily more attractive. I'm not saying this is like stone cold, like we're talking about tendencies, right? Tendencies and statistical probability. So all of this stuff is important to me, in my opinion, like, because sometimes when you point these things out, it kind of gives you some comfort to seeing what you can do with it. Like, do you like that? Do you like being aware of that? It can be a touching point. Like, for example, I can't have a chiseled jawline unless I get surgery, right? That is not sharp. No matter how much I chew gum or something, this is never going to change unless I get surgery. So let's not go too crazy, grain of salt kind of thing. I leverage what I think about my face. So I do know about that type of thing as well. I understand the physical features that complement my face shape. So like glasses, right? Why these glasses? Because they complement my face shape. For most people, they complement my face shape. Largely because my eyebrows are very thin. So my eyebrows are very thin. So if I'm looking directly at you, the frames that are closer to my eyebrow line makes it look that it frames my face a little bit. So there's all those like little things. Bunch of internet, you read them. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. Let's try it, right? Particular color color matching, like which color complements my skin tone more often. In fact, this very particular shade of this ring light was specifically chosen so that my skin doesn't look like a weird color. I don't know if you ever noticed this about your color, but in for like Asians, I suppose, for like people with my complexion, there's a very specific color that makes you look gangrene. Like it kind of makes you look off-putting. So the ring light that I have right here is a very specific color temperature that I've come to understand is very pleasant. And then when I'm outside, there's a very particular way that I take pictures that makes me look pleasant. So that selfie that I was taking with my phone camera, it's not a coincidence I stood in that very position. Now, it's not due to experimentation. After a while, you just kind of get used to like, okay, well, this is a lighting setting. So I kind of understand a little bit about lighting, background things that make you look a little bit more pleasing. So you don't even know that, like, the left side of my face, I have a nasty scar. You can't even see it. I'm kidding. I don't have a nasty side. I'm still trying to come up with a good April Fool's joke. Did I tell you, Prokal? What if I told you? I've used this joke. It's already too late. But what if I told you that I use my GPU to put a filter on my face so I can always appear like I look better than I actually do in real life? Would you find that believable? Honestly, there were some people who I said it with a straight face before, but generally speaking, lighting goes a long way. Yeah. I think also having a budget camera does wonders to one's complexion. Like, I don't know, there's not enough detail, really. And it's not like my face is the whole feed. So I invest time in the way I look. To some extent. It's very important to know these things. I think it's wonderful that lots of people figure these things out and I can take advantage of it. So some people always ask, like, for example, hey, what kind of camera you use? Well, I use a $25 C920 that was available 20 years ago. Not really 20. It's more like 10 years ago, right? But you exercise proper lighting and use. Pretty good. When I was a kid, I dressed really weird. Very weird. So nowadays, I can dress in something that I'm more comfortable in, but it also complements me. So you're not gonna find me completely going unhinged, right? Like, would I wear a blazing pink? I would try to make it work, not just be like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter what I wear, I'm always beautiful inside, or something like that. I know how that sounds to other people. I don't want to rain on other people's parades or on for myself. I like to know why I'm wearing things, so I can explain why I chose the particular ring light, a particular tone, particular glasses, why I wear my hat, why I choose to wear specific clothing consistently, why I'm wearing my IEM, right? That type of thing makes me feel comfortable. I'm not sure if other people really like to think of it the same way I do. Investing in yourself is very important, and how you do it is very important. So you can hyper focus on certain things that you can't change, for example. Unless you have surgery, I suppose. Like nose. Right? Nose. I have a very tiny nose. And my face is very bloated. Right? I have cheeks. And you use that to your advantage. At least I think. Before someone says like, this guy knows nothing what he's talking about. It's like, that's fine. Like, I'm just sharing. You know, I'm sharing. What do you think? Do you wear glasses, Proko? Do you wear glasses? I can tell you one thing. When I was 13, I had to wear glasses when I was 13. And the moment you wear glasses, your IQ goes up by 50 points. It's funny because it's kind of true. The people who perceive you it kind of goes up. I'm not entirely sure if it works nowadays, but back in the day when I was 13, this was like 25 years ago. In fact, maybe less than 7 years ago, I had a coworker who got LASIK eye surgery, and they decided to continue wearing their glasses, their frames, as accessories. That's kind of knowing your things. Knowing your things. Las camisas. Okay. I'm really gonna finish this now. Where are we? Okay. Got this. So, las camisas son caras en esta tienda. None of this is professional advice, folks. I want to emphasize, if you have different opinions, that's really cool. I would love to hear them. None of this is like 100% guarantee or anything. Things that I've noticed over the years. Las camisas son caras por... Yeah, there's this one guy.
¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta?
¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta? Probar.
¿Dónde me puedo probar esta camisa?
¿Dónde me puedo probar esta camisa? Oh, heckin' try on.
¿Cuál es el
precio?
¿Dónde están los probadores?
Probadores. And I misspelled it. Probadores. Bores. ¿Tienes? Grande? Oh, usted? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, if you're asking a shop clerk, yeah, we would use usted. Okay, fair enough. Esta... okay.
Estos
precios son muy buenos. Okay. Alright, let's try this. Probadores. Yeah, probadores. ¿Hay? hay robadores aquí. Aquí. ¿Ne? Okay.
Nosotros.
Nosotros buscamos. Nosotros buscamos. Looking for. So I don't need anything. It's just. Una tienda de ropa. Okay. Ropa. Ropa. Este abrigo. Este abrigo es caro para mí. ¿Qué? ¿Buscó? Estoy buscando. Buscando. No. Buscando. Unos pantalones. No, just pantalones. Pantalones. ¡Ah! Pantalones. Pantalones verdes. Esta falda es bonita. Pero cara.
Teléfonos.
Dólar.
Queso.
Reloj. It's so accented. Reloj.
13, 14, 15.
Perros.
Perros.
Viejo. Cama.
Cama. Dólares.
¿Por qué quieres 15 pesos?
15. Oops.
Los pantalones cuestan 14.
Los pantalones cuestan 14 pesos. 14. 14.
Este reloj cuesta 13 pesos.
Este reloj. Wait, I wasn't listening. ¿Cuesta?
Cuesta.
Okay.
Los.
Hold. What is going on here? Are the $15 for me? Los 15 dólares son para mí. Okay. El vestido cuesta. El vestido cuesta 14 pesos.
Sí, señor. Los pantalones cuestan 13 dólares y el sombrero cuesta 15.
Señor, ¿cuánto cuesta este vestido? No tiene el precio. 3 pantalones cuestan un pantalón singular pant.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Oh, okay. It's looking for. Oh, wait. Oh, carretera. I think I said suitcase earlier, but purse. Looking for. Okay. Estas faldas cuestan falda cuesta. Do the pants cost 14 pesos?
Los
Los pantalones
cuestan
14 pesos.
pesos.
Okay. La falda cuesta 13. Oh. Oh no. No. Dolores. Okay. 14 pesos son. No son mucho dinero. No es. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Okay, he does the hat. Cost. El sombrero cuesta 13 dólares. Oh no. Yeah. Let's get going. Dólar. Ay. Oh, hi. Ay.
16.
Bicicleta.
14.
14. 15. 16. Oh, there's a speaker. There's a mic here. 14. 15. 16. Pago. 18 pesos in cash. En efectivo.
¿Para qué necesitas 19?
¿Para qué necesitas 19 dólares?
17, 18, 19.
Esta tienda es muy barata. Con $20 compro 2 camisetas, un sombrero y una falda.
Cheap clothing.
¿En efectivo o con tarjeta de crédito? D.
2 camisetas.
Cuestan.
Camiseta.
Cuesta.
Pago 18 pesos en efectivo.
Este vestido cuesta 17 dólares, pero no tengo dinero.
Necesito ese.
¿Chico? Ese chico tiene 16 años. Neat. Los zapatos cuestan 16 pesos. Ma'am, I need you to sit down. I'm just kidding.
Señora.
Señora, usted paga. How does this work? Paga con Tarjeta.
Tarjeta.
Tarjeta de crédito.
18, 19, 20.
18. No tengo. Oh, that's a big no. No tengo mi tarjeta de crédito. Exclamation mark. Ah! That's the wrong button. Okay. Todas las camisas. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Son of a beast. Oh, I missed the S in camisas. Oh, these and those. Estos 20 pesos es para ti. Now it's sewn? Wait. Now I'm confused. I wanted to test the S thing, but why was the other one S? Intriguing. I guess I tested that. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Estos 20 pesos son para ti. Okay. We're doing it. Okay. Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti.
La tienda abre en media hora.
Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Okay. Estos 20 pesos son para ti.
Me gusta mucho ir de compras.
Tenemos.
Tenemos tallas grandes y pequeñas.
Pagamos el vestido con $20. Yo. Voy
de compras.
Los sábados.
Oh. Todos los sábados. Ay, no está precio. Or is it always precios? ¿Precio? Para este vestido. The heck? Oh, the no comes before the I. Whoops. Yes.
Me gusta ir de compras.
Oh, mucho.
Mucho.
Okay. ¿Cuántas? ¿Cuánta? ¿Cuánta cuesta? ¿Cuánto cuesta la camisa? Oh, ¿cuánto? Yes, la camisa. What? Hold on. Has the daily bot come yet? Yes. Twice today. Very early on. I'll give you the name of the daily bot. Oh, it's gone. There was so much chatter today. It's gone. We leveled up. Dun 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 dun. The daily bot. There were 2 daily bots today. Que precio? How far back up you go on chat? Till 7 p.m. Till 7 p.m. I can only go up to 7 p.m. EST. I started at 3 p.m. So I'm missing 4 hours. It's within the 4 hours. So WaniKani's 4 hours. The WaniKani thing was like 5.5 hours. Like that today. Yeah. Way to go! Sorry about that? What do you mean sorry about that? You silly goober. What is there to be sorry about? You better own it. Hang on. Hang on. Why does this not work? Oh, maybe because no, I gotta do the quanta thing. Is more chats good? I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Is it?
Los.
What are you trying to tell me? You can be as chatty as you want. Listen, you could read me a line, an entire stanza from Shakespeare, and I'd be good to go too. Don't expect me to read Shakespeare out loud though. I'm not polluting your ideas here. Do not abuse the human reading bot. Do not abuse your English privileges here. You put a passage of Shakespeare on the screen. I'm not gonna read that. I'll probably try and then realize that I have no way of being able to read Old English or Middle English or like whatever English that's considered. Los los 15 dólares son para mí. Okay, there is no price. Okay, so no hay precio para esto. No, este. Yeah, este vestido. Okay, I want to test something for this one. What if I type cuánto? Or, yeah, cuánto cuánto, no, cuánta la camisa cuesta? No, it's the other way. What happens if I do cuánto cuesta la camisa? Oh, it stays cuánto. Okay, that's why it stays cuánto. I was like adding an A because I thought maybe I need to change it for the camisa. All right, okay, all right, it's fine. We're good. What's next?
15, 16, 17.
All right, we're doing this.
Pago.
Pago.
18 pesos en efectivo.
I was gonna say something weird. So like, say we're having we're talking IRL, right? There's a secret covet that I prize myself on. If I had an objective, is that I will talk you into your bed, as opposed to the other way around. So if you think more chat is not good, or if more chat is good, I will talk to you to the point where you might think it's a bad thing. Other than that, yeah, talk as much as you want. It's perfectly all right. I'll make the time for it. Nothing like a nice little chat to make one feel living in the present, right? Living in the present. ¿Tienes grande? Oh, usted. Whoops. I should really use usted on those situations.
Cuesta.
¿Dónde está el probador?
Probador. Oh. Probador. I put probaboard again.
Cuestan.
I need to stop. Okay.
Hola. Sí, señor. El supermercado hoy abre a las 8 y cierra a las 10. No, lo siento. Mañana no abrimos.
Tengo 10 pesos para ti.
Claudia, me gusta mucho la ropa aquí, pero es muy cara. ¿Por qué no vamos a una tienda barata?
Okay. Ah! Oh, she wants to. Oh, okay, yeah. The things are too expensive, but she wants to buy cheap things. Why did I decide to learn Spanish to pick Spanish to learn? In high school, it was between Spanish, German, and French. And I already know Spanish. Or like what I mean is I've already had exposure to Spanish. Yeah, it wasn't, unfortunately. It's not that deep. Other than I live in the United States and I've heard Spanish before German and French. Yeah. And then now I'm revisiting because it's the most comfortable second. It's actually my it's the second most comfortable language probably of the three, like including English. So it goes like English, Spanish, Mandarin, and then Japanese. Tu pagas 14 pesos. I am the thing that I'm uncomfortable with is the same thing that I'm working on, which is to create sentences and leaning towards. But we have to keep we have to review up to where we are before I start engaging in some role playing and whatnot. But the Chinese side of things, we're gonna be engaging role playing in June. It was originally set for May, but we're gonna change it up a little bit. I want to do like a few mini projects along the way. So April's plans got moved to May, and May's plans got moved to June. And then we'll be talking about ChatGPT in June when we do role playing, or more like productive journaling with Chinese. So I wanted to see how I differ in using ChatGPT for generating and creating and initiating construction. So like I will soon I want to start writing and journaling in Chinese alongside my English. So from day to day, I might journal in Chinese and then journal in English and back and forth. So that's the stage that I'm in Chinese. And Spanish, we have a different take on Spanish.
Lo siento, no tengo mi tarjeta de crédito aquí. Tengo que pagar en efectivo.
Okay. Another thing that might be different here is so dual max exist, but it only exists on the phone, right? However, I don't think it's rolled out to all of Android. However, by the end of 2025, I think that's their goal. So while I'm learning how to like operate and prompt design ChatGPT for my Chinese, I'm going to use that experience in order to do like a WaniKani and HanziHero thing, where I'm going to use Dual Max by the end of the year, where I set up my phone capture. I'm going to get a new phone this year, so we're going to use a phone that's strictly business as opposed to a personal phone. So I'll be repurposing one of my phone devices that I'm rolling over as a capture in order to show interacting with two different types of LLMs. So Dual Max is available for Spanish and French, I think. Spanish and French on a Max subscription. And it's not really that much of premium, so I would like to see what they did. And that's part of the plan. Everything is like already planned out, so we'll see. So I want to get like half a year of LLM prompt design practice and then compare it to something that's prescribed, because their role playing and their like thing is designed by them. They're not like, there's no freedom. You don't necessarily like create prompts or something. So I want to see how my creative process is different from their general direction process, and it'll be fun to compare and contrast. Right. Not the most original idea, but it certainly is an idea that I'm willing to try.
Nosotros
buscamos and I expressed this earlier today, and even in my response to the video comment. My goals is that I expect for at least the foreseeable next year or two, the major priority is to be able to read all three of these languages in a finer and more nuanced place. And then I would be able to respond generally, like, yes, oh, absolutely, and I would be able to like bank off what they're saying, but largely it's doing reading comprehension for me. And honestly, while people keep emphasizing do I speak or something like that, that will come at the interest of constantly reading, supporting my way of interacting with people. Like the last thing I want is I'm already uncomfortable in talking to other people in English, like on stream, because no censorship. I mean, there are already weird things that happen online, let alone just inviting people to talk randomly on stream. I would need like a setup and all that stuff, and I don't want to have the professional obligation to onboard people yet. However, while that's a thing, I expect that I will be able to read and respond to things. So I'm prioritizing that. And because of that, that allows me to keep on being interested in all the things that I do for language learning and whatnot. So it's priorities. It's one of those things, like people are like, oh, don't you want to become fluent in speaking as fast as possible? It's like, well, how do you get there? Because that's the most important question to me. How do you get there? I don't want to sacrifice uprooting all the things that I already love to do and want to do at the cost of whatever your efficient way of doing it. Like that is not my way, right? And it's not a consistent way, and most people quit, in my opinion, by the time they get there. It's kind of like someone who these are very real examples. Someone who really loves Japanese, so they wanted to become fluent as fast as possible, only to lose interest in Japanese by the time they became fluent. And then they felt like they wasted all their time. Or the person who really, really loved the thing they did, they went so hard they no longer love it anymore by the time they reached their goal. Not for me. That is the other side of burnout that I don't particularly partake in. I burn out because I love it so much, and I still continue to love it. I still love science. Like, science is fantastic. Now it's just part of everything else. So perfectly all right. It didn't leave me. I don't hate the things or sit there and regret the things that I do all the time. And then I don't go around projecting it onto other people and then spreading that fear as a way to get your way to be helpful. Like, you can tell when someone is far more damaged by their own actions than the person they're advising. Especially when you're taking it, in my opinion, from my perspective, where I'm usually far more happier doing things my way through the interaction of other people than being told what to do. And even if you're saying you're just being kind, I'm like, you're not being kind, you're being selfish. Because you still haven't asked if I'm happy or not. Oftentimes, selfish people think people are unhappy because they are unhappy. In my opinion. Like, don't use Duolingo because you will be unhappy like me in the future. I'm like, it probably work 6 out of 10 times, 7 maybe out of 10 times online. I just happen to be the 3 out of 10 times. I don't choose to regret my choices. It's weird. It's kind of like what Luna said. People who want to often think about changing something about themselves or going back to do things again are those who fear for the future. They make decisions now in order to avoid a future they dread. They're constantly fearful of regret for the future. I do not see my future as ever regretful, or at least I try not to. Especially the things that I don't have to do. So language learning is not one of them. There isn't decisions that I would make that would make me feel regretful about my choices. If there's anything, if I don't become fluent in Japanese, I've met you, Procol, and you're not even learning Japanese. Imagine how less likely we would have bumped into each other if I was some hardcore language learner who doesn't like to digress and use something that's casual and constantly focused. I don't think we would have a conversation. The conversations that we would do now. Like today. It's been 10 hours and I'm still chatting away and I still have the confidence of slowly acquiring and reviewing something, right? I could, like most people want me to, take it really, really seriously, right? Well, the funny thing is, if I was really, really trying to be as serious as they want me to be, like in the way that they want, I wouldn't have streamed in the first place. I wouldn't want to talk to people. I would close myself off, put myself in the cave of solitude, and then come back a year and then try to show off and tell people how incredible I am after excommunicating myself for 1 year and sacrificing my livelihood in order to recognize my dream. That may work really, really well for people who don't have well-established habits and want to care about other people. I like making people feel that they're important, and I'm willing to sacrifice even whatever my ulterior motives are for language learning. It's weird that language learning ends up becoming the point of interest when there's something really much more obvious that's in front. I stream. So when someone tells me things like, oh, don't you want to prioritize this? And like, well, does it look like I'm talking to people all the time? Like I'm not in that way. So how is it that it's so not, how did one miss the obvious reason that I probably spend more time reading written language than I spend speaking? Not that it won't come out eventually, and I should work on it eventually. But these things take time, and there are more important things than the things you think that are important, right? And I wasn't like, I hope I wasn't being too belligerent. I was making clear that I value things that this person does not. Kind of like our wonderful discussion about, I think, if you're still listening, Procall, the way you were talking and the way we were talking about physical attractiveness and personality, I think that's probably very, very much a conversation that could be so vitriolic. What if it was between individuals who are not accustomed to talking in that manner? So it's kind of very revealing that we can bridge certain conversations, as well as like with Gecko and whatnot. Otherwise, you have someone who says like, well, no, you're wrong. This is the facts. And I'm like, okay. Well, there's nothing much to discuss if you think that's the facts. Right. Nosotros buscamos
ropa.
Oh.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda.
I heard trash for whatever reason.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda.
I thought they said trash can for a moment. How did this work? What did they want? Precio es la camisa? Tienda. Oh, heckin' tienda. Yeah, you have to have.
Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Yeah, I can see how that would change if we were not familiar with each other. Yeah. Even if we weren't familiar with each other, I would probably take the gamble, right? I would probably take the gamble, and it would turn out very different still. Like, I've ruffled quite a bunch of people's feathers, more or less, oftentimes when they, whenever I give an answer, because largely, what can be very frustrating when hearing my responses is that I don't usually give answers. I give conditions. And then those conditions are supposed to establish some frame of mind in order to present various answers. Right? Like, it's not clear cut. And most of the time, people don't stay for that. It's not important to them. They want yes or no yes or no answers. Like, is Duolingo good? No. That's all they want. I'm being a little bit generalizing. I would say 8 out of 10 times. Maybe 70 to 80% of the time. Sharp, concise, hot. Very hot. Very hot. My success rate when it comes to answering a question in which someone stays for the question is almost equivalent to the number of people I speak to on a daily basis in a course of a month. So less than 10%. Less than 10% people ask a question and stayed for the answer. So nowadays, I made a compromise. I provide a quick answer, and then I explain the rest, whether they're there or not. That's a compromise. And then I have to deal with the other end of that compromise, which is my streams are longer and they're irrelevant to the task at hand. So a lot of times people would dislike that, which I'm fine with because it's at no cost. Do you think your chance of retaining that viewer could have been similar chances to would have similar chances to answers? Do you think your chance of retaining that viewer would have similar chances to answers? Yes. Because if you stayed for my answer, it allows me sufficient opportunities to leave an impression. I did not build my communication style around hot takes and stuff. There are people who are very good at it, like how to be instantly likable, so to speak, or whatnot. But I did not build my skills around that. I could try, but it would come off as unpracticed or possibly even cheap. Maybe even wearing a mask that I don't typically wear. So it's more like if someone said, I challenge you to convince me to stay for 3 minutes, and it's like, pass. I will still try, but I will know that it is very rare. However, if you're still talking to me if you're still listening to me after 30 minutes, then you're going to be here for another 5 hours. Generally speaking. Because after 30 minutes, it's like, what's another 30 minutes? What's another hour? What's another 2 hours? What's another 3 hours? And then you might be thinking, like, if I'm trying to read people's mind, it's like, nah, we're going to run out of things to talk about. 1 hour passes. And it's like, yeah, you know, I guess that's the end. I'll ask you another question. I think the people that know me who stayed, and I'm talking about stayed for more than one time, as in they return, but not in the sense that they're returning because they have to. They're returning on their own voluntary things. In most cases, every one of those people, I probably spent at least one time speaking to them 3 or 4 hours straight on the stream, and then still get the stuff done, of course. Still get the language learning or whatever I'm doing completed. Every single day. You give me time, I pay it back. And what I mean by pay it back is it's my pleasure to give back. And then there are times when, you know, friends, like, obviously we can't be like neighbors or something, but that's what that's what I expect to give my friends. If my friends need, like, if I'm near them, I give them all the time of day. They don't have to ask. So it's even more, if I can do that even without being asked, I can most certainly do one better when someone is already giving me their time. It's a shame that their comments and stuff they think so cheap of themselves. In my opinion, that's kind of how I feel when I read comments and questions people ask and they throw them out like it's uninteresting. It's like, that's a shame that you ask questions that you're not even interested in asking. Like, how often do you do that? Are you online right now typing a comment as a keyboard warrior and you type like 30 different comments about how much you hate the new Snow White movie on Disney, and what are you going to get from that? I like to think at least one person will give you the time of day to make you feel like your comments aren't a throwaway. I think words has lost a lot of weight for a vast majority of people, and I don't want to give in to that type of internet thing. Like, how can you click on dislike and like as a way of expression? I guess if someone comes in with a set requirement for the streamer to meet, they likely would assume certain things, then coming to a decision before 3 minutes. But people that come in here just to see, they might actually evaluate the stream based on his content. Yes, it's a pre-selection. Yeah, that's a strong way to look at it. Those are some of the earliest pre-selection. I think 5 out of 10 times, I would say half the time, someone's coming in expecting an outcome. And if that outcome doesn't match that outcome, they leave within 5 minutes or within 3 minutes. In fact, it was already determined what the outcome is. I could already predict the outcome once they ask the question and if they're there or not. Most of the time, like over half the time. Then you have the rest of the half, which is divided between someone who's asking a question who's expecting a particular response, and then stay if it matches that particular response after 3 minutes. And then you have individuals who would be, I would say 1 out of 10 times, there'll be a person who is asking a question not expecting what the answer is. And that's usually the people that stay for the 30 minutes, because it takes me a very long time to explain something. And I don't regret it. I actually do it intentionally. So sorry if it feels like it can be very exhausting at times, but I use it as a selection factor. Now I answer 3 different ways, right? I start with something that is the first response to determine if I'm already a low-hanging fruit that they're targeting. I do a second answer, which they'll stay for after 3 minutes. I do a third answer with details that incorporates them asking them questions, so I can incorporate it into my 30-minute explainer. And then the last one is history, because you usually don't have to go beyond 30 minutes. And it's 1 at a time. 1 at a time, every time. One time, every time. It would be cool to see those stats graphed. I don't have a large enough sample size, unfortunately. I occasionally do these things called like makeshift graphs. Like I would make them a bit comical and not drawn to scale, which I practice as a form of storytelling. I used to call these I used to do a bit called and I don't think I'll bring it back because it takes a really long time. But I used to do a bit. It's called graphic stories. Get it? Haha, graphic story. And I would use a graph, and I would populate this graph while I'm explaining the story. So what I would do before, like, oh, okay, so let's do a box and whisker cut. What do you think the distribution is of the retention from delta T, right? From the moment they enter and the fallout. Is viewer amount much different between YouTube and Twitch? No, they're about the same. 1 and 1. It's 1 and 1, so it's pretty ideal at the moment. You know, if we were explaining like the difference between so let's say we have difference like YouTube and Twitch, right? If I were talking about impressions, right, the viewer amount impressions, well, the thing about impressions, actually they pretty much normalized. Let me think. I can give you stats for that. Hold up. I can actually graph this out, largely because I remember the last couple days. So like 7 days, right? This is a week. 1 week. 7 days. At the point of this time, Twitch impressions, as in someone dropped in, it counted them, whether they're here or not. I would say 5, 10, 15, 20. And you can see most of this. Oh, the hydrate thing time got refreshed because it's after midnight. Well played, Procol. Well played. So I'll let you guess what happens, right? There is some variability between Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Right. So most of the time I would say Twitch. So we'll use boxes. It'll be something like something like that. Apparently Wednesdays and Thursdays are like, I want a veg. And then, you know, this is the legend for Twitch. And then YouTube, when it comes to impressions, like these are all categorized. You can actually see them if you want. YouTube is actually consistently already up here. If this was the scale, YouTube's up here. So even without, like, I know how this is what I mean by it's not drawn to proportion. YouTube is consistently higher than Twitch. It didn't take that long. And if you're comparing something like, oh, but what about subscribers and stuff? Well, there are things, right? Twitch has followers, which gets notifications and stuff. So the followers are about like 3K, but that's across 6 years plus. And then YouTube is approaching 2 years. Well, it's not really. It's like 1 year and 3 months. 1 year and 3 months. Right? And it is about we're gonna say 870 subs. And for all intents and purposes, these are equivalent. As in, this is how you get notifications and or showing up in some sort of display. But you can kind of see that it's not even on a similar scale. It's disproportionate by a long shot. Now, here's also a big thing, right? I'm a long format person, and it is, for all intents and purposes, Twitch just canceled long format unintentionally. There was something that happened recently that even if I was so desired to use easily accessible things for long format, it doesn't exist on Twitch. Twitch is most intentionally a short format, temporary thing. So you cannot store broadcasts. There's no way of static long-term storage. And then what's even less about that is it's both short term and short exposure. Meanwhile, YouTube is long term and long formatted. So what I mean by that is the chances of me encountering someone who's more likely to stay longer without knowing what's going on is YouTube. The one that you're more likely to be expected to meet some criteria is Twitch. And I wouldn't have it any other way to do both. They both coexist for a reason. In my opinion, if they were competing for the same, like imagine, right? We have our logic. Let's use our logic. If both YouTube and Twitch are specifically farming and targeting the very specific audience, one would start to fade while the other one exists, right? But for the longest time now, they shared mutual growth and actually nearly a non-competitive growth. So what I mean by that is, I think a lot of times people underestimate how non-competitive is far more preferable in the tech sector than competitive process. Like as a business operator, like if I were taking up a business operator, I would offer a service that targets an audience that have less competition. So it is not surprising that I could segregate immediately and parse between YouTube and Twitch characteristics that serve my purpose versus not serve my purpose. And I can still do both of them, but it's pretty clear it reflects exactly what I am a lot of times. The platforms are aiming at different things. Now, within that, you know, they try to expand and try to outcompete other things, but their primary core, the core consistent consumers do not necessarily overlap. They are mutually, you know, they're mutually non-competitive with each other. So when I'm talking about you, Procall, and Gecko, you two are bridged by me, but the two of you are very different, and it really does reflect a little bit of your choice of platforms as well. It's not to say that you can be placed in a box. The idea is, I think it's good for business. And that's how the internet has been done, right? That's where the echo chambers and the algorithms all work really well. You make a non-competitive process and you select for your audience that you're not fighting against someone else's. So like Netflix doesn't fight with Amazon Prime. They make content that don't conflict with each other. They typically make content that support each other directly if they can. So if something is popular on Netflix, they're going to make something that's popular like that, but at a different time. So then they're double dipping on consumers as opposed to trying to compete directly with each other. Like, oh, hey, guys, do you like Stranger Things? Watch our better version of Stranger Things. That's not the advertisement. It's like, hey, you like Stranger Things? We got more. Like, here's another one you can watch. They're usually not trying to compete with each other. It takes so much more resources to directly compete with each other than to rely on your core strategy of being non-competitive and occasionally expanding, right? Expanding to compete. But the core of the strategy is not, in my opinion, to compete directly with something like Nvidia and AMD and Intel, Apple and Google. When they compete, it's less of the resources. They're not contributing to all their resources to the competition. They're carving out their niche in order to form the basis. So it's unsurprising that humans, when they choose a platform like Apple ecosystem versus Android ecosystem, they're not competing with each other. It's a preference. That makes sense, as Twitch is made for watching things live and YouTube is made for videos. Anyone to watch forever, yeah, unless they delete the videos. All the live, so YouTube live is a thing, right? And that kind of sort of directly competes with Twitch, but it's not their core, right? All these experimentals like YouTube Shorts and YouTube Live are still secondary, right, to YouTube's storage thing. So yeah, this is off topic, sorry, but what movies are your go-to to recommend to people? I asked them questions first. Like, for example, we got to narrow it down. What genre are you talking about right now? Like, what are you in for? And I'm not talking about personal feelings, but more frequency. What are the type of movies that you most frequently or recently have watched, as opposed to like digging back into your childhood or something? What is the most recent thing, so I can like, what about sci-fi films? Her. If we're talking about existential crisis, interface, all the topics that we have talked about, I probably suggest Her. Yes, Her. And let me tell you, the things we talked about, you mentioned ChatGPT, Her. You mentioned language learning, Her. You mentioned the interface between the human condition And AI, Her. And that movie came out well before this. So I probably recommend Her to you. That's based on what we know. It's a lot quicker for me because I already know a lot about you, or at least I think I know sufficient about you. So that would be the first one. Arrival would be the other one. Her or Arrival? Because we've talked about linguistics, AI, and like interaction between the human condition and how communication is important and whatnot, and science fiction. So, and more like thought-provoking existential type of science fiction. Her and Arrival. They're 2 separate years, 2 separate science fictions, and they both got nominated for Picture of the Year. They did not win. However, they are one of the few science fiction films that were nominated. And they are usually unanimously interesting. And they are recent as well, relatively recent. Instead of like Space Odyssey, you know, I forgot the year, but 2001, yeah, 2001 Space Odyssey. That's like going much further back. I would imagine both companies would still like to have more market share. They would, but they wouldn't gamble on competing with each other to have more market share. if they have to, if they can avoid it, usually you avoid direct competition. I don't know if you watched it, but I want to watch a similar movie to Blade Runner 2049 with that kind of dystopian aesthetic. Oh, with the yellow aesthetic? Ooh, that's a tough one. Because it's kind of like asking for Mad Max, but with a cyberpunk flair. I guess Dune 1 and 2. It's not quite it, because there's no cyberpunk. Dune is not cyberpunk. But with that brown, like, dystopian aesthetic, Dune has the cinematography of that. Her is not that. Her is, you watched Dune 1 and 2? Okay. So that's already checked off the list. The whole entire Brazilian series, 3%. Probably. It's kind of brownish too. It kind of has that aesthetic, but the whole entire series, 3%. But you're saying films, so I'm trying to think of a film. That aesthetic is very, very rare. Actually, what series? 3%. It's a Brazilian series. It deals with lots of the aspects of Blade Runner in a dystopian way, but it could capture that aesthetic. It's very brown, it's very morbid, post-apocalyptic about overpopulation and whatnot. And it's not a like huge long series. It's 3 seasons long, I think. 3 or 4 seasons. So it's not one of those that keep on going forever like Supernatural or something like that. Supernatural has ended, but yeah. In terms of films that has that kind of dystopian aesthetic, and you already watched Dune, brown, cyberpunk. That's probably, yeah. I think Blade Runner is very one of a kind outside of Dune. I can't think of something that would capture that. In terms of subject matter, though, Blade Runner 2049, Ex Machina. Have you seen Ex Machina? That aesthetic is not really there, though. Is Cyberpunk a well-rated film? Edge Runner? You mean? Cyberpunk Edge Runner? The anime. Are you talking about Edge Runner, the anime adaptation of Cyberpunk 2077? Wait, was that a movie or a show? Oh no, that was a show. My bad. What cyberpunk are you talking about? Cyberpunk. No, I'm not sure what you may be referring to. There are lots of cyberpunk films, per se, on Netflix. Yeah, not too much cyberpunky. In terms of films, I think they're more shows. So like Alter Carbon. Alter Carbon it got kind of canceled early. It got canceled early, so but it did have somewhat of a conclusion because it got time. But Alter Carbon would be a Blade Runner, like definitely Blade Runner 2049 going on for Alter Carbon. Altered Carbon. It's a shame it got canceled though. Otherwise, it's a shame also Cowboy Bebop didn't work out for Netflix. Cowboy Bebop would be where if there was anything that's like right on the nose, it's probably Cowboy Bebop. Do you know if any of them are on Amazon Prime if you have it? Let me see. If you're talking about the movies I suggested, no. I think they're owned by Paramount. Or Ex Machina. You know, Ex Machina might be something that... No. Yeah, I don't even know where they are. Have you seen Westworld, the series as well? And you, what about the tone? Like, what are you going for the tone of your cyberpunk film? Is it kind of like 2024? Or like, I mean, not, yeah, 2029, 2049? Are you going for that type of also mood and development? Because if you are, it's tough. Blade Runner is unique. However, if you want like something like cyberpunky and maybe not as thought-provoking and brooding and whatnot, there are other films I can think of. Like the OG Minority Report is pretty interesting. Oh, but it's kind of like a cleaner post-apocalyptic thing. I don't know if you've seen Minority Report. That was like way back in the day. Much more further back in the day. There's also action. There's also action-packed ones like Dread. The recent Dread reboot or the remake or whatever you call it. Dread is pretty good, but it's a bunch of shooting. It's a lot of shooting. You know. Ghost in the Shell movies. Ghost in the Shell movies, probably.
Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Ese chico tiene años. Son of a... Oh.
¿Dónde quieres ir de compras?
Ghost in the Shell movies. They are anime. their anime films, but Ghost in a Shell is that aesthetic, but it's animated. Oh, I mean, you can watch the live action one. I mean, it's okay. The live action one was pretty okay. The 2017 one was that they tried to make a live action version of 1995's Ghost in a Shell anime film. I think it was okay. I thought it was pretty fine. The anime? Yeah, 1995. That's pretty good. 1995, I honestly, it's hard to distinguish between Blade Runner. Yeah. Like Ghost in the Shell is 95, but it is fantastic. If you love that type of thing. I even think that it evokes Blade Runner. The 1982 Blade Runner. Is it 1982? Man, Blade Runner is old as heck. Yeah, the OG 1982. Yeah, and you already watched Dune and you think they're fantastic movies. That's probably it. Now, the ones that I listed, but you don't like a lot of live action adaptations of anime. No, not really. Like, I understand. There's a scene in the live action adaptation that was so eerily so close to the anime that's the scene that's the highlight piece. Like, they did it to a T, and maybe even to their disadvantage. It was so well done. Outside of that, maybe not so much, because they took some creative liberty. However, if it comes to if you wanted to explore more of like the non-cyberpunky things, those are all the things I listed. Ex Machina is dealing with existentials. Her is existential. And Arrival is existential. That's the more, in my opinion, the more mainstreamer science fiction that makes waves. They all deal with existential existence. So either it's AI or aliens, right? But these three films do it differently. They're not Independence Day or Aliens versus Predator or like MCU's Aliens. There's no pew-pewing involved. It's lots of talk and questioning life and stuff. Do you think there's a limit to how detailed an anime can be after which it's not an anime? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like hyper-realism? Or do you mean detail? In anime, animation have no limits in detail. I don't think it will ever reach a point of crescendo when it comes to, because it can violate limits. But do you mean like hyper-realism, when anime becomes so hyper-realistic it no longer is animated, or it doesn't appear animated? I think there's one, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Watch the backgrounds of Shenkai's films. The Your Name guy. Look at the backgrounds of Shinkai. Since the characters are still animated in their very characteristic way, that's certainly true. But his backgrounds, his environments and stuff, it's incredibly detailed. Nearly like replicatively detailed, and yet it's brimming with life that doesn't exist in IRL. So I would say that would be a great argument that no, I don't necessarily think there's a detail, but I think the wonderful thing about anime is it violates that critical mass. Animators can choose to detail the world in ways that violate realism. They can communicate things that our eyes may see, but the world may not be there. Kind of like how we were talking about, do you think people are more attractive if you find their personality more attractive. Well, animation captures that. Taking photography and recording may not necessarily capture that if it was focusing on hyperrealism. Right? You take a picture, what do you see? Well, the picture will always see what it sees, but what do you see in the picture? And that's probably why I still love animation for it. So I like when I'm seeing animation, they're leveraging that. When you're recording, I also love that, but very few people do that now. Wes Anderson is a great director, in my opinion, that still violates that with hyperrealism. Like, what I mean by that is, it's live action. But if you watch a Wes Anderson film, you will know you're watching a Wes Anderson film. Because he does staging still. If you watch like an Alfred Hitchcock film way back in the day, most of his scenes are staged. They're real things, real people, but the set pieces are staged. So it creates literal freedoms. It can show some people, it can show some people's wishes or wants that are impossible and get their enjoyment because of it. I like that. I like that sentiment. Yeah. Or it can capture what someone actually sees and not what is actually there. Like, for example, when I look at my friends, I don't only see literally what they are, I see other things. It captures the imagination. I know that sounds so cliche, but when I see a tree and you ask me to draw the tree, I'm not going to hyper realistically reproduce the tree. I might actually deliberately draw what I see in the tree. I could have the tree right next to me and it will end up looking different because I embrace the idea that I see the tree differently. Now, there are beautiful, super skilled people who basically do hyper-realistic art. And that is in a different realm. They're expressing something else. For me, when I see a tree, and I look at a tree, and you ask me to paint a tree, it's not going to look exactly like the tree. Like, if you take a picture of the tree, and you give me that picture, and I'm going to draw it, even if that picture is showing some sort of tree, it's not going to be the same. If I had the ability to reproduce what's on that photo, I still would probably have not chosen to represent the tree that way because that's not how it captures my feelings. So the thing about anime movies is that Miyazaki, for example, Hayao Miyazaki, the way he makes characters move is not hyper realistic. It captures the spirit of that movement, and there is organic nature. Like, he knows a lot about motion, but it's more than that, right? How does one feel when they fly? Well, you could take a picture of a person in a plane and that's it, right? You can do that. Or you draw a person who's like upside down on the plane. Why? Because this person's probably nervous. They might as well be upside down in the plane. Like, how do you feel when you're in a plane? Well, I feel like, and I would draw myself with like 100 cups of coffee jittering, because that's actually how I feel. That's the depiction of what it's like to be in a plane for me. So animation captures that when you can't explicitly capture it in hyperrealism. There are still very clever ways to elevate live action too, and that's in the performance and in the staging. So there is arguments to photography trying to manipulate light, staging, and whatnot to capture the essence of a person, like the true photography, right? And then you have live action that's staged. And that's kind of what I think about when it comes to animation. Like when someone is happy, their eyes practically glow, but they're not literally glowing. Or when someone smiles, it's not just the smile, it's even more than that. I see more than a smile. I see the sun. I see flowers. I see rays. I feel warmth. So how do I represent that in a picture? Do I watch sub or dub? Both. Most of the time it's both. I really like it. Hayao Miyazaki films I've watched in both because they're Disney dubbed most of the time, so they're exceptional. So if you're watching like the example that I would use, Hayao Miyazaki films, Ghibli films, they tend to be immaculate in both ways, and it gives you a different feeling. And now it's even more different because not only do I read the subs, I kind of know what they're saying in Japanese. So you watch subs all the way through and then again, but dubbed. I switch it up from time to time. Sometimes I watch it in dub first and then watch it in subs. Vice versa. No particular preference. There is a condition though. If I'm really busy, I would watch it in dub because I can probably juggle more than one thing. And then sometimes I watch it in sub, but nowadays it's irrelevant because a lot of times I just watch it by listening to it. And then some days I want to do an art study, so I watch it for the art and might not be paying attention to the language. I try to, if I have to watch something more than once, I try to watch it differently each time. It's not about having the same experience, different experience. So watching it a second time, I would not only focus on dub, sub, language and stuff, I would be also focusing on different things, like different scenes. I would bring different things to the viewing. So oftentimes when people say, oh, but I already watched this, it's pretty much the same the second time around, I don't agree with most people. My second time around is different from my first and the third and the fourth and the fifth. And whenever someone asks me, oh, I kind of want to watch an anime that you haven't watched, it's like, let's watch it together. It's different. I'm watching it with you. That changes the experience. It means something different. Now I'm watching it for a different reason. And that makes all the difference, in my opinion. So most of the time, it's kind of irrelevant in the sense if it's dubbed or subbed. Have I watched the original Dragon Ball? I have. 3 times. 3 times. Why 3 times? I watched the original Dragon Ball when I was a wee young lad. And then I watched it when I was older, in which after I watched Dragon Ball, I watched Z, GT, Super, and then I have yet to wait on the Daima. And then the movies. They're kind of side story. I did watch Heroes though. Not sure if I'm going to or not. Dragon Ball Super Heroes or Warriors or something. What was it you talked about before as something you could watch with viewers? What was it you talked about before as something you could watch with viewers? I don't know. I've been looking for something that could watch with viewers. Maybe like... I have no idea. Was there something? There was a lot of times when people wanted me to react to things, but that's very sticky too. Oh, it might be when we're talking about in private. like I watch in a private session with other people. And they're no longer viewers then, they're more like acquaintances and or friends. So there was a time we actually did that. We as in I had more than I interacted with other streamers back then. Yeah. Crazy, huh? There's so many things about streaming that I haven't covered. I remember you suggested a few streams back, but I can't remember the name. Yeah, I don't remember. There are very few things we can watch that won't get my face pounded in by copyright later on, so I don't want to cross that bridge. I would love to one day make something. Like draw a storyboard or write a story and I would share it. So then it's something I came up with and then anyone can just rip it and stuff. You said it would be interesting to see our and your reaction and thoughts on it. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. It could have been like anything at this point. It could have been anything at this point. Oh, I might have, yes, but on our own terms. But I don't remember which one it is. But I know what you're talking about. However, it's a show. It is something we can watch, but not together. As in, we can watch it together, as in, we can watch it and reconvene and talk about it. Not like simultaneously together, like on stream or something, which will give me, you know, it will create a lot of legalities. But maybe we'll think about it in the future. I usually talk about these things in Discord. Like Fictitious occasionally like, hey, I'm watching this. Check it out if you want. And I'm like, yep, I'll check it out. That's it. Like, so most of the time, whenever someone recommends something or suggests something that I trust over time, I just like watch it. Because in my opinion, it's so much more fascinating to have someone suggest something. I think it's gotten very boring alone, honestly. Just thinking about the things that I would like to watch. I think there is a feature on Twitch that lets viewers watch a film or stream with it. Yes, if they are all Prime subscribers. If you're all Prime subscribers. As in like you have all Prime. They're called watch parties. And basically Amazon Prime Video can be synced to a stream, but every single person in your lobby has to be an Amazon Prime member. Yeah, they started that maybe like 3 years ago to collaborate with Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, since those years, and you can have a watch party. So we could technically do that. It will only work on Twitch. And it has to be filtered through Twitch. So that means anyone who's on YouTube is not included, obviously. And everyone would have to move to Twitch. So it used to be a thing that's pretty cool. And then you find out that, well, everyone has to have a Prime subscription. No, you can only do it with a Prime Video. Because it filters everyone else out who doesn't have Prime subscription. For Netflix, you can do it in the privacy of your own, like, Discord or something, where all of you can time it together. There are plugins and stuff to sync all of the things, right? So like you can be watching the same thing at the same time, but not the same screen, right? Like I'm not broadcasting the video. So like even on Watch Party, I'm not necessarily broadcasting the video. It's not to the public. So it's not a live stream situation, sort of. And Netflix is the same. Like watch parties and you can sync them together. Yeah. And it would be like watching together. I don't mind that idea. Me and my friends do actually watch anime that way, whenever the time permits, right? And of course, without a doubt, you gotta be ready, because there are pauses. There are frequent pauses. We talk a lot. Like, I use watching as a social opportunity, so it might not be for everyone. Like, oftentimes people prefer to just watch the thing, right? Yeah, I totally agree. To be fair, I think any way to watch a film with viewer will cut off some viewers. Will put off some viewers if they don't have the sub. Will cut off. Yeah. Probably. Yep, for that entertainment side. We can do like there are things that I thought about, but that's only if people have the same accessibility, right? And the same time, and like, is there any movies that are available to watch for free? No. There is no existing movie that can be like streamed or digitally shown that is old enough to be public domain. Books, maybe, not movies. Movies aren't digital movies aren't that old yet to be public domain, at least in my opinion. Cursorily. You usually watch anime on WCO? Okay. But yeah, in terms of the problem with streaming is that I am on a commercial platform. So it would be less hairy if I wasn't on a commercial platform. As in, I'm not profiteering or being accused, or like, know that no matter what, there's potential for profiteering. So that's, I think that's why even free movies, like for example, you have people who release things for free, right? This music, for example. It's due the generosity of creative music. So those people are fantastic, and yet at the same time, it's a case by case. So when you're talking about movies, then it has to involve every single person that contributed to that movie. So then you have the representative of that, right? And you're saying, okay, well, if they release the thing of that movie, what are the restrictions? Which is basically whenever you say, in my opinion, this is a little bit cynical. Say you built your foundation on this. That doesn't mean that you can't be retroactively pursued for using someone else's intellectual property. And that's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. In fact, here's a little funny little tiny story. There was a kid, I think Fictitious was here for it. Someone came into my stream and accused me of copywriting someone else who is a much more proliferative streamer for drawing my own red panda emotes. Like, the dude actually, the kid actually sat there long enough for me to show them how I drew the red panda emotes. Did that other streamer have a red panda emote? No, he used a rig, and he had emotes of his rig, and that rig was a stock rig from face rig. So lots of people have that, but let's be clear though, lots of people actually draw red panda emotes themselves, and they can functionally end up being very similar because there's foundational artwork. There's lots of that, but that person came out to the idea that there's no chance that people would draw red panda emotes because they like red pandas. How does a rig relate to a panda? One of the face rig main panda main characters, like the face rig, like a VR rig, you know. Like nowadays it's more about VTubers, but VTubers also use facial rigs, and one of the stock models is a red panda. So yeah, and you're not saying you should if you would, but what would the biggest risk if you did or could lead to a strike or a ban on your account? When you are struck 3 times, you lose your account forever. No appeals, no nothing. And maybe 3 times. You lose everything. Everything's gone. Like it's gone. Just gone. You never have access to it ever again. You can start up again and start a new one, sure. But think about what I'm losing. It's not the same as someone who like curates and creates and like edits their things and whatnot. I don't do that. I only have raw footage. So that is literally my life. Would watching a film always result in a strike? It wouldn't always immediately result in a strike. It can result in a strike at any time, at the whim of the film that you've used. So at any time, at any day, even if you're small time and you suddenly become big time, they can pursue you at any time. There's like, I don't even think they have a hard like cutoff on statute of limitations. I'm not even sure if there's a statute of limitations on pursuing you for copyright strikes. It's not regulated. So for me, like I said, I take responsibility. I really do genuinely take responsibility for everything I do. I don't care if I'm not important. I have integrity. And my integrity is what keeps me from doing this. So, but hear me out. I would not rule out that one day we might watch a film. But that is only if I create a working relationship with someone else who happens to make animated films, and I and them have agreed unconditionally to be to dedicate it and contribute it to public domain. And there are many creators nowadays who first do their startups and their like ubiquitousness, like to become available, to spread their influence a little bit for foundational support by contributing their work to public domain first. And that's what appeals to me. So one day, if I ever write a book, right, it'll be on a PDF. You just download it, read it if you want. It's not going to be published or anything like that. I just give it out. And if you think, oh, you wouldn't do that, you would probably sell it for some upcharge and stuff. It's like, that's not what the science was. What do you think my thesis was? My thesis was really expensive, but I ain't profiteering off that. That goes straight to public domain. I think most of my life's work is public domain. And this is no different. I haven't changed the course of my life's legacy. Like most of my stuff is public domain. Like I mean, like if someone comes to me and say, oh, hey, can I like remix you and make you, you know, make something and profit out, go for it. Go for it. If I could formally declare that most of the stuff that I say now in this day is public domain, go for it. It's a contribution. And not, and some people would argue, you know, well, you'll be sorry in the future because in the future you won't be able to make money, and you don't make money off of this stuff anyway, so you wouldn't know what you're losing yet. It's like, oh, but I do. I absolutely do. It's not like I decided all of a sudden not to make money. It's very different. It was coming from a prospect of where your first source of income and your success was predicated on content creation first. My success was not, in my opinion, my success was not predicated on content creation first. If I wanted to make money, I would still continue to freely create content, but I would get a job, not a job that's related to content creation. Like writing a book. But even then, I would probably just give the book for free if I don't need money. Like, I don't need to siphon money if I already live very comfortably. I think an Amazon Prime Video would be the best bet, as a lot of people have Prime. Yeah, it would be. Or we could all watch it in our own way and then form a book club or a movie club. My friend, I would like to consider him still my friend. There was a time, I forgot to finish that story. There was a time when we watched movies or books, or usually movies and shows together, like between different groups, and then we would make commentary on it and resume, like a kind of like a book club thing. But that's for podcasts and whatnot. And there was a lot of ideas for like podcasts and book clubs and whatnot. So like, hey guys, we're gonna watch this by the end of next week. You know, it's kind of like a school thing, right? And it becomes homework, and then, or you can just jump in. And I actually did it among friends, family friends, extended friends. We tried a lot of these, but generally speaking, it gets to a point where people fall out because they no longer want to keep consistent, and that way is very approachable. But here, what we're doing now is pretty approachable. People recommend things to me. They eventually have the interest in asking me, hey, what are you watching now? What would you suggest? Like you did. And I would suggest something, and then it goes back and forth, and I would just continue doing that. Because honestly, one day we might be able to watch something together, but at the same time, it is really fascinating when two people watch it independently and share their remarks as well, right? At some point though, something new will come out, right? And everyone will probably watch it at the same time or in a similar time, and that'd be cool. I think the fact that you don't care that a lot of your daily life is out in public is a good indicator that you are honest and open, which comes off as trustworthy, you believe. That's fair. You know, I think it's a coincidence for me. It's a coincidence because the things that I find hard to share are the things that people find easy to share a lot of times. Like, for example, I don't brag about my accomplishments because they're hard to share. Sometimes they can be tough. Sometimes I feel like the credit is not mine to ascribe to. Or things like how when I have terrible sleeping, sometimes I have breathing issues. Like, you don't want to hear about that, but hey, I don't mind sharing those things. But then when it comes to like, oh yeah, I just totally high five myself for learning 1000 kanji. It's like that stuff I actually don't say too much about. I don't openly say things praiseworthy. All the harder stuff, in my opinion, like people think these things are harder. That's what makes it feel like most of the stuff is out in public, in my opinion, personally. So I don't want to like contradict you, but the daily life that a lot of people find are very personal is very hard to talk about. That's actually the part that I'm most comfortable in talking about. Like, for example, making hard decisions, financial risks, recovering from health issues, overcoming adversity. That stuff is definitely far more part of people's daily lives that they keep out of the public. And I don't. I actually keep most of what I do well out of the public. So like when I'm streaming, I'm not trying to flex on things that I do well. Like, I'm not here to show you, hey, guess what I can do? Here's a spreadsheet of all the things that I can do. Oh, hey, also, if you don't think I have any anime credentials, here is an essay of the top 300 anime on this list, like my commentary on all these. Like, I'm not there to share that. I think it's much more interesting to share it while you're talking to someone. So, like, revealing, in my opinion, for example, that I have a PhD. You might be thinking, well, Maku, there's PhD in your name. Like, well, you'd be surprised how many people don't even know what that means. Actually, the vast majority of people don't even know what that means. As in, like, is it flair? Is it, like, it stands for something? Like, what does it stand for? Like, we're not talking about, like, degrees. The first thing that they think about is not a degree. And I don't ever go around saying it. And I'll tell you why I put PhD at the end. It's because it makes Maku unique so that I can actually enter the name without, like, an underscore or an asterisk or some X's or some numbers. So I found that that combination of things turned out to be ubiquitous. So I can use that username everywhere else. Ghost in the Shell? Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. 1995. I would love to hear what you think about that. Right now, Sub-Zero is watching Steins Gate, and I can't wait to hear what he thinks about Steins Gate. And then Gecko, not related to anime, but he bought Shashinko, and he downloaded the demo for Wagotabi, which I was going to play the content update of Wagotabi today. I can't wait to see what he thinks about that. This is the stuff that I live for. I love hearing people doing things and also telling me about them. There's not enough of that these days. Like, if you're alone, you're like chilling around and you keep to yourself, that's great. And you're perfectly happy, that's fine. That's totally fine. But totally be a little bit more greedy about it. Invite someone in. Obviously, there are going to be 90% of the time people are not going to care enough like you do. But hear me out. There are rarely ever anyone that's going to be able to care about something you care about more than you. However, when you start doing that, the stuff that people care about, you kind of learn to appreciate it because that is the social norm. It's like normalizing how that's done. So how do you continue to bring people into your world? And that's when creativity, in my opinion, generosity breeds generosity. I'm quoting John Green here. He might have been quoting someone else, but I'm quoting John Green here. When open generosity is reciprocated with open generosity, magic happens. And it's not through the calculated success that this becomes a thing is through the sheer will of believing that one day generosity can be reciprocated. You don't have any service that has Ghost in the Shell in it? Oh, man. You have DMs, right? Let me see something. I'm gonna check. I don't know if services are region locked or not. Protocol. But like message DMs, yeah. Let me know if that comes up. And then you can use it to your ways. But mileage may vary, bandwidth may vary, but perhaps that can work out. Yeah.
¿Dónde quieres ir de compras?
¿Dónde quiere horas? Wait.
¿Dónde quieres ir de compras?
Oh, ir de compras. Alright, we're gonna... Oh, I missed the yes.
Es muy barato.
Okay, and you can use it for other things too, protocol. And also it deals with bandwidth and whatnot. So fill it out, and then yeah. In case you want to explore your anime side again. We're from different regions, so there was going to be a chance it might be like region locked or something. Yeah. Whoops. What did I say?
La tienda cierra a las 9 hoy.
Buscas.
And also, if you're willing to explore like anime and all that stuff, let me know if something sparks your interest. I would love to share.
El jardín.
Which one is this? I would love to like catch up every once in a while. Yeah.
Vikram visita a su abuela enferma en el hospital.
Hola, abuela. ¿Cómo te sientes hoy?
You watch a fair few animes? That's kind of funny when you said fair few animes. That's an interesting way to that's an interesting combination of things. You currently watching Solo Leveling Season 2? I will be watching Solo Level. I think we already talked about this, right? It's close to its conclusion, so I'll be catching up on Solo Leveling, and we can totally be talking and sharing a little bit about Solo Leveling for sure. Oh, and also, oh no, we haven't talked about it because Sub-Zero was the one that talked about it yesterday or the day before, because he is currently watching Solo Leveling Season 2. I thought just saying a few might be an underestimate. It's kind of funny though. A fair few animes. I think I like that. That should be a catchphrase or something. It's a very particular saying. I'm not obviously laughing at you. I think it's very endearing when people develop their own like particular quirks. I like to notice quirks. It could be a little bit embarrassing. I totally understand. But believe me, these details, in my opinion, makes it so that you are differentiable to other people. I prefer that people have idiosyncrasies as opposed to, oh yeah, I'm exactly like this person or next to this person. Right? This sounds a little bit more Americana, but yeah, it can be embarrassing though. It can be embarrassing, but I want to say that it's largely endearing to me. Even hardships are endearing to me. Like the more you do, the more it's compiled, the more and more irreplaceable you are in someone's footprint. So, to me, open opportunities. Like when you share a detail about yourself, and then you add one more detail, you're already more exponentially more unique to me than any other person who has talked to me. And then 3, 4, 5. And that's kind of how I view the potential for human interaction. The first one is the cheapest. Like we were talking about investing in people and reacting to every comment. The first one is the cheapest. So of course, easy. Actually Turtle was talking about financial advice, right? And he was literally talking financial. But when it comes to happy dollars that I have, it costs substantially less to try many times first and then double down on the ones that work versus only picking the one you double down and expecting it to work. Diversification, right? And even then, it's kind of like a advertisement, right? You could bank everything on one thing, or you can try to spread out your advertisement budget over across more networks. You could spend 50% of your advertisement budget on one network as opposed to separating it across all networks, right? That is kind of not the greatest analogy, but the idea is first impressions, cheapest, not unimportant. It's very different from being unimportant. There's a logical fallacy here, right? When you invest in someone and then you invest again, it can't be less than the first investment. Like what I mean is it's the first plus the second investment. So of course, no problems. I genuinely know that the amount of myself that I invested in my best friends will not be eclipsed by any amount that I can do by trusting or trying to make a new friend. But sure as heck, it is totally worth it the second, third time, and fourth time. That's how you build friends. Compounded interest, if I would say so. Compounded interest. And if you do not diversify enough, sometimes losing one of them can hurt a lot. But that's when you redistribute your funds back to your existing friends. Right. You can do it. You can do it. I usually don't laugh at people before I laugh at myself, but generally speaking, it can be very hard to expect that these days on the internet when laughing is notorious for being taken personally. I think if there's anyone that can take a laugh, it's probably me. So I prefer to assure people that I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing because I find it very endearing. You know? It also helps you, at least in my opinion. I think laughter is if I had to choose a response, I think laughter is probably at the top, near the top, than many of the other things that I do. One thing that people like to do, I do like that the way of thinking about things with happy dollars, yeah. By the way, I say happy dollars a lot, or I say certain phrases a lot, because if you form a friend dialect between people immediately and you reinforce it, regardless of how cringy it sounds at first, it is a social bond using language, using written language most of the time only. I rely on this quite a lot, especially when obviously we're not speaking mutually, right? So when I'm texting people, that is my idiosyncrasy to do. Like I use keywords, and those keywords are bonds formed only between the people. So happy dollars is one of many. Like I use pep. Most of the words like pep and pen are the words I would use with another collective. And those are things that I tend to rely on because language is very powerful, especially when you start forming your own internal language. And it can be wildly uncapped creativity. So lately, happy dollars is my go-to at the moment. There are others. A big butt. Yeah, butt. The big butt. That's definitely one. Big butt with 3 T's. I say butt a lot, and when I say this is a big butt, you know, with 3 T's, we gotta hold on. Hold on to your horses. It's gonna be a long discussion. What does it stand for? Butt. It's not but. Like, what I mean is, no, this isn't, oh, I like this movie, but I prefer this. It's, I like this movie, but grab a cup of coffee, stay for 5 hours. Oh man, you thought it was acronym? No, it's not an acronym. It's like a big butt, right? You know, this is the small butt, and this is a butt. This is an actual butt, but this butt is bigger than the small butt and the actual butt. So the big butt, that used to be a thing. I don't usually use that too much now. Not for now. But yeah, I often find myself like, oh yeah, you know, guys, hold up. There's a butt coming. It's a big one. Big butt with 3 T's. What was another one? There were many that came and go. But happy dollars. I like it. We're doing happy dollars. If you're curious, here's a little history behind why I use that. There was a time when streamers, at least in my opinion, when streamers had this very, some people call it really cringe, but it still happens now, where they use like stream lex, like dialects within streams. So I wanted something that isn't overlapping with other people. So like right now, bro and bruh and that type of thing is a thing, but I want to conceptualize this a lot more, right? So there was a time when I'm trying to think of a good example. I'm sure you can probably think of a couple examples. Oh, like what did, like the fist pumping, you know, like a motion, like a fist pump or something like that. That is great. Works really well, and I go through the ropes too. So, however, I don't think it's a new thing. Friends develop languages between each other. I actually think that's one of the green flags between friends. So if your friends and you aren't already have accumulated a couple key words between each other, try it. It can be it can be like a building process. You're practically building a pseudo language between you and your friends. It makes things almost like childish again, right? You know, the stereotype of children making imaginary languages to talk to each other, right, in code or something. But this is more, in my opinion, a slightly more refined situation. You can attach all your experiences to the meaning. So streamers, younger streamers, maybe 10 years back or so, those that climbed really well, they unintentionally or intuitively end up doing this. So the ones that have these have their phrases and whatnot, but they assimilate it into their monetization and their like brand, if you will. And I didn't quite go that far, but generally speaking, maybe I will sell some happy dollars. And by selling, I mean I'll just probably send out happy dollars. I don't know how I'm gonna do that one day, but that would be kind of cool. It sounds cheesy right now, but I think the world can use people thinking, I have 5 minutes. It's time to write a good letter and send it out to a stranger. Wouldn't it be neat? And like, when I mean by stranger, I mean someone who has a publicly accessible channel. So like, the future of the internet is that there's some sort of public reference for most of your stuff, right? So you go to a channel. I thought about doing this actually literally on stream as a bit, where like, hey guys, all right, it's that time again. I need to end the stream. But before we end the stream, I often like to end with a positive note. So much like the streamers before me who did raid parties and whatnot, I feel like that can be a little distracting. So my version of this is we're gonna go on either Twitch or YouTube. We're gonna spin a bottle. It's gonna land on Twitch or YouTube. We're gonna go to a channel, and instead of doing like a raid or a shout out or something, I want to peruse their channel and like their content, and then write something about that, like complimenting them or something. And then that'll be it. We would end every segment by rolling over one. So every day we roll the bottle, we pick someone, and then the next day I would have composed something in the evening in order to share some fun feelings, or something that involves taking something that they posted that they were willing to share publicly, and then obviously it doesn't matter if they respond or not. The idea is I'm practicing the act of doing it. So I would have then a collage and a legacy of different ways I can spin compliments of different content, so that I would build up a whole skill set or content set of I'm basically a Hallmark card writer. Because gosh darn it, I don't know if you have Hallmark cards in the UK. I'm sure you do, right? Like, the idea of Hallmark cards, bring it back, only for the digital age, but in a different manner. I love the idea of sending a I hope all is well card to people. But now it's even better, or even more accessible, because you can find people who are willing to share things, and that's all. It's there. You no longer have to guess what they're interested in. You can glean what they're interested in. And that's really cool. I already do this, by the way. I already looked at your name, Procall, and what's on Twitch. Like, I already did that, but I don't usually disclose these things, right? Like, it's up to you to find out if I did or not. It's one of those things where I love having pocket I save things for pocket things. I don't want to reveal all my cards. That's another thing that I don't share publicly too often. How much how many research and writing that I have done about people and know about people. I like to like break it out whenever it's possible, or whenever the opportunity offers itself. So I wouldn't tell you like, oh, I checked out your video yesterday, until you bring it up. Or like, for example, if I know someone and they're